others, and they'll be matching it up. The winner of that will be playing in our Poker Night in America, the cash game, after dinner. So once again, welcome, guys. Thanks so much for joining us. We are here for 2550 No Limit Holdem. Should be a lot of fun. I'll introduce the players in just a second.
150?
Oh, how can I miss the opportunity to play with Mr. Baker?
Tran, what can we
Tran?
do?
Are you kidding me?
What
are you kidding me?
Price me into this.
It wouldn't be nice for me to bet this.
Straight out the cooler,
Oh,
first
here
hand.
goes Phil.
Oh, here we
11?
go. Good money. Phil ruins the party. Can't let us see a flop.
There's the ISO right there.
Can't let us see a flop.
Introduce the players in just a moment.
Which Phil showed up today?
Seat number 1 is JC Tran. Seat number 2, Mike Ross.
Really tight.
Seat 3,
I have aces as hand up.
Mark Bonsack. Phil Hellmuth on his left. Keith Bowman, the local satellite winner. Next to him,
So much
Bart
more money
Hanson.
for Friday.
I wanted to
And then
play a
David
flop.
Baker, the original David Baker ODB, on his
How big is
left.
the pot before you have to show your hand?
No showing.
Well, it wasn't.
showing?
I showed it
No.
once because it was over 10,000.
10,000 is good.
Probably good there.
Well, that's great, David, that you think there's no showing, but can the rest of us talk about it for a second or not?
All right, you can talk about it.
I don't know. It sounds like you just made a ruling.
Well, no, I mean, I thought that's what we said yesterday.
That's not what we said yesterday, first of all, and you know it. But so the question is, what is the amount?
I'm not showing.
That's great, but
You guys can.
that's great for you to say that, but if we have a rule in place, like we've had every other show, then you're going to be forced to show your hand. So can we discuss this without everybody saying, we're not doing it, we're not doing it? Like,
All right.
I just want a discussion. Wow, this is a tough group.
I think 10K sounds fair, no?
10K pot?
10K pot sounds fair.
The only reason is, do you understand, you guys understand that this is live stream.
Right.
And so if I tweet my fans, I can find out what you had every hand. So you don't seem to care. Fine, I'll take the advantage. But I just told you that all right, so we'll do it that way.
I think
I was
10 is
trying to
fine.
not
We
have an
did-
advantage, but if you guys want to, if you don't want to discuss it, I'm just
Basically,
going to take
obviously,
the
the
edge.
advantage for showing it is that that one person doesn't get the advantage over the other.
I think 5,000
The
is a good
advan-
number.
the-
I mean, 2,500 was kind of low.
Yeah,
right?
the
I
disadvantage.
agree.
the
2,500 is too low. 5K might be a good number.
I'm good with whatever.
Yeah, 5K.
Okay.
5K
Whatever,
sounds
do
good.
whatever.
5K
Whatever
is
you guys
good.
want to do.
Again,
Let's say
I
5K that's in the pot.
couldn't
If
disagree
you're
with
betting
Phil
small,
Hellmuth more on this fact. I think it's
Yeah,
such a terrible idea.
Okay.
That seems
That
fair.
sounds good.
All right. So if there's 5,000,
Like, I think it's such an awful idea.
2,800 in the pot, and you bet
For so many
2,200, you have to
reasons.
show.
No,
No.
that part doesn't count. 'Cause
Okay.
you're too good at that math thing and timing your bets perfectly to take advantage of that spot.
Bro, I have the biggest advantage if this rule's not in place.
No,
I'm
it's
trying
not,
to introduce
kid.
I'm trying to introduce
It's
the
not
rule.
over. You can still be
I agree.
friendly.
I understand.
You want to be friendly?
I'm introducing the rule
You
for
don't have to.
fairness.
I owe you one from LA.
You do owe me one from
I
LA.
do. I owe you one from LA. That's the one.
Can we do a?
So yeah, I just want to be fair.
I think 5's good.
5's good. Okay. All right. So 5,000.
Just $2,000 pots isn't going to change our life. If we
No, I
don't
agree
run
with
it.
that 100%.
5,000?
And bluffs. Bluffs are good to show, all
Who won
time.
the first hand, by the way?
We didn't have a flop.
Oh,
We
Because-
sure did. There was a deuce 4-5.
this
But which card was it? The
Oh,
there was a deuce.
misery.
was the deuce right here?
I believe deuce, but that's okay. I'm going with the deuce. I'm going to take the hit.
You
It
won
might
the-
have been a 4. I don't know. Maybe I
don't
know.
know.
You won the pot, so
I'm taking
when
the
it,
hit.
when in doubt.
Taking the
It
hit.
wasn't an ace. So
No straddling here, David?
Oh, I
I
didn't.
forgot. I'll do it.
Let's give it a few minutes. I'll straddle soon. Don't worry. I gotta wake up
wasn't an
first.
ace, so-
I gotta wake up.
Well, you just shoved 10,000 with 9s yesterday.
Yeah, that was hand 3. Good thing I won that one. The whole day's different if I don't win that flip.
I think you put it in if it comes an ace anyway. or
Most
a
likely,
10.
but I just
who
wanted
did you
to.
put it in against?
Chamath, he didn't know that. He didn't know that. I played with Chamath a lot, so when he blind bet the flop, and when Chamath raised, it means he doesn't have 8s.
I
or
re-raised
7s.
pre and then I bet 1250 in the dark, and Chamath went all in for 10,000. I mean, I had
It's a
10,000.
fun hand.
And I just decided to see the flop in case it came ace, king, queen of not my suit, of neither of my suit.
Did you have folded that even?
I don't know, possibly. I mean, even if, like, I only had 2,500 invested. I don't know if I want to put 7,500 in, like, guessing where, even if he has 4 or 5 off with the suit, I'm still, like, still, but a lot of times he has a queen or a king.
Oh, there we go.
I put chips in.
It's kind of a clever move on his part because if it comes king queen.
Do this one too.
I thought about that a lot.
Stayed out there all
No,
weekend.
I think it's fine, especially he wants to set the precedent early. Like, I'm here to put some money in. If you want to play with me, you got to be willing to put it in too.
We're talking over the top. Let's let these guys finish their conversation. JC, go ahead.
Oh no, he was just asking.
We're done. My bad.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I don't care. It's all good.
I actually know exactly what you mean.
The first few shows I watched of Poker Night in America, I was just like, wow. Everybody, it just wasn't. But the last year, we've done really good, I feel like.
At the beginning, we had like, it was 9-handed and it was a bunch of alphas. I mean, it was all like supreme talkers.
Baker with the aces. Obviously going to 3-bet this one.
That was still almost the hand of the day. Did you see that one, JC?
So we got a
We're
rave from
playing,
Bonsack.
third
Bonsack, by the way,
hand of
played
the
on the
day.
show back in Reno. So he's been on the show
Straddle,
before.
Double, triple for
Bowman is our
400.
satellite winner. He called.
And
Baker with the
Chamath had
3-bet.
that. And then David made it 12.50. And I got to Chamath, and Chamath called, but you could see him hesitate a little bit, like he had something. And then David Baker said, "I bet 12.50 no matter what the flop is." And Chamath said, "I'm all in no matter what the flop is." And then he made a big speech of only folding if it comes exactly ace, king, queen.
The raise to 1150.
Jack 5.
Bowman has
One
10,000.
that ace 10.
Got another 9,600 behind.
He turned to king.
He's going to call this. He's got position on his side. He's got a pair.
I think he might be 200
That's a
short.
baller move, though, to move all in the dark, because if it comes king, queen.
I think Baker's very aware of the fact that this man is
I might fold
strong
king,
right now.
queen. He might get me if it comes.
Wow.
What's up, Elder?
The timing was
What's up, Lost in Poker?
sort of right.
I thought
Jack
about
3
that
deuce.
a
This
lot.
might be a tough
I
hand
really
for
like this
Bowman to
play.
get away from.
He's-
He might call one straight.
He's getting paid off.
And if
I
I'm
think
Baker, I don't
random
blow him
ace
out of the
comes-
water. You know, you might put this guy on a big pair. You know, you could put him on 9s, 10s, maybe even as good as queens.
Exactly, right?
One over at the most.
I like the sizing by him. You keep him
How
along.
did you do in the Chinese yesterday?
Baker's just sizing these bets
I
to
lost
perfection.
But
David Baker's crank
Yeah,
is the
that's a
live
small
game.
thing,
He's
40
really
points
good
to
at the
200.
feel part of the game. Small bet. Perfect turn card
You know,
for Baker.
We've already had sessions this year where one of us has lost 60 or 70 or 80 or 90,000. So
Yeah. At 200 a point, that's it's actually not even that. At 200 a point, you can lose that kind of money.
well, what happens is we'll go to 200.
Now, if he
points
checks, he can
400
kinda make his
points,
hand
800
look like
things
ace
are out of
king.
control.
But if he thinks his opponent's going to come along for the
By the way, I
ride, no
can't
reason to
afford play
check.
that high. Just think if you lose 500
This
points,
might get Bowman to
800
fold.
points, it's 400K.
It's a lot of money. He might have a little bit more money. Even he might have a little bit more money than the entire poker community.
Everybody combined?
It may be possible.
There's the call. And our satellite winner
Are you playing the hot seat? They
in a really
started.
tough spot right away. Great
okay.
run out for Baker. He loses to one hand and one hand only, pretty much. And at this point, you don't think Bowman's got jacks. That's for sure.
I'm all in. 4,200.
Baker's actually all in for 4,200, not 6,200. Bowman does have 6,200 behind, though.
It's too early now. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think Baker got a
It's
little bit
a
greedy.
show pile. Oh,
Sure,
you
you
don't
sure you
wanna
want to
show-
see?
He doesn't want
Probably
to show.
not.
We all want to see it.
His
Of
ace
course
king.
we want to see it.
Ace
Could
king,
be
ace
ace queen.
You want to call?
Ace king, ace queen. Oh, nice
Ace
hands
is
there.
nice.
Good lay down. Pocket pair, Baker's.
I bought him for 8,000.
Sure.
Yeah, and Baker
I might
actually
go.
bought in for 8,000.
Yeah.
Seems like every day you just start up. 50 aces.
You know,
aces.
if you
Was
want,
that the third hand again?
you were just talking about that. I just 3-bet the third hand last time. If you want to see me start down, go YouTube the first Pittsburgh Wind Rivers this year. I started down. I was down 25,000 before the first break, an hour in.
Just with like single straddles, nothing
No,
crazy.
I just.
But then you and I
just
split the
cold five
tournament.
the king 5.
Oh, that's right.
No,
Then
that
you
was,
and I split the tournament.
That was the next year. This next year, you missed this last year. We missed you in at Wind Rivers.
I
in
was
Pittsburgh
defending
this
champion. I
year.
didn't even go back.
I know. It was great. We had a great time again.
I love the group, and I can't believe how much I love Pittsburgh.
Me too. It's one of my favorite stops on our tour. Every stop is great. Poker Night picks some amazing properties.
It's
true.
Honestly, every single one we've been to has a poker staff that loves
It's
poker.
a straddle to 100, so you make it 200. 200.
That's the key. If you want to run a good poker tournament out there, have a staff that cares about poker.
I'm planning
The
on
rest
going
takes
to
care of
Philly.
itself.
You're right.
Once again, we are live at Thunder Valley Casino Resort
They love our game.
here in Lincoln, California, just outside
Keith, I
Sacramento.
let you off the hook there, buddy.
JC Tran, Mike
Let it go
Ross,
too
Mark
big.
Weinsack, Phil Hellmuth, Keith
Yeah, you
Bowman,
did. You made a
Bart
nice
Hanson,
big
and
bet to
David
get me out.
Baker
That was cool.
make up
I
our
had a
first
nice-
7 players.
You had a good pair, right?
Big pair,
By
yeah.
like 9s or 10s?
Jack 4-3, 2 spades out
Keith,
there.
I was rooting for you.
Interesting flop for Ross is open-ended.
I was rooting
Bowman
for
with
you.
top
Thank
pair.
you.
Mike, all I've done is root for you since the day I met
My
you
bad.
1 week ago.
My bad. My bad.
That's like 4 times.
Mike and I played 200, 400 limit hold'em at the Commerce this past week, and I put a beat on him. He had queen, queen, and it came queen, 8, deuce, and I had jack 8, and I beat him.
Please tell him what I did after that hand.
Then he took the cards.
Bowman bets
and he threw them,
$500,
and he
Ross
picked up
that's
his
not
chips,
true.
and he walked upstairs.
That's not true. I didn't throw the cards. That's not true. I got up from the game and I left. That was it.
Phil, not the first person I put on tilt with a bad beat, huh?
500.
Don't worry, I didn't have a flush
Ross
draw or
checks.
anything. I just had middle pair.
Bowman bets. There's the call.
Spend the running 9-10.
Ross pairs is 6. That's not good, though.
Look, sometimes it comes 8-8.
Bowman's going to check
You
this
really
back.
torture the guy.
Nice.
Nice hand, Keith. Keith,
Catch up, man.
what's your story, buddy?
Yeah. well,
Tell us
that-
about yourself.
I came down and played in that $1,000 buy-in, played 10 hours to get through that mess.
Yeah.
Won it, and then I'm here with you guys. But yeah,
That's
I'm just
awesome.
an amateur, just walking around having fun.
What do you do either for a livelihood or did you do in a past life for a livelihood?
Yeah, I'm still working. I do some land development. I have a bunch of land and a couple businesses in Humboldt County.
That's close to here?
Yeah, up north in the Redwoods.
Are you a grower, Keith? They do a lot of growing.
No, they do a lot of that.
Land management.
Land management. He did say land development, right?
Dude,
I thought I smelled something when I came in here.
come on, no. Yeah.
I call.
Yeah, I live right in the middle of all that. Every bit of it is exactly where it's at, right there. It's crazy.
Sounds exciting.
It's a crazy county. Well, it's all going legal now, Padres, so everything's changing in Humboldt.
Really?
Yeah.
Queen 4-5. Ross open-ended once again. Nobody has a queen, nobody has a 4, and nobody has a 5, so ace-jack's still the best hand. But Ross is open-ended. Hanson's going to take a shot at it, though, in
Raise
position.
me. You know I limp with big hands, right?
Yeah.
320.
Hellmuth bet 100, Hanson raised. And then Hellmuth gave him the, I limp in with big hand speech.
I was gonna. I really wanted to show how big this hand is. I can't. There's action.
Turns the deuce. Ross makes a pair of deuces here. Hanson has a gut shot. Not a great turn card for him.
Go ahead.
Rivers is 6. Ross makes a straight. Really not much Hanson can beat right now. I mean, he can beat.
6-7.
Yeah, I was about to say he can beat
man.
6-7.
You want me to look again?
Phil, he raised you. He can't even beat the 6-7.
No, I can beat the 6-7.
I'm
That's
going
all
to
I
look
can get.
again, and then you can get a read. Give me 1 second.
Get the 6.
I had ace jack of diamonds. I'm so tilted.
Ace Jack of Diamonds. Wow.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
went
the
down
nuts.
to diamond.
Yeah.
Diamond.
You didn't peel
Phil, you may
150
have
more
won a
with
big
Ace
pot
Jack of
there.
Diamonds?
What do you know? It was 225 more.
225 more with Ace Jack of Diamonds?
No way. I limped in.
Stop
trapped
knitting
these
up.
guys. That's my straight. You watch me all day. I limp with kings,
I know.
ace queen.
I thought you
They'd
had
always
ace king
raise
there.
with the worst hand, and I just call them.
I thought you had the Ace King.
Spacing.
But when you limp with those hands and then miss, usually people don't necessarily bet the flop all the time, right?
I bet either way because I have to like once the hook's in, you know. You want me to be predictable? Come on. I like this Holdem game. This is a good game for me.
No limit cash game.
What was that game you were playing last night?
time.
With all the cards.
Like how long? We play all the time.
No, I don't even remember.
Really?
I mean, the only no limit poker I really played was tournaments. Cash game I mostly play like PLO and some mix, some limit hold'em.
How was your...
Once again, welcome to the
time at
Poker Night in
tournament?
America, the cash game. I'm David Tuckman. We'll be here at
You and me
twitch.tv/PokerNightTV
both,
throughout the day, throughout the evening until 11 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, that was one
We'll
of
have
the
some
worst
guests
sessions
coming
I've
in.
had in my life.
If you have any questions for me, you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports. You can also ask the question in the Twitch chat. If I miss it, because it does scroll by, feel free to ask it again. Or like I said, you can always go to Twitter.
That could have been my hand of the day yesterday when I had the king 10. And I said he had king 9 and he had king 9.
Bonsack.
That was a good.
Bet 725. Tran calls.
Mine was when I had the Ace Jack and it came Ace 4-4 King.
Looks like Bonsack's going to continue firing this one. By the way, if you're just joining us, green chips $25, black
though I
chips
lost
are
the hand,
100,
I felt like I
pink
won.
chips 500, and if we see any yellow chips on the table, those are 1,000.
How was that hand for you, Bart?
That was a tough one.
That was a tough
People
one.
were like, "Oh, you should have known you had a 4 for like 5,000 more." The pot's like $32,000.
With a flush draw out there.
I mean, plus you guys put in 1,900 each, right?
Yeah.
And it came ace 4-4. It's pretty hard for him to have a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think actually if he wasn't full, he would have raised the 4 on the flop too. So I was like, it's either ace 4, you know what I mean? I think he would have powered the flop if he wasn't full because there was 2 clubs, you know? I think he would have just like,
Tran raising here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
yeah.
Raising with the best hand.
Good, it was a
Schmoth,
fun
man.
game. It was
I
a very,
mean-
very good game.
Chamath smashed our game last year. He's so good. I mean, like you guys got to see some of the. That's what you see when he does flop a big hand. He gets the max.
Chamath was one of the nicest,
Yeah, it's really
most
cool guy.
humble people that I've ever met that is as successful as he is. I was very, very impressed by him. He came up to me, like looked me in the eye, said he had pleasure. We had a nice conversation. We talked with my wife. It's just like total eye-to-eye contact, not pretentious, not
That might have to be shown.
anything.
It's
Just
almost 5,000.
really, really nice.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
to be shown.
15, but I started
Hold on.
with 20.
Is it 5 called?
I
No,
started
it's with that.
yeah,
It's
I
with the
didn't-
bet.
yeah.
It's
Oh, we
with the
said
bet.
called. We said
Well,
called.
it
We
was
said
6.
said
You
called,
guys
called,
put in
yeah.
1,600 each on the turn. You're saying it was less than 5?
32, there was 450,
Maybe.
36.
Woo-hoo-hoo. First time playing No Limit Hold'em. The kids still got
JC
game.
Tran, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
best hand.
I'm expecting that a lot from JC Tran. I'm expecting a lot of tournament moves, 3 bets.
I'm knitting up. I'm knitting up.
Wow.
What do you mean, wow?
Yeah, I just realized it. Yeah.
Wow, is that a good wow or a
Yeah,
bad wow?
that's a good wow. Are you kidding me?
That is
I'm in awe right
I
now.
know, right? I was instantly up.
That's how
5,000.
JC wins tournaments. He just robs people.
No, I win tournaments by flopping sets and then just people giving me money. But
He does have some people at the table. They're going to call him today, allegedly. Allegedly.
this is why I'm folding up.
Yeah.
Those who don't know, JC is a local legend. Probably the you're definitely the biggest poker thing in Sacramento for sure.
Local legend. That's all you give him.
No, I mean just for starters.
Everybody at the table is a local legend.
No, I mean he's like He's the man here. He runs this place.
Bet 100.
You know, I really
450.
Raise 450.
Sack though.
Hellmuth makes a straight. Bonsack makes 2 pair,
Of course you do.
The jacks.
and Hellmuth's going to win it.
You know all the chips are
Oh, look at it.
Must be break time.
I couldn't sleep. I really couldn't.
Poker hole! There he is. Are you chipped? I hear you have a lot of chips and a beautiful shirt on now. Look at that shirt. Does that scare everybody? Rep's not afraid of the shirt.
He's taking money from me.
So, funny story. Alan
I lost sleep over that.
Kessler
So I
texted
felt
me
like I
this
had
morning and
to
goes, I have a favorite slot machine.
How can I let these guys just come to my town and just take money?
What's that?
No, and I was just saying. So Alan Kessler texted me this morning. He goes, I have a favorite slot machine. He goes, go play it. So I put in like 20.
Come on out here, Poker. I want to show the world this
Hanson
beautiful
with
shirt.
19,450, Bonsack with 14,
full of shit.
Baker with 11,9.
You're so full of shit.
Blinds are $25.50, $100 straddle is on right now.
Boys, here, this is the chip leader in the tournament. Why? He's wearing my shirt. Woohoo! 3bet.com, baby.
That's probably why.
I'm gonna guess he plays almost no hands like you.
With $20 in his
Bite a
machine or
little
something.
He wouldn't even bite a little bit.
I just
How
said
many-
you're full of
how many
shit.
you
Is
got,
this
Ho?
true story?
I just lost $100.
Come on, man.
I still got. Ho told me the whole story.
I'm glad
Is
you
it
used
true
my
story?
chips well.
This is a true story.
You still going out there?
Rep, how many you got?
I put 10,000 in that machine yesterday.
Are you guys down to
You going
40
with
players?
Brad?
Or?
Ray?
Come on, man.
Ray?
You just won $5,000 machine. Well, you were there.
I'm done talking to you and you. There's no more conversation with neither one of us.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He told me, he goes, I just caught a punt.
554, Hanson flops the best of it right now. Pot's 900. Hellmuth bets.
Crew, use my chips well, please.
Kessler got me jammed up yesterday for 10,000 in a slot machine.
I have you on 6-7.
Ace in the turn.
14.
Lost $5,500 on a slot machine.
Hellmuth continues firing. He's going to try to rep that ace.
Well, I shouldn't say I lost half, because Earl had half.
Bart smells something up. He's going to make the call.
Wow.
Pot's now
All right, I
5,300.
No need to bluff.
Hellmuth checks.
Check.
What's that?
Check.
King high.
Yeah, I'm feeling 5 anyway.
Poker hole.
He will not be pushed around. Look at him, pot-sized bet with bottom pair versus Phil Hellmuth.
No, they're calling.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're calling bottom pair versus
Just
him.
fired the ace like he had it, but then checked the river
Get-
blind, and I thought, shit, I was
Then you're in
but-
trouble.
Get back to me in 8 hours. Let me see how that call's gonna work out for you.
Yeah, I want to. I want.
Right?
I'm curious too how it's going to look in 8 hours.
Let's see how that call works in 8 hours. Okay. Mark, I'm glad you used my chips well.
I did
Plus,
see.
I made him
I
call
know,
pot
I heard.
size with 4-7 before the flop.
What?
That's the tough thing about bite hands with me when you have the 4-7. Unless you smash it, you're going to have to call a bunch of bets.
That's true.
I know. I didn't mind. I mean, I was willing to gamble with the best hand.
Raise.
Go get him, Poker Ho.
Yep.
Action folds around to the small blind. This is straddled pot once again. That's $100 live. And Baker gets a walk. No, I'm sorry. Tran raised it up under the gun +1. Didn't see that.
Baker.
So Tran raises it up.
Right in the fire.
Raise.
900.
900.
Baker with aces again. Love this new shot we have.
Before this hand, I just want to say it's an honor to get to play a hand versus you. However it turns out.
I give props to the crew we have here at Poker Night in America. They do a great
the eye
job.
roll?
Every single show I do, something new happens. Pair of fours
Check,
here
my friend.
for Tran with backdoor hearts. Check, check.
Check to my friend.
Oh, Baker just not going to bet the aces. Keeps the pot small. He's not folding either.
800?
900.
900? All right, I can call 9.
The aces hold up.
Check.
Give me the pot dealer, please.
Oh, Baker, aces every time. ODB.
Such a boss, too. Give me the pot. As he shows the aces.
That crossed my mind. It really did. I needed that one blank.
Wow.
I mean, 2 hands, aces.
That's all I play,
Can
kid.
you show something else?
That's all I play. I mean, I opened the 3-5 first hand, but Phil had to ruin it by making it like 4 million out of the blind. I had to fold.
I had him 4 times in that seat the other day. Lost 11,000.
Aces 4 times?
Yeah, lost 11,000.
Wow.
Goes to show how good I play.
It shows something.
I had 2 kings.
You know, that looks a bit suspicious.
Either that or king high you had. Oh, yeah, right.
Race. 300. Bet 400.
I like Stewart also. I don't think there's a reason to take a dog. Stewart being first choice, also being second.
Hanson's going to take that one down. Once again, David Tuckman here riding solo for a little bit. I'm going to have Cord
It's early.
Garcia,
It's early.
Colossus Cord, in the booth later on today. And I'm sure I'll get some other players in there. I think
sorry.
Bart, if he doesn't play the second half today, might jump in the booth as well. See if we can get Jason Tran in here for a couple of
Alan
minutes.
Kessler got me
Maybe we'll get
involved
David
in yesterday.
Baker, Rhett Porter, Ray Henson, whoever's
Pretty
sticking around.
Sad story.
I'm in.
The king of all slot machines, Mr. Alan Kessler.
He is the king of all
Okay.
slot machines.
I told Nolan knows the story. I sent a picture of a slot machine to him in the casino that he told me to look at. And he tells me, play that machine. It's one of those must hit by 5,000. And it's at 48.80, okay? He goes, play the machine. I would never leave that machine ever. I would stay there for hours. Okay, I play the machine. The maximum jackpot you could hit is the 5,000. $10,500 later, the machine still does not hit. I text Alan. He starts telling me about all the comps I'm going to get. And finally the machine hits. I lose $5,500 on the machine. He sends out a tweet that I'm an idiot. He's going through the whole thing. And I obviously had to post his text right on there. So he cost me a substantial amount. I'm sitting there, thinking and then we're getting a crowd, because everyone sees the machines at $49.99. And it goes up everything. So we're kind of faking the people out, like, I think I'll leave now. I'm out of money or something like that. And everybody's trolling the machine. Needless to say, costs a lot of money. I didn't even bother with it. I was so tilted. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
No.
Sorry.
So I'm trying to manage a dead battery situation in my car here. Got one eye on AAA, one eye the valet's helping me. We have to go get a new battery. It'll all work out though.
This sounds like an interesting story.
Dinner with the wife?
Nice. I really like this high stakes restaurant. Has
Really good. It's
good.
some great crab there. The crab was so good. I'm like, I don't think I get it often enough per year. And my wife said it's not bad for me either.
Yeah, they have a very nice steakhouse here. Thunder Valley.
It's called high stakes.
High stakes. That's excellent. I've eaten
So
there the
you
last
have
2
the big
days in a
corner
row.
table.
Yeah, last 2 days I've eaten there.
Great.
Hanson with the kings. Be aware, Hellmuth limps in with big hands. Heads up here. Hellmuth Hanson.
Check.
Wow, interesting flop here. We got a flush draw against top set. Hanson, Hellmuth not that deep.
Check.
Oh wow, he's got quads now. Hellmuth a master at live reads. Let's see if he picks anything up here. Look at that, quick fold.
Flush draw I had.
Just a snap
I
fold.
can't give you any action. I'll let you just steal it with ace high. I was disappointed. I'm used to limping in with like the ace queen of hearts and having you raise with king queen.
You had the wrong read on that one. You know what I had?
I have no idea.
4 kings.
4 kings? Wow. Glad I didn't check raise the flop. I told myself you're definitely going to check raise the flop because you limping in the 1 hole after all the times you did that yesterday,
4
he's going to
kings.
fold.
4
And then
kings.
my read was
Queen 10, I folded.
You had queen 10? Oh,
And my quote from 2 days ago, top two pair, says it here, quads are hard to make.
so if the heart
I
comes,
am
can
being
take
proven
off.
very,
Why didn't you
very
check? Why
wrong.
didn't you give me a free card?
Don't worry, it's not the first time.
you were
Won't be the
straight to
last.
call. I was trying to make it small enough.
4 king.
That's a good laydown, by the way.
Raises twice.
I think players make the mistake of calling out of position with flush draws on paired boards.
Pays to have friends.
So many things can go wrong there.
Bet big.
Yeah, I know.
Tran open-ended with the ace-9.
Bet too big
See what
for
anybody else
you,
has.
but didn't bet big enough for JC.
Well,
Did
Hellmuth's
play
got a
nice
full
over
house. Wow, and big turn card for Tran as well. We can see that he's drawing dead, but
there. You got the deuces?
for him, it's a really, really big turn
You might
card.
value bet a pair.
He thinks, you know, I got a flush draw, the nut flush draw. I got the overcard.
550.
I'm good of a 6 hits. I'm good of a jack hits. Hellmuth raises. Tran calls, drawing dead. And lucky for Tran, he only pairs his 9. Good point, Clemson Tiger pointing out. Flush draw, paired board again. I mean, I think it's a little bit too cautious to always avoid those situations. I think if you're in position and there are certain spots where it's just very unlikely for your opponent to have a full house, you just got to be aware that, you know, a lot of things, it's hard to make a draw. You know, it's hard to hit your flush. And if you, on a paired board, a lot can go wrong. You can have reverse implied odds, meaning you can hit your hand and it would just cost you more money, as is the case in Tran's spot, or as would have been the case with Phil Hellmuth last
This is
hand.
a heavyweight fight.
I was gonna say, for those at home, this is a heavyweight fight. 2 of the top couple poker players in the world right here.
Very much a, oh, look at it. Tran's going to pay him off. Tran's not a believer.
Drawn dead.
The ambassador on Twitch asked if it's a replay of
Number
yesterday.
one,
No,
just
this
go
is
to number 2
a
right into calling.
Yeah.
this is a brand new show. Generally speaking, every time we travel somewhere, we
That's
usually
why
have
it's the best.
3
ladies and
days of
gentlemen.
cash
Look at
games.
it. He even got JC to fall for him.
Can I just take my loss and go home now?
I'll win this one. You win the next.
I'll take this one. You take the next one. That's the
I've heard
one.
that so many times, just don't know how to take it.
But 80% of the time I'm bluffing.
You got me with it the other day.
of the time.
Yeah, but I was bluffing against you.
You got me with the 9 high the other day.
I didn't move in
For
with
about
9
7
high
or
against
8,000.
Killer Snack Z says, who's the chip leader right now, sir? And how are the players selected for these games or tournaments? These are cash games.
8, 10 was good.
And so the chip leader is not really relevant. At this particular moment, I think Bart Hanson has the most chips, but that's because he bought in for the most chips. So Doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, at one point yesterday, Hellmuth had the most chips at the table, but he was down the most also. So keep that in mind. Players are selected generally by Matt Glantz, but Matt Glantz kind of puts these lineups together. He does a great job for Poker Night in America. In addition,
I have no idea.
we will run satellites
heavyweight
at each
battle.
casino that we
number
travel
1
to.
versus number 1,000.
For example, and Keith Bowman, by the way, actually won that satellite. It was a $1,000 satellite, and he won that. And there's the gentleman on the right side of your screen, so he's playing in this table. They're actually running a satellite right now.
9.
And the winner of that will play after dinner, which will be at 7 p.m. local time.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah.
The ambassador on Twitch says Hellmuth was awesome. It was great watching him yesterday.
If you
Yeah,
would've
I
called
agree.
him with a 4
A lot of fun
there,
watching
or
him
an
play.
ace or something. I need the kid in there.
I had 2 red cards in my hand.
He and Jason both were, real classy, top-notch guys. I
You just needed
already
ace
had a
10.
lot of respect for both of them, but
I mean, it would have been
meeting
a
them and
pre-flop, but
getting to know them just a little bit better.
No, but it would have been
Very
a
cool.
cool. When I make it 700, I don't think you want to jam with ace 10 against me. But then
Wapry
when it
says,
came ace deuce 4, you can't get away.
Talk,
I
how many
would've bet
charities
just
make?
about
How much did the
every
charities make yesterday? I don't know if they donated or matched their losses, but unfortunately, Hellmuth did not make any money. I think he lost like 35 or 40,000. So, unfortunately, it was not a good day for charity.
Yeah, it was about 30,000 Hellmuth lost. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming he did not go to the food bank and take $30,000 worth of food away.
That'd be great. No food today for you.
I wouldn't expect anything else.
It's like the soup Nazi, right?
big time gamble.
Get a raise called in 16 spots. Jacks are cheap. Nobody's got a jack. Hellmuth the 5. And he has the best hand right now. He's in the button as well.
450.
Yeah, 450.
Get in there, boys. I don't have anything. Give him his hand back.
Got like the ace 5.
That's the nuts, a 5. A 5 is the nuts, right? Maybe nothing.
It's true. A 5 was the nuts.
I had a 5.
Could not beat it.
I wanted to check raise so badly. I
I
thought
wish-
you were
I
going to call
wish-
well with like ace high.
I wish you would have.
Can I put the double straddle on?
I wish you would have. I want you to challenge me. Try to
can do
bluff me
that, no
4 or 5
problem.
times. Let's see if I have the heart to call you with bottom pair.
You can put a double straddle on. You can put a quadruple
like it.
straddle on.
I called you
Phil, will you
bottom
put
pair.
4 on if he goes 3?
No.
It has to be 4. I gotta go 4 though. Yeah, you gotta double it.
Right.
Don't worry, Baker will pick up aces, sir.
We had an epic hand at the end of last night's show where we had the
Careful,
triple
my
straddle
blind.
on. We had the
Aces. It's a twist.
100,
That's why they
200,
usually lurk.
400,
600.
and then Glantz picked up ace king, and Baker picked up 10s. Hellmuth raises the 600 on the double straddle, and Hellmuth takes it.
I have
Easy game.
a $600 hand. But not a 5K hand. 600.
The funny thing with Hellmuth is, and I'm not going to begin to suggest that I understand this man, but he limps in with so many strong hands that I would imagine 3-betting him when he raises would be very effective. Because he just doesn't seem to be kings he limps in with. You know, ace-jack suited he limps in with. So many of his premiums he's limping in with that when he opens, there's a pretty strong chance that he doesn't have that big a hand.
Play again yesterday.
Now, king-queen obviously is a good hand, but
Play on the second half of this.
So
if somebody
what's
makes it,
coming on
you know,
you guys now?
1600
Chip leader?
or
Ray
1800,
Hanson?
does he really want to call?
Sweet.
Yeah.
Poker Ho still in there?
He's still
Rep
in.
Porter?
Rep Porter.
Nice.
Race.
A lot of good guys. So left.
Those are 3 pretty good players right there, by the way. There's
Very
like
good.
40 left over there.
Yeah, probably less now. No, that's probably right. I think it started with 70 today.
In the
they came out.
Thunder Valley main event, it's Poker Ho, it's Ray Henson, it's
Rep
Rep
Porter.
Porter. Who else? There must be some other players in there.
Poker Ho and Rep Porter
Dan?
are the same person.
Dan came yesterday. I didn't even see him.
Yeah, no, he's in there.
It's Poker Ho. It's Rep Porter. It's Rep.
Skippy.
Skippy's in there, yeah.
Yeah.
I really thought JC was going to win it. I heard he won the last one here.
Hanson outflops Bonsack. Bonsack was the original raiser with the ace king. Not a
think
good flop for
Keller's
for an
probably
ace king of hearts.
I think so too.
I mean,
And that's
he
a
had
pretty good check by
he had
Bonsack. A lot of us
his
get.
minutes today, so. unlikely he's out.
We get married to our ace king.
Yeah, I want to give props.
And then you
to
see a
Sam
flop like that, and you go,
Abernathy.
well, I'll just put one c-bet out there.
I mean,
Ari won.
Kitty Wow was there.
Check fold.
Who else was there at the end?
Ari Engel won.
Ari Engel.
Ari Engel
I
did
really
win
like
the Aussie
Ari.
Millions yesterday. Congratulations to Ari. I've done a lot of commentary with that man. Good guy. Congratulations to
And
him.
then Tony Dunst was down
Dunst
there
was
too.
third.
He got second.
Even though Tony attacks me on air all the time. Congratulations, Tony.
Yeah, Tony Dunn, second place. Samantha Abernathy, third place in the Aussie Millions. Congratulations to all of them.
Four kind of known players in the final 6, right?
It was all U.S.
As you heard them talking
Honestly,
about, the
for
Thunder
those that
Valley
are,
Casino
like,
Resort
Just starting out.
has
and
our main
just-
event
just
going on
finding
right now.
small
About
stakes.
40
Ari
players
Engel
remain.
started-
Rhett
I mean, for
Porter, Ray
years he
Henson.
played the 300s
I think
and
Tapar
the 500s,
is still in
traveled around
there.
the country and learned and got better and better, and now he's winning $10,000 main events, and he's one of the best players on tour. It just shows if you work hard and you play and you put in your hours, you can get there.
Yeah, I met Samantha.
What's up,
3
Boltar?
years ago. She was playing nightlies at the series, and then called Nolan and said, "You got to get this girl on. She's good." And then she's on the show and crushed
Yeah,
it.
it usually works, right?
You got her on?
I called Nolan and tell her to get her on. Yeah.
625 right?
Oh, here we go.
I told him to put her on.
Hanson opens. It's called in 3 spots.
Here we go.
I got the email, Phil. I beat
He
you.
flops a pair.
Okay.
Check it around.
Ross out flops him, though, with 2 pair.
Bet
No,
450.
I think Sam's very cool.
450.
She's very cool. And she's
Ross is going to bet here.
Really nice.
super sweet.
Yep.
Hanson calls.
That would have been a good board for your ace.
Both Tran and Baker got out of the
It
way.
wouldn't have been?
That would have been
And Hanson drawing dead to a 10.
That's a
Is it 2-4?
board for us.
That is not a 10.
2-4?
2 pair.
Bet the turn with no outs?
aces and threes.
Oh, you had a 4. You had a 4. Bottom pair. I got you.
So you were going to bet that river, Mr.
No. I was
Obviously.
just bluff catching, but
Good
bluff
read.
catching was far the worst hand.
What do you have, ace 3?
No, he had ace 3, yeah. He had top bottom.
Yeah, Scary River. It looked like Bart had a 4 there.
I wasn't worried about that. I was trying to make a bet.
I'm joking with you, Mike.
Limit hold.
C-Sync says, Todd Anderson said Jim Harbaugh might be on the show this
He ripped
weekend.
me on the
Can you tell us who's on after break? I don't know who's going to be on after break, but I know Jim Harbaugh is not going to be, unfortunately.
And then
We'll look to get him on. He was
I did?
he was really looking forward to playing, from what I had heard.
Check. It was something.
Was
with it.
very very optimistic that he'd
I
be able
just
to
say
make
it
it this
like it is,
weekend,
buddy.
but unforeseen circumstances prevented him from coming out to Sacramento.
Did you bet with the worst?
But we are traveling to Pittsburgh,
question is that?
Philadelphia
That's a
over the
ridiculous
next couple of
question.
months.
And Phil called
our
with the
hope
best.
is, no promises, but our hope
He
is
raised.
that Jim
raised,
Harbaugh,
he
the former coach of the 49ers, current coach of the
basically you're saying my
Michigan
analysis was spot
Wolverines,
on.
It was spot on.
and former quarterback in the NFL, will play on Poker Night in America sometime in the next few months.
Yeah, but to be fair, I 3 hands earlier, I'd moved in with a 9 high
Yeah.
on the river with absolutely a busted straight draw. So it was a little.
He made it straight on the turn.
Hanson raises, Baker calls.
I moved in on the river with a 9-7 on the 10-10-8 board. I just thought he had an 8.
Check that.
And he studied for 5 minutes.
And then I said, let's flip a coin. He said no to the coin, and I didn't pick up on it. And I offered to let
No,
somebody
I don't want
flip
the,
it.
I don't want a 50% chance of him calling.
Hanson with the gut
No.
shot. He can also try to represent
But,
that
I mean,
ace, and
he
he's
had
going to try
an
to.
impossible call.
I don't think Bonsak's going to fold so quickly, though. He calls.
Like you or I, like.
Hanson can actually catch an 8, a 9, or a 10, take the lead here.
Everybody laughs at us when we're wrong.
Deuce is
I
not
don't
going to
care
change
about that,
anything, though.
Well,
If
you,
I go with my read, I'm happy.
yeah, I mean, it was a big bet. It wasn't.
Bonsack checks,
That's
pot's
5100.
Yeah, it
11.25.
wasn't 2,000 or something.
Airball. And then I made a straight 3 hands later. I mean, I'd like to say all skill, JC.
Also, he didn't even have time to see
Bart fires a second bullet.
before he made
No, we had a show.
I had
it.
to show.
It was so big.
Remember, we had the rule in place where I had to show it. I would have mucked it face down for sure.
No. Come
I never show bluff and hold 'em, ever. Not my style.
And he gets Bonsack to fold the best of it.
Once you start showing bluffs, so you can't bluff as well later. too. I mean, I think he was kind of
It's not
unlucky,
showing good.
and then when I did make it, he had top pair.
Because nobody really gets that info.
I let up already.
I did. I let out. I thought 100% I was good, and
It came 9 jack. I had queen 10. It went bet raise. I called an 8 peeled. Check, 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 and then another 8. Check, check, and he fired.
I'm just talking about.
And I just didn't think he had a full house. So
it was a
I
great
moved
check. I mean, I thought I was good right there. I'm gonna try and make some money on it.
Is it my turn to tip? Yeah.
Oh,
I like top.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Well, which card was
which
here?
we do the front card. Was that the tip pot? Was that the first hand with it?
That was the first one.
Yeah, that
So
was
it was
What was the
ace
flop?
7-6.
Ace. It was ace. Whatever.
Ace here?
Ace on the first card.
This is JC.
I'm trying to figure out
Why did
who
you think you had to pay if it came ace 7 6?
I was asking.
who owes a tip. Hello, Rick Barstow. What's up?
No, because he won the pot.
6 was the first
What's up?
card?
Goat B. Bryant,
He's 6. So
Clemson Tiger,
Thank you, Ben.
Color Me Up, Rad Poker.
It pays to be local.
Welcome to the stream, guys.
Local rules.
No, this is my town, you know.
Local rules.
yeah.
So you mean when when JC Tran hits a ball out of bounds in a big golf match, then like they pull it back in bounds? Local rules?
They
Local rules?
yeah, free drop.
Free drop.
Environmental hazard.
And when my ball, I played a golf match once. Oh, actually, I'm really going to accuse me of name dropping, but I'll do it anyway. All right. I played a golf match once in Dallas against Troy Aikman.
500.
And I swear to God, I'm not kidding you. Troy hit a ball a mile into the woods. 2 caddies ran as fast as they could to find this ball. Well, it's over here, Troy. Every time he missed it, they found it like just these guys because they all grew up fans of his, right? When I hit a ball out of bounds, it was just lost. It was in the woods.
They didn't even take.
You didn't see 2 caddies scurrying
They were
after
still
my
on their
balls.
phone, looking around.
Yeah, they were like, Phil, did you hit it over there to the right? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I was like, what?
Oh,
All right, here we go. Phil. Round 2.
Round 2, yeah. Somehow I have you pipped, I think, but let's see if it holds up. Check.
Top set for Tran Hellmuth with a pair of kings.
Check.
that.
Hellmuth picks up some outs here, namely 4. A king would get him in trouble. A jack would give him the pot. But of course, one of the problems with that is, if a jack comes off, is he going to get paid? JC Tran, what a legend. One of the most well-respected
I thought
poker
I had you
players
on the
in the
flop,
poker
and
community.
now I think somehow you have me on the turn? That doesn't make sense.
Big laydown.
Tran bets 800. Hellmuth gives it
If
up.
he had king 10, that was a brutal beat. Because it was going to go check, check, and he was going to pay me off. I don't know.
We were yesterday, the dealers were taking off their tags. I don't know if that matters.
Keith, you having a good time?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm
Mr.
kinda having a
Fizbin says,
conversation. You guys are
any chance Mason Malmuth plays in
Got it
Poker Night in
together.
America? He's welcome. I'd
Pretty
love to get him on the show.
I'm in
Good
trap
old
mode
Mason.
against you all day.
Let's get him on.
When I have hands like king, queen suited, I'm just going to call you.
a lot better time a few hands start coming.
But it's
Yeah,
weird.
sure,
though.
you get involved in a
Flop,
couple of
I'm
big
like, I'm
pots.
calling them down.
You bust me,
Things
you
will
bust
change.
Somehow I didn't like it. Get that.
Just be glad it didn't come a king.
Raise.
What's your wife doing tonight?
Sometimes you can trap somebody, you're the one in bad shape. Where?
What's your wife doing tonight?
You gonna play every pot or
Just hanging out.
just let me know?
It's nice to watch the stream when I post it.
We don't keep VPIP which is how many basically voluntarily entering pots. We don't keep those statistics, do we?
I'm going to pick up aces.
Our new system can actually track that, yeah.
I'm curious, can we get the graphic up later on today?
I will talk to the guys in the graphics room. We can track, like aggression frequency, when to
I don't
showdown
care about that as much,
percentage,
but
VPIP I think is on there.
Basically, VPIP and raising are the two where it's are the most relevant.
You limp in the dark? I'm going to do that too.
And I'm curious if what our viewers think is consistent with what is actually happening. Sometimes what is the appearance is not necessarily always what's actually true.
I will check with the graphics team. I'll let you know.
That'd be cool.
I don't want to do stuff like that. It makes them want me to do it more. I'm limping under the gun too. I'm committed in the dark.
Yeah, but see, here I don't give up a pre-flop read.
Oh,
Race.
No more limping.
Should I just not look and just say you got aces and say good hand right now?
you shouldn't say not looking and putting 300. At least you save a 50 this time.
So Hanson limps in from the small blind. Baker raises out of the big blind.
Take the 50.
And I think Baker will probably end up taking this one down.
Again.
No, I'll give you some action.
Round
No?
2. Ooh, a little
Actually, look
butt
at this.
There, JC.
Bowman's going to give him action, which surprised me, and I think that brought in Hanson. I don't think Hanson calls him heads up, but how about flopping the flush?
Sorry.
It's good to be Bart
I
Hanson.
didn't even say raise. I said you
That's Bart's, wow, I flopped the flush look.
No. I mean all. Trust me.
Bet.
And I'm going to get no action whatsoever.
Oh, come on. It's not that good.
Show it if it's so
Come
good,
on. It's
Bart.
not that good.
The last time though.
For those of you wanting to know why Bart Hanson is one of my best friends, I hang out with him because I feel cooler when I'm with him.
Not if a four wheels off on the turn.
I figured that might be like one little bit, but if you have something, you know.
I would have. I had nothing.
You had nothing.
That was a horrendous flop from my end.
Straight on.
I had a good starting hand, but
Growing up, I had a lot of short friends because that made me feel tall.
that's pretty good starting hand, pretty bad flop. The no pair, no draw.
Yeah, it looks like our new system can track VPIP, pre-flop raise percentage, aggression frequency, and when to showdown percentage.
Impossible for you, JC. You cannot net up.
Race.
I know you.
That would be awesome, Brian.
I didn't say for how long.
I hate to give you guys new jobs, but if we have it, that's cool.
Involved. I know
I'll give you a little
I could knit up
dark
a lot.
action.
You're like, I'm going to call the re-raise just because I can
Do you have
outplay
anything?
him. You know,
I mean, I have 2 cards
Wait till
that
you
were
see the
worthy
hand.
of pre-flop raising.
Ross with the ace king, Baker with the
All
ace
right.
6. Ross
I
way
can't
ahead.
give up yet. Maybe on the turn, but not right at this spot.
Oh.
I don't think you can give up on the turn. I think you have
What do you think?
Jack 10.
Jack 10?
Jack 10 can't. Ace 6 is better. I mean, I'm sorry, Jack 10 is better than the ace 6, obviously. But Baker's putting him on Jack 10 and going to bet anyway.
Since you think I have Jack 10.
Maybe a King Jack. Queen. Can't beat King Jack now.
Come on, Ross, you got to bet it. You have to bet this, Ross. You got to bet it, Ross.
You do have King Jack?
Here's a crying call from Baker.
I was going to say King Jack before I said Jack 10. Feels like King Jack. Maybe you have Jack 9. Jack 9, I could beat Jack 9.
You don't want to get bluffed by me on television.
That's true.
Queen.
Not even close.
Oh, ace king. All right.
Ace King's good. For those of you who think I might be a little harsh on Bart, if you can't make fun of your best friends, who can you make fun of? And that's why you have best friends, right? Guy was best man at my wedding. I think we can make fun of each other. It's okay. He does the same thing to me. I would expect him to.
You could limp in the
Bad call.
No, can't do that.
I would have guessed A7.
I mean, I could talk for hours about this dude in Rochester that I'm
A7
friends
wasn't
with.
going to win the pot.
Right. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. Nobody
got
thinks
Jack.
I
You
can
got
just
Jack.
smooth call and smooth
Saying
call.
he had ace jack.
You're gonna win.
Mike Rossi, doing what he's done to me since the day I met him. Take my money.
River you?
Race.
It's really enjoyable, but not necessarily because it's you. Just to win a pot is very exciting.
It's true. You just
Winning
want a pot
pots is
on,
fun.
It's
on
fun.
national TV.
Yeah.
It's
a little
fun.
nicer though to begin, isn't it?
And then you have the ace king, and they're calling your hand wrong, and it's a lot of fun.
Oh, I knew you had it. So, I mean, I might have been a little bit off.
For sure, yeah. I mean, you know,
I was like,
You and
he
me,
has it.
All right.
I don't have that bluff in me right there, a little 1100.
I
Especially
can,
when
I can,
think,
I can beat some value bets too.
yeah.
It wasn't just.
You wouldn't be that much off if you had put him on the queen deuce. It's only one notch, right?
Only one notch
Yeah,
difference.
that's
You're right. There wasn't much difference between a queen and ace king in that spot.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I didn't think king jack though.
But since I didn't think he had a queen, and I had an ace, it was very difficult for him to have an ace as well.
Okay, I call in the dark.
You doing that?
Yeah.
All right. I like it.
I really want to put the 100 on, but I think calling in the dark. I like what JC did there. It's just.
And in the dark.
Call in the dark under the gun.
They need to
You know why
isolate
I'm doing
that.
it?
They
Just
need
so
to
there'll be a
isolate that
thread on
because
2
the
plus 2
dealer
about
sound
what a
like
bad move
limp in
it
the
is.
dark.
That's why I'm doing it.
I've never been on there one time, ever.
All in the dark.
I know there's a lot
I
of
was on
poker
2 plus
talk
2 the last time in 2002. I made one statement on there, I think, last year, but
Race.
it was too hard for me to go on there. They were mean.
They talk about a lot of stuff I don't understand. Variance,
Reverse.
aggression, 3 times, 4 times. I don't really understand a lot of that.
It's just a lot of dribbles.
I just want to throw the money in there.
I just don't like to go to a place
Race from
where
Hanson with
someone's gonna be mean
kings.
to me.
Baker 3-bets, and I was wondering when Baker would. Hanson has been very active, raising with a bunch of
Why
hands,
gotta be
calling, and I was
so
wondering when Baker would kind of like
Taylor Swift.
put his foot down.
6 1/4?
6 1/4.
Yeah.
Hanson just calls.
12 you.
Well, Hanson dodges a bullet. I thought for a second it was 2 pair here for Baker, but
Just
Baker
throw
does have
some
top
rolling
pair.
out in there.
And Hanson's not going to go anywhere.
Could be a good final table.
See how
Would
big
be
this
great,
pot
man.
can get.
Yeah.
The first Poker Night in America final table show with some. Actually, I think it'll be the second or third one. I think we did one in Minneapolis.
Oh, yeah. I was
You
there.
won one of them, didn't you?
Check
I
call
won
here
one,
from
but that
Hanson.
was,
Pot is now 3,300-ish.
I'm proud of that one because I was on the mic for 2 days straight. Played Chinese poker all night, every night against Sean Deeb.
Third diamond
And,
out there. Hanson has the king of
left
diamonds.
Day one in the middle to go
Baker
to
now
the
drawing
Pittsburgh
really
Penguins.
thin.
Still won.
That's pretty good.
But I was lucky at the end. We got down
I was
to 3
kind of
and
expecting like a black 3 on the turn.
The only time you ever lose is when you're lucky.
Baker's going to continue
That was
firing.
the worst hand several times.
Hanson's going to see which king he has.
Never happens to me.
Hanson will take a moment, but he's always calling this.
I mean, Sacramento.
Bonus and rules weekend.
Really? Wow. You won tickets or you bought tickets? Or?
You're not winning tickets.
Call.
Wow.
You watch that Kings game
11
last
and a
night?
quarter.
100 more.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Going to the Super Bowl.
They were up 10.
Oh, I heard it on the radio.
Like up 10 with like a minute 45.
And on a non-eventful river, this could easily go check-check.
There was a guy trying to sell us tickets. He
Check.
won on DraftKings or something in LA.
No, I'm going to big group, so
If Baker bets the river, he's turning his hand into a bluff.
I think so, yeah. I haven't seen it
I think he checks it back.
I'm gonna bet most rivers, but I think I'm gonna check that one.
Hope that means I win. Wow, I was like, what do I beat? Rolling through, run out.
That wasn't what you wanted?
Yeah, the queen, the jack, the ace.
yet. Oh, he wanted the ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
Just in case Baker had the queen of diamonds.
Well, you guys are even on kings and aces now. Huh?
Baker, stick to aces, buddy.
It was the ideal river card for you, buddy.
Nice hand, sir.
Even if the river was a brick and he fired huge, I wasn't happy.
He might have tried to bluff 2K on the river.
I wasn't going to bluff 2K on the river. I was going to value that 2K on the river. I thought I had the best hand. Almost value bet anyway. I wish I would have. I might have won.
You can't. Is he serious? He almost value bet?
That's true.
I think if he bets the river, it's clearly he's turning his hand into a bluff. I don't know how you could possibly get called by worse on a ace, queen, jack, 3 diamond board.
Raise.
All right, I call.
Call.
Wow.
See? Knit. One orbit knit.
Everybody's
Bowman
in the
opens,
spot.
Hanson calls, Baker calls,
Keith, we're all coming
Ross
right
calls.
after you, buddy.
Everybody's in. The guys
Bonsack
raised
calls,
one
Hellmuth
spot.
You want to
calls.
get the small stack
We're
already?
coming right after you, buddy.
JC Tran, the only folding, only folder.
In the dark.
Come on, JC, step it up.
I check.
Check.
Ace 9 deuce. Bowman, the original raiser. He's gonna like it.
Bet.
I think this is a fold. Nice laydown by Bart.
I think Keith, look at you.
Nice hand.
Look,
Here
you
you
got
go,
it,
buddy.
Keith. Nice hand.
I mean, Bowman's just never.
Ace, queen of hearts.
Bowman's never bluffing
That'd be a good
into
one.
6 players. Like if Bowman had jacks there, he's not betting. Like Bowman's just not bluffing into that many players, and on an ace high flop, you can play those small suited aces if you're disciplined enough to get away from them when you realize you're no good.
Live 100. Raise.
300?
Straddle pot.
Almost a rematch.
Almost.
Bart had to poke his beak in there.
Jack 8 deuce, 2 hearts
Yeah,
out
hey.
there. Baker with a flush draw. Ross with a
Did
gut
anybody-
shot. Hanson with the best hand now with a pair of 8s.
Bet.
Checks to Ross. He's going to bet. Hanson will call, and we'll see what Baker does. Oh, pardon me. For a second, I thought it was Jack 8 deuce, 2 hearts. So Baker did not have the flush draw. My bad. 2 diamonds now there. A 9 would be a terrible card for Hanson, as that would give Hanson 2 pair, and it would complete Ross's gut shot.
1250, yeah.
Good double barrel there from Ross. Gets Hanson to fold. Spicy Wasabi says, "Did you watch the Aussie Millions final table?" I did
You're not
not.
allowed to fold
I'll watch it at some point. I'll watch the archive version. But I was busy last
Always got
night.
to pull that bet on the turn from now on.
He'll call when he has kings.
Yeah, he likes those kings.
Yeah, that was a pretty dumb move with the ace 4 the first day, huh? When you had the ace king.
Well, got me
Phil would have
semi
loved that
unstuck. Did get me semi unstuck. I guess.
Call.
Don't play right into your aces, baby.
Call. Check.
Not this time.
3 of you.
right, check.
Bet. Call.
Sugar, how'd you get so fly?
In the dark on the river.
4 dark.
In the dark. Call.
You got it?
I don't know. Nope, I don't have it.
Jack.
Nice hand.
Baker wins with a pair of jacks. We continue on. We are at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento. About an hour and 20-minute drive from Lake Tahoe.
I mean, on the turn.
We're near Napa, we're near San Fran. What they kind of say about Sacramento in this area,
Last time
there's
Paul
nothing
just-
really
just
here,
stole it last time.
but they're near a bunch of really cool shit.
Hard to steal from this group.
Yeah.
So raise in the dark.
Raisin.
Straddle.
Straddle.
Ed Shero asking if
we
dealers
have a
get
different-
tips. They do. The players tip them a lot,
So I
actually.
get last option.
I think every
We call
30
that
minutes
poker
they
in
give like a
America, we call that
$75
double
tip or
straddle.
something like that.
Double straddle.
I get to fold when it gets to me.
This
That's
is
a
Poker Night in
straddle,
America, the
that's a
cash
double
game.
straddle.
First time I've seen it.
Well, it's easier.
Call.
Did we give her a tip pot?
Yeah.
Yes, we
got
did.
it.
Yes, yes.
Oh, look at this, huh?
I want my cards back.
All right.
That good, huh?
Possibly.
You raised your eyebrow.
There is
Keith, on
$475 out there.
Luck.
that. What? Really? Show the bluff. You got to show the bluff there, don't you?
I'll let you guys pick one. It's not a problem.
Let's see this one.
We each get to pick one?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Mr. Shaw. Thank you all very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice hand, sir.
Thank you.
No, I could go.
You wouldn't have PLO flip flop, right?
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at the sit and go
Pretty good for you.
It works
over in the
sometimes.
poker room.
Matt wasn't.
Until
in
he
for
gets
full on the
mad
five
and
pair.
makes
Right,
it
right,
900.
right.
Yeah.
The winner of that will be joining us after dinner break. We'll be going here from 2 p.m. until 6 p.m. Players will go on a 1-hour dinner break.
Before you flip
We'll
over
have
the
some
deuce,
sort
right
of
off the bat,
entertainment for you for that
yeah,
hour.
top pair and
And
the
then at
best
7
flush
p.m. the
draw.
players will return, and we'll play 4 more hours of poker. Tomorrow, the final table of the main event that is going on right now. About 33 players remain in that main event.
Yeah.
And I think we pick up the action 5-handed. Am I correct, Brian?
Aha. Right.
Yes, it should be 5-handed at that point tomorrow.
Right.
And I believe our dinner break today, we're going to get some players in the booth here just to answer questions from the chat.
Awesome.
So Alec Trelli's done that a couple of times, and audience reaction's been really strong. So I believe Matt Glantz is lining some players up. Just informal Q&A with the chat during the dinner break.
Sounds good. It'd be like Reddit.
Yeah, why not, Bart?
Yeah, very much like a live AMA.
Why not?
Hanson raises the 300 with the Jack-8 offsuit on the button.
You do to
Ross is
win a
going
big
to
one.
defend.
It's the best hand right now. It's
Possibility.
very possible.
I did just smooth call him with ace king now.
Nothing there for either player.
So what seat tips? Seven.
Yeah, king and queen doesn't play on 7-handed table.
Check, check.
Hanson checks it back. Turns a 4. Jack high still the best hand. Ross has picked up a gutter. Hanson with the delayed c-bet. I think sometimes when you can put that delayed c-bet in there against a good player, you can make your hand look like a queen, like a hand that has showdown value, but you kind of want to check it back one street for pot control.
It's nice out there, right? California, baby. Pretty nice place we live in.
Have you golfed out here yet?
No, last time I was up here, Matt was trying to set something up, but I have a nice article in Golf Digest coming out. I did a photo shoot where I stood on the table and they put stacks of chips, 20 stacks of chips, 30 high, and they said, Phil, we want you to hit a wedge through them. This was on Tuesday. And I was worried about hurting my wrist. And the first swing, I just went, I went through them all. And so I did that like 5 or 6 times. 7-iron, sand wedge. It was the coolest photo shoot I've ever been in.
I have yet to play golf with Hellmuth. I'm gonna arrange that this summer. Maybe in the spring. Who knows?
I tried not to use my clubs. I'm like, they wanted to bring my clubs, and I'm like, you want me to hit through all that stuff with my clubs? $450.
Again, I go back to my point earlier. When Hellmuth raises, he's got a good but not great hand. More often than not. I mean, I don't want to pigeonhole him into a corner because obviously it's Phil Hellmuth. There's a reason why he has 13 bracelets and why he's dominated the poker scene for such a long time. But I think if you're paying attention to how often he is limping in with his premiums, I think there's an opportunity there to 3-bet him when he opens. Baker could get himself in trouble here. Bowman with trip kings. Baker also with trip kings. And this is a little bit optimistic by Baker. I love his game and I love him personally. But I think when you get an amateur, and Bowman came out and said he was an amateur, when he raises and there's a field like this, you've got to at least think on a dry board like this, what do you think he's raising with? And King 9 can't really beat anything. I think I might just call that and see how the turn lays out. I mean, there's no turn card that's going to necessarily scare me or change or kill my action if I do have the best hand. Baker picks up a flush draw. I mean, obviously, anytime it trips over trips, it's a cooler. But I just think, if you're playing against an amateur and he raises in and there's a lot of players in that field, and Baker got real lucky here. Real lucky. And I think with that bet sizing, that screams blocker bet. I think Baker can raise this always. I think he's up against King Jack or King 10 almost always. Just because of the raise sizing. I think if Bowman, if Bowman had more and had bet like 3,000, Baker can probably just call, worried about a full house. But I think when your opponent bets 1,000 into 6,000, it's almost always a blocker bet. And I think you can raise this for value. Laprise says poor amateur. Alori, I'm asking what Keith Bowman does for a living. Apparently he's a land developer. Keith Bowman, of course, in the kind of the pastel blue and green checkered shirt. We're staring at him right now. Baker on the right side of the screen. Baker raises. Bowman hates it. There's the call, though. And Baker nods his head.
Nice hand.
Unlucky there, Keith.
Yep. Damn it.
And you never like to see that. I mean, yesterday we had the
unsure.
We had a satellite winner come in.
Unsure. It was King Queen, King Jack, or King 10. I was worried about the King Queen, but
no spade.
Yeah.
I mean, poker can be brutal like that. It was nice to see Anthony Pagan yesterday, our 888 satellite winner, double up. And you'd like to see the same thing for Keith Bowman, at least, play for a few more hours. He's only been here for about an hour and a half. And he has lost about 80% of what he won yesterday.
Yeah. Maybe they're not going to win.
Yeah. In a place like this, I probably don't expect
The limp?
How did the gun limp again?
Still not the smartest
It wasn't blind.
150. All right. So I think
Knit.
Yeah, I got lucky. He had king 10.
They
I had
fell
king 9,
for
so I
it.
came spade spade, and I made the flush at king 9 suited.
You didn't like the way I was playing.
I'm checking the key.
With the turn 1 check check in the river.
They pick up complain.
No.
I was playing too many
Maybe
aces.
we're
On
getting
the
some
turn with
complaints.
queen of spades on the river.
Not really.
I was scared. I checked back the turn. I didn't like my hand.
Go ahead.
What do you want?
Good.
Bowman's jack still in the lead. Not surprisingly, he's a little gun shy right now.
We're good again.
Oh. And this is what happens sometimes. You know, you get a little bit of run bad, then you become a little bit apprehensive. You don't bet, and you let your opponents get there. And this is where, you know, sometimes running bad can turn into playing a little bad, and then suddenly,
I mean, honestly, I think
you know, a bad session or a bad hour turns into a bad week or a bad month.
splitting a room, and then they're like, oh yeah,
Or they just
somebody's gonna
forget. A
come.
lot of times they just
How'd
forget.
you ever
like
get so
in the
fly?
pants or something.
Thank
We
you.
had an we were. In
By the way, I meant to make fun of Phil Hellmuth earlier when he was talking about Rep Porter and Poker Ho, and I said, oh, they're the same person. I was incorrect in that. I had a little bit of a brain fart there. Poker Ho is Mark Kroon. Of course, Maria Ho is Maria Ho. Rep Porter is his own
Start
person.
singing the window song. Start singing the window song.
And of course, Ray Henson.
And then we called security.
I have nothing to say about that, man.
Look and see like who was in a room and what happened. She found him in a pocket.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes like people just put something somewhere and they think they put it someplace else.
But I'm just saying, like, the stories about they're like, oh yeah, I left money in the safe, or I left my laptop out. And it's weird, you know.
Don't you open up that window.
Check down.
Don't let out the antidote. Don't you open up the front door.
You checked?
I already checked.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on, don't even.
I thought you were gonna have the ace again.
Better than ace. How does nobody even peel? You didn't even have any overs or straight draw? How's that possible?
Nothing.
No Jack 10?
Nope.
Come on, man.
You're running too good right now.
Yeah, if I didn't play so poorly in some other games, I could have some serious chips.
I think you got
Just gave Bart, just handing Bart money. Someone's got to support the man. I like Bart. Doesn't bother me
Value
to give
betting
him
the
one.
worst hand.
Not that good.
I had a queen. I mean, obviously, if I was value betting and
I mean, I had two
nothing
kings.
changed.
I had 2 kings, so what did you 3-bet me with, like queen 7?
Worse. Every once in a while, like I have to do something every once in a while to get action when I have the aces.
So it was a pretty good deal by me just to call then the
Oh yeah,
3-bet.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going off to the queen 4 suited.
4-bet, you're like a 5, like the king 5 in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. It's like every once in a while you got to throw a hand in there to keep him guessing. When the flop came, I'm like, yes.
Keith Bowman, by the way, won a 1K satellite, and he won 10K in that. Actually, he won 9K in that
I was
technically.
afraid maybe you had the ace 10 with ace of diamonds on the river. I couldn't win.
Tran with top pair. Hanson turns top pair.
You were bladed.
Check. Tran's going to bet. I imagine Hanson will call this.
Where are we to next, Philly?
Michigan.
Michigan? For poker pleasure or?
I'm gonna go. Jim
There's the call.
Harbaugh's doing something on the Wednesday,
Tran looking for a jack or a 10.
so I'm gonna
6 clubs.
fly and visit with him for a couple days.
Pot is
One of the
24.75.
premier coaches in all of football.
He's doing something fun with all of his recruits,
Yeah.
so I think it's going to be really fun.
Unconventional
There was a big
line here
article
from
yesterday
Hanson.
about that. In I forget what paper it was in, about Harbaugh and the recruits and bringing people in and stuff like that.
Maybe it's 1,100 and
It was a real big
2,400.
article.
So I'll fly in and.
He's going to build something
No,
special
it's the
there
guy
for
with
sure.
Michigan, whichever one that was.
Well, one of them.
Oh, okay.
One of them is recruiting and one of them doesn't recruit.
Right. John recruits, Jim does.
No.
JC
Jim
Tran doesn't
recruits
fall
and
for it though, and he gives up a
John
pair of
does.
jacks.
Tom was dead wrong to me.
Jim's a college coach,
Jim
and
coaches
John is a pro
University of
coach.
Michigan, and John coaches the pros.
I think still the pros recruit nowadays with free agents, but a little
Yeah,
different type of
it
recruiting.
was whoever the Michigan coach is. That's the one that.
Yeah.
That's Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh is the Michigan coach.
That's who the article was.
He used to be coach of the San Francisco 49ers and
Yeah.
left to coach his alma mater.
Anyway, I'm looking
He
forward
did
to
well
it.
there too. Incredibly, you see like a pro coach leave after doing so well. But I think
He's such a good coach. I mean,
He's one of the best coaches.
he's one of the
he
top
comes to
5
Stanford.
to 10 coaches in
Comes to
all
Stanford.
football.
he's too rah for the pros. I think that was the whole thing. That's
I mean,
why a
he
lot
did
of those
great.
guys didn't like him.
I mean, for a while he was. Man, he
What are you
brought him,
talking about?
Brought him to a Super Bowl, and
They were like 4-12. Harbaugh came, and they were 12-4 the very next year. Same players, basically.
No, I'm saying the players didn't like him. He did it really well as a coach. He was just too rah. He's more of a college type.
Well, it's
of,
basically the same team that Singletary had, and Harbaugh turned it completely around
Yep.
into a contender.
He almost won a national championship at Stanford. His first year at Michigan,
Yeah.
he had a shot at the national championship.
Turned him around from
that Michigan
from
State
nothing.
play.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
I mean, they're going like if that doesn't happen, they still have to win. They still have to beat Ohio State, but they had a shot.
Tran with the
He's
best
definitely
hand.
one of the top 5.
Had the best hand pre-flop.
five
Continues to have the best
coaches,
hand,
5
but
to
Ross
10
is going to bet
coaches
it.
in all of football.
Looks like 425.
So I'll go to so they're going to do something more. Tuesday night we'll go to the Indiana-Michigan game. Basketball.
Hoops, yeah.
But his brother-in-law coaches Indiana.
Tom Crane?
Tom Crane is Harbaugh's brother-in-law.
Ross drawing dead now. Check on the turn.
Then we'll do the event, and then
It's a pretty good bluff card,
and then
though.
it's supposed
If
to
you're
be
Ross,
me and Derek Jeter and Jim and a couple of others. They're going to get jet back to the Super Bowl, which is where I live.
I don't think a small bet's going to get it done, though.
I haven't met Derek Jeter yet, so.
I'm a huge Red Sox fan, and even I have the utmost respect for Jeter. Like, everybody has it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're Red Sox, Yankees, anything.
And I've asked around
Eh?
people that know him. Jeter's supposed
Look
to
at
be
that. The
class
small
guy.
bet does get it done. $700 bet into
He
1,600.
seems as class as they
Ross
come.
wins that one. Nice little
You're a
bluff.
fine man. Mr.
So I have a
JC.
fun
You're
week.
Fine,
Yeah,
fine
sounds
Jim.
awesome.
And then the Super Bowl's in my backyard, bro. So
You going?
I think so. I don't know. I'm gonna do Saturday. I'm going to Starkey Herring Foundation event where we put.
Once again, welcome to the Poker Night in America, the cash game. We're at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento.
Starkey Herring Foundation.
Phil Hellmuth,
Incredible.
David
organization.
Baker, JC Tran, Bart Hanson at this
they
table.
fly people to
Hanson
Africa,
pacing the field now.
and they put hearing
I think
aids
he's
to
up
kids
about
that are 12 years
12,000 on the
old
day.
that
I
have
think he
never
bought in
heard
15.
And you hear for the first time they hear their mother speak.
Keith
And their
Bowman, our
face
satellite
just
winner,
lights
had a
up.
rough day so far.
That's
He's down
what sound is
8,200.
like, you know?
Look at the VPIP there.
150.
Hanson at 44, Tran at 47, Ross at 42.
Starkey
So
Herring
everybody
Foundation
fairly
folks, if
active.
You want to contribute any money?
And you expect that in
I'll
a
be
TV
there.
show,
San
especially we're
Francisco
seven-handed,
State,
so people are going to play
hearing aids
more.
and kids.
I'd like to contribute some.
Nobody playing
Great work.
outlandishly too many hands or too few from what we've seen.
They've had President Clinton, President Bush, and go the other direction, Miley Cyrus. They've had all Larry
I can
Fitzgerald.
give it to you and you can handle it, I'm sure.
Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald, Adrian Peterson, those guys. If you're going to give money to me for that,
Get a raise by
make sure I
Tran.
have your name, and you should probably better if you just donate
Call
it
by
to the
Ross,
Oh, yeah.
3-bet by Hanson, action on
But
Baker.
If you do it through me,
Baker
then
with the
make sure you
9-8
give me your social
suited.
security number so you can write it off.
He's going to call as well.
So think about this: if you have a big year,
Tran gives it up.
the government's paying half your contribution to start.
I think Ross might call this.
Right.
He does call. Pot's just over $2,000.
So how's that for a week? Putting hearing aids in kids and
Sounds amazing.
rolling to Michigan.
Jealous.
Baker outflops him.
If I can get my car started.
$12.50 from Hanson. Baker's not going anywhere. Not just yet, at least. Three of hearts on the turn. Hanson checks. ODB. Gonna put a small little bet in there, 1,500 into 45, so that's 1/3 pot. And Hanson's done with this one.
Was there 5K in there? Guess not.
We'll have to wait 30 minutes for that one.
No, they're 1,500 bet.
Yeah, $1,500 was the bet. So
You guys made me show it.
It's true.
Yeah. Be honest, Baker.
Honestly, I was not bluffing. I had the best hand.
What was it? What was it?
It might be 2/8 the way he's talking.
That was
2/8 was the nuts.
that was over 5K.
But I could beat 2/8.
Yeah, over 5K. You gotta show us. Say
I thought it was only called bets.
That's what he said.
Jacks are good. Take it.
Once again, welcome to the stream, guys. Rad Poker, Wat Bry, Dafu, Persian Duck 2013, Rimdog, Summer Breezin', Bob Silver Rose,
I was not
Mudkip.
bluffing Mr. Hanson that
Welcome,
time.
guys.
I had the wrong color.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was exactly 10s.
If you have any questions for me, you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports. Of course, you can ask him in the chat room as well. If you have any questions for Bart Hanson, he's actually going to be taking your questions at 6 p.m. So during the dinner break, we're gonna show you footage of the tournament, the main event that's going on right here. There won't be any hole cards, but it'll just be in the background. And if you have any questions
Who's
for
all
Bart,
in? Nobody's all in
who
yet.
is
There's only 350
lead
out
pro
there.
over at crushlivepoker.com,
Who's all involved?
you can ask him at 6 p.m. So you can stay in the chat,
Sorry,
ask
Keith,
him any
I had your
question you might
number
have.
today.
He'll be here for a half hour.
There's two good hands there, you know.
I got to be honest.
Hey,
you're the
did you call?
last person I would want to beat at this table.
Oh, really? Cool. Next time, fold.
I know. I couldn't. I have trips. I
know.
had aces once and trips the other time.
I had the king, you had the
I
king. I had
know.
you. Well, we'd have chopped there.
Yeah, we had chopped it at the end.
Can I put 5 more on?
Yes, of course.
Sessions or whatever.
Anytime you can add on to whatever anybody wants. You know what? Here, give me that. I'll give you a chip. so
Well,
you
I
can
was
have an extra
going to
spot.
try
That,
for
I'm not-
Get in there, Keith.
I guess.
Huh?
He is. He's coming.
Baker sends that money right down south. See ya,
Buying
quick.
bullets. Buying bullets.
I have pockets. I have pockets.
Yeah.
Keith's
All right,
5,000
that's a good
behind,
idea.
guys.
So then it might make sense to have you. It might make sense to have you or AAA. Well, AAA will be paying you if you do it anyway, right?
Yeah. Hard, tough hand there.
We had a couple rough ones.
Okay.
You want to chop?
Take that.
No chop?
Yeah, yeah.
I have a big hand. I don't chop with that.
No, never.
Why would you? I don't chop with people that take my money.
Yeah, no, I agree.
There you go. Check on the turn, and then
I don't complain.
at the end.
No, no,
No,
no.
I bet it all
And then
the
take
way.
my
No,
money.
no, 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 not me.
But you made the flush at the end.
You kept calling. You had a king 9. I had
Yeah.
a king
Bart,
10.
can you give him 5?
Yeah.
Get yourself a hot dog with that 50
yeah,
at the
no.
game. I'm sure there's somewhere around that price. Like $20 or something at the Super Bowl.
A couple beers.
Did we do a tip pot for you already?
I'm right here. All right.
There you go. What did I just do that? There's 2, there's 4, there's 5.
Bowman raises
I'm gonna feel
with the
really
suited
bad if I
connector.
lose this hand.
I
What
won't.
is that?
I want to play.
What, you got 3-4s?
I won't.
I'm gonna play with one eye closed just to make it fair.
Well, that ought to help.
Hanson not in there.
400.
Mark Bonsack is. We don't know what Bonsack has. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Ross. Ross had deuces, but Bonsack's in as well. So he folds. Bonsack, open-ended. Bowman with a pair of 7s. 3 clubs out there. Neither player has a club in their hand. Bonsack misses.
Let's see him behind.
Will he bluff at it,
You
though?
have 5 more, right? Yeah.
No, he's already
He's
got
got
it.
5. He got the 5,000. Yeah.
Got about 6.
You might see a little bit of an under bluff here. No, he bets half the pot. And Bowman forced to give up the 7s. It's been a tough day for Keith.
One hand don't work.
I actually might have the smaller chips in my pocket if you
Turn
want
was
me to
good
take
for
one.
me.
I just
Really
pulled
good.
out half fresh. Whatever you want.
That's all right.
Just let me know if you'd rather have the physical chips. I was digging in my pocket and that was the first thing that came up.
I don't know if you brought cash here, but they said that they'll actually cut it just us that play in the game a check for chips.
Oh yeah?
So you can give them all the, don't convert it to cash, they'll give you a check for the chips. Because it was like a whole thing. Like I don't like, I guess it's not a big deal domestically, but I would rather not carry a percentage of cash. They don't do wires here, so.
I'm downtown.
Right.
How many are left? You're one of them?
How many?
In that hot seat. The hot seat plays this afternoon. Skippy still in?
Oh, it's $1,000
He's
satellite?
got chips?
Baker wins that one.
For 10K buy-in?
I don't care about that.
Poker Night in America, the cash game. We've got a lot in store. We are traveling to Philadelphia. We are traveling
that
to
yesterday?
Pittsburgh, and we are traveling to Oklahoma over the next few
You can
months.
buy right in. They had smaller ones to get into the 1,000 too, right?
I bought him for 1,000.
5-handed now for a couple of
Satellite, I
hands.
like that satellite.
And this makes a difference. I mean, I think
They're
these
doing
are
one right
things
now?
that you've got to pay
Yeah.
attention to and notice when you're playing. If a couple of guys get up, you're playing 6-handed, 5-handed for a couple of hands, that's going to change. Got about a little over 2 hours before our dinner break, then we'll come back at 7.
You notice as soon as Phil gets up, JC gets up. I mean, I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. But.
Limped around. Nobody's got much of anything. 6-high flop. Bowman with the best of it. Come on, Bowman, just lead out and win the pot. Imagine he's going to check call this. Just not Bowman's day. The old 49ers. And this is going to be tough. I mean, if you're Bowman, it's blind on blind. You probably think your 6 is good.
It's kind of slow going right now.
Bowman looking for a 6 or a jack. And unfortunately, that is not a jack or a 6. Pot's $800.
I think I'm playing.
Expect Hanson to bet about 4.
$625.
No, he's going to bet more.
JC in a big pot. Yeah.
Bowman with
Yeah.
about 5,800 in front of him, so he has rebought.
Really? Got that?
Held it. Get ace with that hand. I was wondering what he had that way.
Nice laydown by Bowman.
Got lucky in the turn. 2 pair, 9s and 4s. 3-1 in the blind.
We got a straddle just to get some money.
Straddle, it'll be straddle. Let's go.
Let's just, we gotta get
Here we go. Straddle, restraddle.
Look at something going on.
You got to put in something blind. You haven't put in anything when you look at your hand.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
You know, this is for TV. They want to see some action, you know?
I think I've played in pretty many plots.
I can only bluff so many times.
I know. I understand.
If you don't believe me, ask them.
Button slides in front of one Keith Bowman. Straddle pot, double straddle is on. So 25, 50, 100, 200. We're only five-handed,
This
so
is an
4 of the
auto-raise by
5
Bart.
players are in the
It's an
straddle.
auto-raise.
100%.
Whoa.
Baker's the one that's been splashing today.
I have.
100% big blind raise.
Yeah, that Steve says, breathe, Bowman,
scared.
visualize the
I'm
victory.
100%.
I would, but you basically psyched me out.
We've all been there, haven't we?
You have like Jack.
We've all
three or
been where Bowman's been,
You know,
or
guys
Bowman
that
is
take
right
care
now.
of, under the table or over here.
Heads up between
something. All right, check.
Ross and Bonsack. Ross outflops Bonsack. Well, I shouldn't say outflops him. He had the best hand already.
I'm going to put a little
And he
weight.
continues to the best hand.
You know, that's probably enough. Wait a minute.
Dan still in?
No, I got to go.
All right.
Wow, Bonsack's going to call this. Okay.
One more small wager.
Ross's hand just gets a little bit better.
Little-
Trip nines now.
400.
Yeah.
It feels like really like value. It just kind of sucks. Really kind of sucks.
JC Tran
Did you say it was value?
returning to the
Feels
table.
like value, but
I
I think
can't-
you're totally.
I can't wait to get that 400. I'm just thinking about what I'm going to spend it on. I may buy drinks for the whole table in
You're
about 3
recouping
minutes.
your own customer tax is what you're doing.
I'm trying.
I think my deuce is good.
To a gentleman like you, what's
think my
400,
deuce
right?
is good.
The deuce is no good. What's 400 to a gentleman like you? Come on.
There it is. Nice hand.
Mike Ross takes that one down.
Completely not.
Now we get
Completely my fault. I should have just
Put it
had a
right back.
battery change in the car. But it's weird because we can't open the
I
car.
have to actually go to bed.
Yeah, we can't open
So I
it.
have to go to
So
bed.
either gets towed to a BMW place. I have a lot of guests staying in my house next week, so it's kind of suck if the car's up here.
Did you just leave the lights on, or it's dead? You can't get a jump start from
I
something?
think AAA jumped me in August, so like you need a new battery, but I just got busy. So then they jumped me the other day,
Oh, and then it died again.
and it died again.
So
right
it's not
after I drove.
charging. It's probably like an alternator or something.
But like BMWs, you can't get in, right? You can't,
Can't get in it.
Yeah,
So
you can't get in it.
there was a physical key, but apparently I lost
Phil
that,
Hellmuth
but-
returns to the table.
So yeah.
So we're back to, six-handed again now.
yeah,
Mike
right.
Ross got up for a second.
Security systems are good on BMW.
Hanson with the 9-8 suited. He's going to raise.
I guess you. I don't know exactly why, but
Huh?
because I've never had one, but
Just me and Bart?
I think
2 1/4, yeah.
All right.
your microphone.
Oh, my mic's off. Yes.
I'm checking to the button.
I was thinking about getting a Tesla anyway. Now might be the time. You can buy one. I heard you can lease a Tesla for like $400 a month
All right.
and still get a rebate.
It's great. You get $7,500 tax credit immediately.
Bonsack
I
probably
looked
likes
into
this
it last
flop.
month. I thought about. I wanted to get one, but just not baller enough for it. I wanted it.
Bonsack with the straight and the gut
Couldn't
shot
justify
straight
it.
flush
I'll
draw.
get the black on black if I get it. But I feel like this car I have is lucky.
Hanson drawing absolutely dead. Not going to stop him from betting, though. He bets 700.
But I don't understand. So you can't get in the engine. You can't physically get in the.
Well, you can't get in the car to pop the hood because it's all.
I think this is actually a
So they're trying
reasonable
to figure
spot to
out right
raise
now
if you're
what they're doing is
Bonsack.
They're trying to pop the hood.
I understand. Oh, because you. Oh, 'cause
I-
he doesn't have a
my
physical
guess
key,
is
it's
that
just,
So if they
Bart
can-
either has
there's
an
a
ace and
device
is going
that
to call a
pops the hood,
raise,
Then you put the new battery
or he's
in,
going to check
and then
back
it'll
the
go.
river anyway. Like, I don't think he's going to bluff a
That's
third
my,
time.
It's my solution.
Your key remote thing doesn't open up into a smaller key.
It does, but I lost. That part fell off.
I think if you have the serial number, the dealership can get your key.
Oh, that's a good point.
Bart just looks like he ate something bad. He has the best facial expressions, doesn't he? Just gives everything away on his face. It's like, did he never read a book about poker tells? Like, where's his poker face? This is just almost never a bluff. Hmm?
The serial numbers on the key fob?
Oh, the VIN number off.
Yeah, you get the VIN number off the windshield.
Off the windshield.
Well, it should be like right on the dash, so you can.
I give Bonsack credit. I mean, kind of taking a little bit of an unconventional line rather than check raising. He just decided to lead out.
How come it doesn't have like the OnStar system? Where you
I probably would have checked it. I mean, if I'm going to take his line simply because either A, Hanson's got an ace and he's always betting it for value,
Maybe it has something like that.
I have OnStar. You just
or
call in,
B,
they'll open it up for you.
you know, he's bluffing and maybe he'll continue bluffing. I don't know. Bonsack got a little bit lucky that Hanson
Mark has
picked up
Bart in the
something,
tank.
but I don't know. I don't like this call.
Ace queen.
It's a pretty bad call.
Wow. Nice hand, Bart.
Very good flop.
Makes sense. That or a full house, I guess.
Nice hand, sir.
Thank you. You could have missed the flush draws up there and done the same thing.
You haven't made a bet all day.
You did miss a flush draw. Come on, I have been in the pot. Come on.
You haven't been in the pot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're in agreement.
All right, you and me will get in the pot.
Well, he'll choose when you guys get in a pot. Phil has all the options of choosing when you two play pots together. You don't have that choice. He acts after you.
I understand.
I mean, there are some players out there that will like randomly bluff the river when they miss their draw. I just, you know, more often than not, it's like if a guy is going to bluff with a spade draw, he might do it on the flop with a turn. Like, you just don't see that very often.
No, I do have a green one.
Nonetheless, we continue
You
on.
knew it was going to be 200.
Ace Jack 8. A little bit of something for everybody. Baker with a gut shot. Hanson with top pair, best kicker.
Where you been
Bowman
playing, JC?
with a
Commerce?
pair of aces, bad kicker, but he's got the backdoor clubs.
Go down there a week at a time, basically.
Yeah.
Once again, David Tuckman here for Poker Night in America, the cash game. We're at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Thank you for hosting us. Of course, I want to thank our sponsors, 888 Poker, Crush Live Poker.
Just mix games.
If you're looking to work on your live game, check out crushlivepoker.com. You can get a free month using the code DTA301.
Half PL, half deuce.
A bet, a call, and a call. Baker turns a pair of
I'm
tens.
glad people are playing deuce.
Bowman
Such a great
still just with the ace-5. He only has 3 outs. Hanson still has the best hand here with ace-king. This is a spot where a lot of players kind of get scared and they check. And I think it's a really good spot to bet.
1150.
I think it's more likely your opponent will have something worse than you have and will call you now. You know, they might have picked up a heart draw. They might have a pair with a flush draw, a pair with a straight draw. And I think it's a really good time to bet.
And then I double it up twice.
I can get called by a lot of worse things, and somebody raises me on beat.
I wanted to raise so bad. It paired me instead of made me. I was like, no way. I'm like, I gotta take this pot here. And it's like, screw it.
Not quite the flow of yesterday, huh? I was thinking about it, like, my boy Cal Canis is like a professional, right? Like, that's what he does, so. Yeah, he's just entertaining. And Shamas, you just want to hear what he has to say. Call.
Check to you, Keith.
Oh, you checked.
checked.
How
I
much
checked,
you have?
Bart.
About 5, maybe 6.
Four.
I'll take this one, boys.
Did we do a tip pot yet?
No. Weird.
What was that?
Chip pop.
3?
Chip pop.
Okay, so what was that flop?
8-3
The
jack.
3 was the first card.
Three's first card?
3? That'd be an 8?
50 bucks.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4-5 you had, it was a ace deuce 3, so you,
Would have been the same anyway.
yeah, it came 3.
Yeah.
Oh, the first hand. Oh, this wasn't the first hand.
No, we
Oh,
just
but he
forgot.
got caught twice.
It'd been me anyway.
All right.
Raise.
Actually, could have been anyone of us. 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure it was a 3.
Can't play against you. I know you. Yeah, aces, kings,
Two
jack.
jack.
Baker wins this. Baker having another good day.
How are the kids, JC? Excited to see
Guy
you?
just never loses.
Yeah.
He bought in for 8,000. He's up to 15, so he's up 7,000. I think Hanson is up 9,200.
No matter how good.
There's one of our newest hires here at Poker Night in America.
They don't care.
I
how
want to say
you
this
did.
is his
Because
third
they don't
spot?
care how you did.
Pittsburgh was his
Healthy
first,
kids,
right?
man. Healthy kids worth billions.
Yeah, that's correct.
So Pittsburgh, Florida, and of course here.
Raise.
JKH says, can you explain a
Even if they're
tip
not
pot?
healthy, still
Well,
worth billions.
every table can do it differently. Sometimes a tip pot is very simply whoever wins this particular pot, provided it is a certain amount of money. In this game, it might be $600 or $400, whatever it is.
again.
That person who wins the pot has to tip the dealer. And usually it'll probably be $75. So the dealer gets $75 for their half hour of dealing. Sometimes what they'll do is it'll be the first card off the deck. If it's a number between 1 and 7, ace through 7, obviously,
That wasn't.
that, whatever that coordinates, whatever that goes with where it's seats. So if it was number 3, the third player
My
in the
hand was
table
a little
would
too
have to
afraid.
tip the dealer.
You
If it was number 5, Bowman would have to tip the dealer.
Yep.
So they could do it one of 2 different ways. A lot of times you'll do a, when you play stud 8, if you're playing,
around
you
the
know,
antes.
big stud 8, a lot of times they'll have a tip pot. They'll have actually, no, that's a rake. So it's every half hour you've got to pay rake to the casino. And a lot of times it'll be a rake pot, they'll call it. So the winner of that pot pays the rake.
Raise.
It's one of those weird things where if you're running really well on a given night, you could pay almost all the rake. And if you're having a tough night, you could pay almost no rake.
Did you look yet?
I peeked. It didn't look real serious. Oh, yeah.
Ace 9-8, ace queen in the lead. Bowman has backdoor clubs once again, but once again, he's outkicked. And I'm not going to mince words. I mean, he's made a couple of mistakes, but in all fairness, he's gotten really unlucky. You know, he has been either out-pipped or
You're like 4,000-ish left.
bad beats.
Yeah, about that.
Tran now with 2 pair. The ace queen was already good. Bowman picks up a gut shot.
Right.
1,400.
He can catch a jack. I'm sorry, he can catch a 10. My bad.
Sure.
Call.
Tran bets 1,400. Keith calls. River's a perfect card for Tran. Outside the ace, probably not a better card in there.
All in.
Tran moves all in for 3,700.
How do I get these hands?
And Bowman just on the wrong side of variance all day long. At this point, can just beat a bluff. And there really aren't many bluffs out there. I mean, Jack 10 got there. 6-7 didn't get there. 10-7 didn't get there.
Oh, we didn't count it with him earlier. All right. Well, I'll let you pick one. That's not 5K.
Just flip one.
I'll let you pick one.
You said it's not 5K.
Oh, wow, it is 5. No, it's not. This is 2,500 right here.
That's 5,000.
That's 5,000.
Yep.
We'll find out.
I mean, do we just take your word or should we count the pot?
Wow.
Yeah.
Or just don't show. Who cares?
Good fold.
Well, Bowman's got to feel
Baker
good. At
got
least he's
away with
folding
one
when
earlier.
he's behind each time.
No, I did not. It was not called bet.
No, because the hand before that, when I bet 16 on a turn, and then he folded, I had to show him. I mean, when I raised him,
He
16,
called 16.
I raised him.
Yeah,
and folded.
yeah, I know, but he bet 16, you called it and raised 18. That was already
And it was
3,200 of
34
called money.
in.
And then it was still, okay.
Yeah, because when you raise, it's in.
That
Button
one had
slides in
over
front of
5,000,
Hanson.
I'll bet you right now.
Yeah.
That pot.
Even if it didn't.
But I think his was 4,800 or something. It was close, so we
No,
should
you're
have
probably
counted
right.
it.
I thought you meant, oh, okay.
But he said he had
Plus-
it,
plus
so
18
he
was
said he had
fine.
it, which I think means tens or something.
Good fold, Keith.
Yeah, ace jack suited.
How did you fold that against me?
I know.
You're never supposed to fold ace jack against me. Wow.
Picked up a tail on it, didn't you, Keith?
You and I need to talk. I might have to pay some money for that read.
That's terrible. You can't do it.
Raise it. $10.50, yep.
That's what I was expecting you to do more of, a lot more 3-betting, JC. I thought you'd play this like a lot of 3-bets.
Use that 300 for diapers.
Oh, sorry.
All right,
Almost. I
I'm
had
going
the
to do more of
10-6
that.
offsuit.
10K.
I was in bad shape.
You're allowed to
Queen
3-bet.
10
Hey,
suited.
JC, by the way, you're allowed to 3-bet me all you want.
10K, Ben.
Who's added 10?
By the way, you have my permission to 3-bet me every time.
No.
Because I'm playing so tight, I welcome 3
It has
bets.
nothing to do with you, Phil.
Yeah, but I'm saying go ahead and do it.
This is the first time I've ever played cash games.
I'm not sure.
Right? Okay. It's completely different.
Yeah,
Button in front of David Baker.
Yeah, if it was a tournament, I'd probably be 3-betting a lot more.
Yeah, but a lot of guys that play a lot of tournaments play the cash games the same way.
I will guarantee I'd be 3-betting a lot more if it was a tournament. Wait, you missed the straddle.
Oh, are we doing mandatory?
Penalty.
Oh, sorry.
50 push-ups.
It was mandatory.
No, we agreed on a round of straddle.
Oh,
But now you owe us 50 push-ups.
All right, I must have missed that.
So what do we have to? What does he have to do?
I'll put 100 in the pot.
No. Just do it next round.
Okay, I'll do
Here,
it.
obviously at nothing. Maybe the fair thing is if it's 75 at the pot. It's fair.
Oh, you can just do it the next round.
You can just do it next round.
All right.
I mean, yeah, he might play the hand if he puts straddle. 400.
Yep.
I'll take some change.
Bowman raises with the kings. Hanson calls. Ross calls. Not many aces left in that deck. And fortunately for Bowman, the ace doesn't fall.
1,000? 600?
7.
Nice.
And Bowman takes it down. And the crowd cheers.
That's the wrong one?
Crowd goes crazy.
Good man.
You had it?
Bowman, Bowman, Bowman. Come on, man.
It was due.
I want to see this guy go on a run. What's up, Spearman? 55. Boogie 97216. Yeah, that's Steve, Rick, and Barstow. Dr. Durr. Destructive 3. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. We're here all afternoon and evening. We'll be here until 11 p.m. In fact, at 6 p.m., we'll be going on dinner break. We're going to be showing you footage of the main event that's going on right now. About 30 players remain in that. Trip Kings here for Ross, by the way.
700.
Nobody's got a heart in their hand. So at 6 p.m., we'll go on dinner break. We'll show you footage of the main event that's going on right now. Bart Hanson will take my seat and answer any questions you might have. Do you have any questions about his game, about poker, about Crush Live Poker, about his black shirts?
Mike just trying to get Baker money.
You can ask those questions at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And then I will be back at 7 p.m. and we'll have 4 more hours of great poker. Tomorrow, we'll have tournament coverage for you. Love the cash game, but hey, it's nice to mix it up every once in a while.
I've contributed enough to the fund.
You've heard the story about the guy with the hot wife, right?
Don't worry.
I'm not going to tell it.
I'm
But
back in LA.
nobody wants pizza. Nobody wants the same pizza every night. So we've got cash game for 3 nights.
Anybody out there watching the live stream?
Now we got a tournament tomorrow.
Be
Be a lot of fun.
Right.
I think we pick up the action
Me,
5-handed.
The rest of the Chicago boys in town.
Should be a lot of
We
fun.
may bring the marble.
The marble may be in action. It might not be. It'll be in action. It just might be $1, $2, or it might be 1,000, 2,000.
Yeah.
Just depends on how good the next few days are.
Who's a marble?
It's a friend of his. He'll just run it till he can't run it.
The marble.
We call him the marble because there's not a sharp side on him. So he's called the marble.
It's gotta be the worst thing you ever had.
He loves it.
I bet 300 without seeing the flop. So
Really?
play appropriately.
Okay.
Another word in scary. He's not.
8 high flop, 2 spades out there. 8s.
Right.
Baker probably still think he has the best hand here. I mean, he's not betting, to get a better hand to fold.
Whose turn is it to bet?
Ross is going to call.
You want me to bet Darth?
Me? No.
All right.
Check, check.
Okay.
I win.
No, you don't.
Pair 5.
You don't win.
I don't win.
Come on.
How do you check that?
Come on.
I send.
My thought exactly. How do you check that?
All right.
I keep all Baker
I
money
don't
on
win.
the side.
I don't win.
You ever check that in the Holdem?
Yeah.
Summer Breeze asking if I play table games.
No, not
I generally do not. Occasionally for fun, maybe I'll throw a couple $100 down at like a craps
Nice
table or
hand,
something,
Mike.
but I just don't really
Still,
enjoy
now
it.
I'm 0 for 85 against you.
I spend a lot of times in casino, a lot of time in
Very
casinos
tricky, that Baker.
between the World Series, Vegas,
moves.
traveling around.
It's true. True
I'm just
story.
not really
Good
that
check.
interested in giving my money away.
I was going to check raise you.
Why do I want to
Nice
play a
value
game
down
where
in there, right?
I have 48% chance of winning?
Right.
Why would I want to give away 2 or 3%?
Thought I had it.
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah.
Three raise. 9.
He did bet when he was up. He had to bet. He bet 5 before the flop. When the money went in.
Yeah.
You got it, Mr. JC Tran. If you play more hands, you win a lot.
If you're just joining us, green chips 25, black chips 100, pink chips are 500, yellow chips are 1,000. I'm David Tuckman here for Poker Night in America, the cash game.
No, actually.
7-handed.
I mean,
Baker,
probably the most, but I mean, my favorite
Hanson,
guys.
Phil Hellmuth, and JC Tran. That's right, JC friggin' Tran at the table.
HT I like, HBT. I like
Things happen to
Badoogie as
us.
well.
Bad
Hold the
things
Badoogie
happen
triple
to us.
down.
Not him.
I like 08.
Everybody else. Me?
That's never in my use.
Raise.
At least at
Yeah,
Commerce, it's just like,
we did the other day. I mean, this last week we had some 08 in there, but yeah, for the most part, it's not. I like 08 in the mix, but I don't like it like when I'm playing with all you 08 professionals. I don't do that well, but when I'm playing with draw game people,
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty good at 08 compared to draw game players, but compared to 08 players, I'm average.
played so much Omaha high to where I hate 08.
9.
Well, you hate 08?
Yeah.
You play PLO cash or just
Cash.
Call. 7, 8 straight.
Woo! Play it on the flop, Mark. Play it on the flop.
Yeah.
We
that
get it
was-
all.
That was dirty. Nice answer.
Thank you.
Nice flop for you.
I
I
know.
don't even think I was ahead.
check through the flow?
Yes.
That call turn.
I
Put
bet
the restraddle on.
turn in the
JC,
dark.
What do you think?
Call.
Your money.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. Ooh.
You lost the minimum, my friend.
Yeah, no, I knew that wasn't the best card I could have seen, but nice
I
hand.
realized I can make
Thank
one
you.
of the worst calls the entire weekend now. A few moments ago. When I hit a 9 at the end.
Raise.
Jesus. Remind me to tell you something about that hand.
It's a little mental from the first. Were you there were you the first day?
Get in there, JC.
No, were you
there.
playing with me the first half of day 1? Oh, Richardson. He
400.
This is like a shot on him.
stop ball raised, whatever he called, and I had ace 7, and I called the blind, and the board came out ace king 7. So I had to top and bottom. And there was 2 diamonds. And it got checked over to ball. He bet. Richardson called. I check raised. Ball folded. Richardson took a long time to bet, and he called. The turn was a diamond.
Skippy busted the tournament.
He checked. I checked flat. Turn was an offsuit 9. So the diamonds get there. He fires.
Yeah, he got
small
small
four tops on the river.
straddle.
What? There's no way I can have the best hand after that action. He had ace deuce offsuit,
Drawing dead.
but he won because I folded. So that was a little bad.
Raise.
What is it, 400?
Just call the turn.
Let's play a pot, Keith. What do you say?
Got that much, man.
That's
Get him,
enough.
Keith. Get him.
That's enough.
That's crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
Bowman.
yeah.
Bowman. Oh, man. Too bad he didn't get any action. A little bit of action. Not enough, though. Why couldn't the flop come out like king 4
I got my
deuce?
shadow in this.
Not that I don't like Mike Ross, but come on. We got to root for Bowman at this point.
Yell at you. We just want everybody to be fair, that's all.
When I get yelled at, I feel like I'm in school.
Yeah.
Do the right thing, no one ever yells.
All right.
I bet 2,500.
How about that?
7,500. Yeah, that's crazy.
350.
Raise it.
It's definitely a very bizarre hand.
Re-raise.
Hellmuth raises. Baker. Finally, I was waiting for somebody to 3-bet Hellmuth. Let's see if
The big
Baker actually has a
ace.
hand or he's just making a move. But I love it. He's got a hand he showed, right?
Yeah, that's actually really, really unlucky for you.
We'll never know. Ace King.
That flop check.
I don't think you need a hand, though.
Or you would have known at some point that he had a huge hand, but you would call down and make your hand again.
Yeah.
Got a tweet from Andrew. Says, what's the longest cash game session you've done, and do these guys keep playing after the cameras stop? Love the show. Well, I'm glad you love the show, man. Longest cash game session I've ever played Probably, I haven't put in like ridiculously long sessions, but probably somewhere in the 20-hour range. You know, 19-hour range, 18-hour range, somewhere in there probably. Probably just a little bit short of a full 24 hours. But there have been times where like I've gone to the casino, and this is very, very rarely and almost never now that I've got a 2-year-old and a family and stuff. But I'd say back in the day, there were probably a couple of times where I'd show up to the poker room at 2 p.m. and play until like noon the next day. You know, you played through the night and everything. Yeah, I'm a big believer in hygiene and stuff, and you know there are others out there that aren't necessarily as strict about that. So,
So she was tanked?
but somewhere in that 24-hour range. Generally, the players do not play after they stop. We lock it up, and the players are pretty much done. Ace-6-4, 2 hearts out there. Ross with a pair of 4s. Hanson was the pre-flop raiser. It checks through. 8 of spades in the turn. 5-4, still the best hand.
Got something?
I did.
So tomorrow, if you like tournaments, tomorrow's your thing. Tomorrow we are going to be covering the final table of the Thunder Valley Casino Resort main event.
Cash, right?
$1,650 buy-in, about $200 entries in there. First place is nearly $100,000, and one of our chip leaders in the tournament, and a guy who I'm rooting for to make the final table is alongside me here, Ray Hanson. What's up, my man?
What's going on? How's it going?
It's going well.
That's just
Entertaining
my way
day,
of asking how many
as always. JC Tran, Phil Hellmuth, Baker,
Yeah,
Hanson.
I've
Good day.
I've been watching while I'm playing. It's I really enjoy the show, so
entertaining.
I can't put the iPad down, and it's really hard to follow along when I'm playing every single hand.
Getting it
but
in with the best
you know,
of it, not
I
winning.
catch a little bit here and there.
Right, of course. So how's the tournament going? How many chips do you have? What's the average chip stack?
I have 325. There's 27 left, so I would say the average is a little under 300 or so.
Okay.
It's,
Blinds?
We're going to 8,000 big.
Look at a flop.
Okay, so you have plenty of chips.
Oh yeah, plenty of chips.
You guys
It's
40
great
bigs?
structure. Yeah, it's great structure. They've done a good job with this tournament. It's been really well. I won a huge hand early on when a guy just punted off with no equity in a hand, and then I picked up some big hands and lost since then. I got moved to a really tough spot. Had a rep on my left, another kid named Doug that's friends with Mike Ross, and Poker Hole, Mark Kroon.
Mark Kroon.
Yeah, they all had position on me. It was just a really tough spot for me, and I picked up some good hands, and they picked up better hands, and you know, tried a couple things that didn't work, and you know, gave some back, but still sitting okay now.
Okay, Ray Hanson, by the way, guys, still in there. 27 players remain. They're going to play down to 5, and then that's when we will pick up the action tomorrow with 5 players remaining here on Poker Night in America. You can check that out at twitch.tv/PokerNightTV. You like your chances?
Yeah, I mean, I always like my chances. I wouldn't enter if I didn't, but it's really a tough field left. All the guys who I just said are still in. Tom West, who's obviously really. Oh, he was on the show here yesterday.
Yeah, most of the guys you've mentioned, we've seen on the show. We saw Rep
Right.
Porter on the show. We had Poker Ho, Mark Kroon on the show. We had Tom West on the show.
Yeah, Taylor. I'm at the table with Taylor Power right now. He has direct position on me.
Mike Ross.
Yeah,
ODB.
I think there's a couple other good players. There's some locals too who I don't know that play really well.
Yeah, solid players.
Oh yeah, I mean just a lot of people think, oh, you go somewhere where you've never been before. You're like, oh, I get to play with all locals, but some of these locals can play, and like people don't give them credit.
Yeah, I have no doubt at all.
All right, I'm gonna fold
Anyway,
these.
man, listen, go crush some souls and get the chips, and I'll see you tomorrow on the final table.
Sounds good. I look forward to being on the other side tomorrow.
Cool. Sounds good, buddy.
All right, thanks, bud.
Ray Henson, guys. Heck of a guy, great poker player. I've covered him a lot at the World Series of Poker. He's made a lot of final tables. In fact, the Colossus last summer that Cord Garcia won, Ray Henson finished in 3rd in that event. A lot of fun. So
he literally hasn't made one bad move in 2 weeks.
looking forward to that for sure. Baker's going to win that with top and bottom.
Yeah, but still. Can dodge bullets, baby.
Yeah.
So straddled pot, limped around. $400 in there. Pretty dry flop, king high.
Check.
Best hand right now is Baker with a pair of threes, but I think whoever bets it is going to win it. Well, not anymore. Tran's open-ended.
Three.
Baker wins it with a pair of threes. Cyrus says, I'm confused. Are they doing a straddle? Not always. Some hands are 25-50. Some are 25-50, 100, 200. So I will let you know if the straddle is on or not. Looks like it is here. So 25-50, 100 they're playing. Phil Hellmuth up from the table, obviously. Action will be on Mark Bonsack. Right at the bottom center of your screen.
Tip flop.
Yeah, tip flop.
Tip pot's absolutely wrong.
So I was talking about the Colossus, and I was talking about Ray Hanson finishing in third. Perfect segue, as we have the winner of the Colossus in the booth with me right now, Cord Garcia. They call him Colossus Cord now. Hold on a second. Let's turn your mic on. That would help. They call you Colossus Cord, huh?
No, sometimes.
Come on, own it.
They call me Lance a lot more now.
Dude, if I could have the nickname Colossus, I would love that. But for me, it would be like, you know, when they hear like, you know, the guy whose nickname is Tiny, and he's huge. So for me,
well, I'm the same way. I'm 5'9".
Right.
150 pounds soaking wet. But I mean,
yeah, I wasn't talking about that. But hey, it's cool, man. Whatever. It's all good. I was going to leave it out there. Hanson raised the 300 on the button. This is a straddled pot once again. Baker just calls out of the small blind. What a flop here for Tran. Tran open-ended. No backdoor spades, though. Hanson has a wheel draw. We can see if the 3 came off, it would just give a lot of pain to him. He's got overs with the with backdoor hearts.
Firm key for the table.
Baker bet 625. Actually, sorry, Tran bet 625.
We got something going on now.
We lost one.
So Tran bets.
Something going on.
Hanson calls. Baker calls. Baker playing the queens sneaky.
I like it.
Hanson has picked up a heart draw now. The 8 of hearts would be an interesting card. The 3 of hearts would be an interesting card. Baker playing this hand is as slow as possible.
Yeah, and I think he might extract the max. I mean, obviously, we're going to see what the river comes.
Cord Garcia and myself in the booth.
And he decides to
get a
flop.
bet.
Yep.
I think Baker's just always calling this.
Yep. I think Baker's a little fortunate that Hanson doesn't want to raise turn. Sometimes you can raise turn there, but...
Oh, and the 3. What a card. Tran with by far the worst hand. And when that turn card came off, when the 9 of hearts falls, I mean, Tran is just drawing so slim. So slim, and he catches the perfect card because the 8 doesn't get him paid. You know what I mean? The 8, he gets a little bit of money out of
unless they 8 of hearts, then he loses a bunch.
Hanson can just call this. He will call. And Baker's queens go up in flames.
47.
How much did Tran bet? Oh wow, that's a big bet. I think Hanson might fold this.
He bet 4,700.
They bet 47 into like 72. That's a great laydown.
Yeah.
Nice river. Fold.
That's a really good laydown by Hanson.
You got to show, yeah.
I think everybody played the hand.
6.
Great.
Yeah, nice hand.
Would have you liked the raise and the turn if you're Hanson?
I had the nut flush draw.
I mean,
I mean, I don't mind the flat. I mean, you flat, you feel like you've got so many cards that, I mean, obviously any heart is a nice hidden card. You feel like a 3 might win it for you. You feel like an ace might win it for you. A jack might win it for you.
Also, you want to keep on the off chance that one of them has hearts, smaller hearts in. You make your heart, make your hand. You're gonna get it.
Not folding anything yet. Just over bet every time.
I'm about to like reach in the pocket.
I think he just wanted to play his hand for its true value. And
Yeah, JKH says if Hanson raised the turn, he wins the pot likely. I don't know.
I don't
I
know
mean,
either.
well, yeah, he does because in all likelihood, if he raises the turn,
ODB's gonna fold. Probably.
ODB, well, even if ODB calls, Tran folds.
I don't want to.
Tran's going to fold there.
And he makes the river.
And then he makes the river.
Even if you see it, no, I think it's bad. But it's just Phil. For
But,
some reason.
you know, we try not to be results oriented here.
We're showing every hand.
That I didn't agree with.
Yeah, we did it. It's 10K last night, and there was only one time.
I want
where
you to think about it a little bit.
I
want you to steam off a few hands. Did I fold the winner here?
Friday, me and Bart.
You did
called
not
him
have the
on
best
tilt.
hand on the flop or the
Monkey
turn.
tilt.
Just so you know.
You know what? I thought I did.
7 high was not the best hand.
There was going to be a lot of heat.
Don't worry, I was calling all rivers except that one. You would have gotten a lot of it with an 8. The 8's the only one you get it though.
It might be like a. Is that a raise?
Yeah, that's if you're like official raise. Yeah.
Raise.
I think Tran overbet the river against those 2 particular opponents. I think 2 other players, the amateurs, I think it was the perfect bet. Actually, you could have even bet more against the amateurs because you're going to get, nobody's going to fold an ace there. But against Baker and Hanson, who are both professional poker players and are good enough to fold an ace, obviously.
I think he also gets unlucky that Baker is behind
All right, Mark.
Hanson because Hanson
You have anything?
wants to get the showdown with his hand, especially if he makes a straight on the river. But he can't really call 4,700 with ODB behind. ODB does have some 6s in his range.
Yeah, the relative position. Both players, ace king here. Bonsack with the free roll, as he has the ace of clubs in his hand. I mean, that's just a situation where, you know, Tran is very rarely bluffing into 2 players.
Two good players. Too.
Right, so you're looking at it going, well, if he's not bluffing, the ace is at best chopping.
Right. Like Tran said, I mean, if the board doesn't change, he said he's bringing the heat. And then, I don't know if you heard ODB. ODB said he was calling almost all rivers.
The 8 would have made him, like I said, the 8 makes him money,
Right.
the 3 doesn't make him money, the 3 of hearts kills him.
Yep. 8 of hearts kills him.
The 8 of hearts might have actually saved because in all likelihood, Tran bets, Bart raises, and then ODB gets rid of it as well. I think the only card where ODB actually loses money on the river is a non-heart 8.
Pocket queens is really going to suck.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because you don't think Tran will ever bet that river if a heart comes?
No, Tran does bet, but then Hanson raises.
And he doesn't lose a dime.
Right, that's what I mean.
Right, okay, yeah.
I mean, ODB is not going to call it. If Tran bets 4,700 on the river,
He makes it
and Hanson
12.
makes it, man, Hanson probably moves all in at that
Right.
point.
Yeah,
You know,
ODB's never
ODB's
calling.
dumping, right.
Yeah.
The only card basically is an offsuit 8 because Tran bets, you
A lot
know,
of people behind you awaiting your decision.
Hanson dumps it and then ODB goes with it. This is one of those situations where we're not going to cover the hand too much, even though it's exciting at the table.
Yeah.
It's like kissing your sister. Unless your sister's really hot.
I don't think I'm ever folding. I'd say that.
What?
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
I don't blame you.
What are the graphics that these people are talking about? They said they're doing new graphics. Poker night.
Yeah, we've been adding. I mean, the crew here is fantastic. We've got like you see how many crew members we bring on each one of these visits to different casinos. They do a great job. I'm not just saying this because I drink with them and because I have to. Every single time we do a new show,
They're improving.
there's something new. You'll see it. There'll be a new cool thing where they'll.
Well, this
like,
is my first time, so I guess I'll pay attention, and the next time I come,
right.
I'll see what
But
else is new.
if you compared this to even a year ago, 6 months ago, every single time we do a show, they add something new,
Good.
and it's pretty cool. It's like, I mean, this is live.
Yeah, that gives the viewers something exciting.
I mean, they're editing this right on the fly. Bowman's going to raise.
I'll buy.
Ace-7 offsuit. They're playing 6-handed now. Tran calls.
You couldn't have ace queen there, Mark?
I'm not calling it with ace queen there.
Yeah, you are.
That's a tougher one. That's a little tougher. Oh, I'm sorry. I checked.
Bonsack in there with the old king 8, and he's outflopped everybody. So how much cash games do you play? Are you mostly tournaments now?
I mean, I've always been playing tournaments through my whole career, and just kind of when I was younger, playing cash games when I was out of a tournament, or I'd be on the road playing, and tournaments always came first. And over the last 2 years, I've kind of shifted my focus. Obviously, tournaments are still very important to me, and I play majority tournaments more than cash games. But I've gotten into cash games a lot more lately, and I think that's the way to go if you want to play long term.
And then you'll be back for the main.
Blitzcology 916 says, quote unquote, the crew here is fantastic, except when we blame them for incorrectly programming the RFID cards. That wasn't the crew, that was just Tucker, okay? I'm just going to point out that was all Tucker. Okay, let's blame him.
What did everybody start with?
I do, but not off the top of my head. I know Bowman started with 10 gentlemen in the blue shirt.
Okay.
Bart started with 15, I believe. Baker started with 8.
What about Bonsack?
Bonsack, I think, started with 10. I don't know. We're going to get the exact numbers for you.
Okay. So obviously JC's big winner this far.
No, I don't think so. He wasn't up big earlier on. He won that big pot, though. Remember, didn't get paid off, though. I don't think he's up that much. Those pink chips he has
are bought.
Huh?
Are bought.
No, the pink chips are just 500.
Oh, okay. Well, still, though, he has like 20K in pink chips then.
Well, then he might be. Does he?
Yeah.
Then he's up decent. Yeah. He might be in 15K.
He's got the most pinks of everybody.
Ross picks up aces. Hanson was up about 12K earlier, but you can see that he's given much of his profit back.
All my friends are saying everybody's tucking over the top. It's so annoying for them. They turned it off. They turned off the stream. It was happening a lot.
Yeah, Bowman is actually in for 15K or 20K now.
I have to wait a hand or two anyway. Let me just check on my car then. Ben, you got to have a pimp hand, man. When they start a conversation away from the
Ross
action,
is not the guy who's going to fold the aces.
they're not going to get invited back, but that's not enough to stop it, I guess.
That's fine. I'll give you.
Wow. Getting harder and harder for 2 red aces.
How's it going?
I just don't know if Ross is the kind of guy who's going to fold them. When you're playing poker against guys, how often is it a matter of, number one, does my bluff line make sense? Does it make sense for me to have a hand that can beat their hand? Number two,
The same thing to me on Friday like this.
does the board make sense? Can I bluff? But then we go even one step further. How often is it just a matter of, can I bluff that guy?
Right, will he fold?
Yeah. And I think that's the situation there. Can I bluff that guy?
That straight came Friday like that. You did the same thing. You showed me 7 high or something. You remember?
I was going to give up, but I was like, oh man, that river is just too good.
I know. If that didn't happen Friday, you probably win the pot.
Okay, so these are the buy-ins.
Yeah, I'll give them to you in a second here. So JC Tran bought in for 20K. Okay. Mike Ross wearing the Nike hat, who just won the hand with aces, he bought in for 10K. Mark Bonsack bought in for 18,500. Hellmuth is in for 5K. Keith Bowman, our satellite winner, is in for 15K. Bart Hanson's in for 15K. Baker's in for 8K. So I actually think our big winner, at this point, I believe, is Baker.
Yeah?
Could be wrong. I don't know. We'll get a full run of it. Might be.
Looks like Ross has like 20K. He's in for.
Yeah, but he's in for 18.5.
Oh, he's in for 10. He said Bonsack.
Oh, he's in 10. Okay.
Somebody's got to give you action, JC.
We'll figure it out. We get at the end of the whole show. We do a whole rally.
After all, it's Bart's money. Come on.
Actually, Bart is in for 20 now. So Bart's down. So Bart went from being up almost 10,000 at one point to now he's down probably 3,000 or 4,000.
I hate that roll, but it's better for the show. You're supposed to take that roll.
Set of jacks here for Tran.
I didn't really notice it too much.
Unfortunately for him, nobody's got much of anything.
It's been quiet and then 2 conversations at once. That's the worst possible, right?
Ross picks up a flush draw. Baker will take a shot at it.
Maybe I'm just steaming because I'm losing.
Yeah, so Tran's probably up somewhere in the neighborhood of like 7,000. I think Baker's up like 7,000.
Discipline.
Yeah, there's the raise. That gets rid of the flush draw as well. Tran takes it down.
What happened? JC won some pots?
JC won the big one.
What was it? Good hand?
That was a big hand.
Turn to 7 high into a straight.
Yeah.
He defeated 2 large hands.
Let's give it a restraddle here.
You're on 6-7, turn into a straight?
Cool, we got a double straddle. Means it's $200 to play now. A lot of money on the table.
No. It's all right. I'm just going to have a toad to the BMW place here. And I'll figure out what to do next week.
I think there's one in Rockland.
Huh?
I think there's one in Rockland.
Yeah.
Did you see Judd is heads up over at the satellite?
Baker raises with the ace-9. Once again, this is a straddled pot.
Yeah.
So 1,800 in there already.
They're down
5s are the
29
best
in
right
middle.
now.
Poker Host still in there.
He's fighting it short, they said. Double up.
He doesn't have a lot of chips. Like,
Once again, Cord Garcia,
that
David
many
Tuckman in the
yesterday.
booth here for Poker Night in America, the cash
that's
game.
a bad sign.
Cord won a bracelet last summer at the
It was like 7
Colossus.
hours of tournament time.
The
passed.
largest
So-
live tournament ever.
It's not like it.
Pretty cool, man.
Thank you. Looks like it's going to be beaten this year, so.
How's your life changed since that moment?
I don't know if it has too much, man.
No? Same old, just grind and...
Maybe like my life personally hasn't changed too much. But obviously when I sit down at the table and so Tran floats here and then turns a 3, okay.
I mean, yeah, it's like half float, half like I might have the best hand
Yeah,
here
for
with
sure, for
3s on a
sure.
7-4 deuce board.
I
don't think I'm folding 3s either.
I like his lead a
JC
lot too.
Tran's
Yeah.
taking over. He's taking
I'm kind
over.
of surprised the 5s folded though. I mean,
Well, once Tran calls, I mean, what's your plan? You know, you're gonna call as well, and safeguard comes.
Right, good point.
Yellow chips under there? Oh, wait, never mind.
But
I guess I don't have to
yeah,
ask.
obviously, when I sit with new people and they either don't know and find out while I'm playing, or they know when I sit down, multiple conversations ensue always. So it's that in that way, it's different.
So where you live, Bart?
I kind of like to be
LA?
quiet sometimes. So
LA?
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to do.
How old are you?
Sit down at the table.
36, I think. Yeah, 36.
36?
Yeah.
You look like one of those like 27-year-old, like, you know.
Online whiz?
Yeah, looks like a young online whiz.
You're 36?
36.
Oh. The online whizzes
Hey,
grow
I'm
up,
turning
right?
it up against you. I thought you were like 24. I was like, man, he's going to 5-bet me here.
By the way,
Game over.
By the way, I was thinking 24, 25 too, so
Oh, wow.
it's good for you.
Yeah, I've been around. I've played for 10 years live. Wow.
So you're in Santa Monica area? Or
No, I actually live in West Hollywood.
West Hollywood.
West
That's
Hollywood.
nice.
West Hollywood.
West Hollywood's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to live in Marina Del Rey.
Yeah.
And Bowman open-ended.
I like that too.
It's a bitch sometimes. to
Unfortunately,
get
Bowman's not in there.
in the bad hours.
That's what I'm going to say for the next 3 months. I rented a house in Marina Del Rey. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's nice. The traffic kind of sucks.
Hey, is part of the game for you when you sit down to try to figure out who knows you and who doesn't know you and how that might, how they might adjust their game accordingly?
Yeah, definitely some. Usually somebody at the table just blurts it out, and then the whole table knows. So, kind of.
Have you been? Is it tougher to get bluffs through now? Do people
Yeah,
think like you're a young
man.
kid?
Yeah.
You won a tournament. You must be like one of those wizards.
Yeah, I've definitely got caught bluffing more since some success.
Hellmuth the bluff here, trying to get Baker to fold the ace high. Kind of weird because I mean, ace is the nut no pair hand. Queen is actually a decent nut no pair hand.
Yeah, in this spot for sure.
Like, I don't think you're ever getting a 6 to fold.
It looks like ODB's waiting for Hellmuth to give him something.
I think he calls this.
I think he's going to try to extract a little information while he's waiting. And Hellmuth usually can't keep quiet. Imagine something happens here. Oh, he's about to call.
He's calling this.
Maybe Hellmuth says.
Just remember, I'm a really good player.
I'm gonna point something out to all those people at home. Just try to remember that moment right there.
Remember, I'm a really good player.
It's not what he said.
Yeah.
There's the call. Good call by Baker. The one thing I was going to point out, okay, it looked like to anybody watching at home that Baker was on the verge of calling. He reached the chip, he thought about it, then he grabbed the 1,000, then he grabbed the 100, had it in his right hand, about to toss it in. And it's as if, to me, when somebody's on the verge of doing something, and the other person then changes what they were doing, to me, a lot of times, it's because they want to stop what is about to happen. They're right. And in all fairness, if I was on the edge and I had my chip in my hand, and then I saw Phil do that, it would make it even more. Then I'd be okay. Now I'm definitely calling.
Yeah, it helps calling for sure.
Right. It's almost like, okay, you're trying to stop. You want to change my mind now. Either way, by the way, because sometimes it's a matter of like, sometimes I'll grab my cards and it looks like I'm going to muck, and my opponent will do something to maybe they're trying to get me to call.
Poker ho.
Kind of, I think it's a little live trick you can do.
Come over here, Ho. I'm tilting.
Fairly reliable.
I think it's kind of funny that Hellmuth's going to try to do that on ODB. They played countless hands together over time.
It's spooky. But I already know it's coming. 15 dimes behind, boys.
Nice call by Baker, nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. Came to play poker today.
Yeah, he did. He played. You know what? Honestly, he has probably been. He's probably been the most consistent player from start to finish this weekend. There are other players that have played very well, but he has been the most consistent.
Yeah.
Played very, very just solid. Solid poker. Bluffs in the right spots, picks up the money, makes some good call downs.
I can't even see straight.
Has made very little mistakes.
You called me with a 4. He called me with a queen. I've had it every other time all day. But this is where I need to play till 10:30, but I can't.
I'll give you 5 so you can.
It's all right. I'll play these.
You don't want 5 to start?
No.
Okay.
No, I want to be able to. Like,
So you played in the one table satellite to get into this thing.
Very quickly.
Couldn't pull it through, huh?
Man, I flopped a flush on Jack 7-8 diamond, and the Queen 9 of diamonds, and I was stone dead from the get-go. The King 10 of diamonds.
That's that's tough. You always want at least like you're like, come on, give me an out at least.
Yeah, I wanted the 10 of diamonds. When he called my all in, I was like, all right, I probably have one out.
You know, it's funny I remember when you won the Colossus. Wow. You were interviewed afterwards, and you said that this is a great opportunity for me. I want to take a lot of the money I win out of poker, and kind of settle myself.
He knows that the tilt's just an
have you been able to do that?
You would have called.
And in terms of like, in terms of like life, has the money made your life much easier than it was?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. It's like before I didn't have as much money, so I didn't really have as many. I wouldn't say problems, just other situations in life. I mean, I have been able to help out people closest to me, and also help my lifestyle change for the better. So yeah, I feel like I've done a good job of that.
I mean, you're not spending your money on your wardrobe. I can tell that. That I can say. Or
my clothes
clearly,
stay the same.
after we went to the softball arena and did batting cage, you are clearly not getting baseball lessons.
Baseball is definitely my worst sport. Man, hitting the ball is hard. I'm good. I'm great on defense. It's so weird. My hand-eye coordination is
mega tilt. I'm not folding.
Way above average.
Right.
Just can't catch a ball. Can't hit a ball. I can catch the ball.
Yeah, some.
I'm on mega tilt right
Some guys aren't great when balls are coming at their head.
We need to get a basketball hoop in the next Poker Night America.
Allegedly on
Let's
mega
do it.
tilt.
I'm in.
Advertising
It's a small blind, so
I'll take action.
That's fine.
He's actually, he
no,
should.
just buy it. Buy it.
Goes by and I post, right?
Or he can just buy it for 75. What do you want?
No,
just only make
Hellmuth in for 10,000 more now, so he's now in the game for
It'll skip
15K.
over.
So now you're 50? Or no?
It's my 25.
Actually, sorry, he's in for 15K more. He's in for 20K. By the way, I might have underestimated how many chips Bart has.
Unless
He
it's
may
against
have
the
a round
regulation.
5K chip
Go,
in
go,
there
go.
that I didn't
He's
notice.
the big one, right?
There's a distinct chance he has one of
You
those.
don't want to charge a guy.
They were in play
him 4
yesterday, and I
blinds,
didn't
I
think they
like
were in play today, but they very well might be. And sure enough, there is. There's one right next to
Queen
him.
of clubs there, Phil. We needed
So he's probably got 17 in front of him.
Okay.
So he's probably down 3.
Okay.
I was in the straddle, but he already.
I was wondering. I was like, how did he go from up 10 to down
Like,
10?
where did it go?
Yeah, I saw him lose a few pots here, like 1,200 here, 1,500 there, but I didn't see him lose that many big pots. But he's close to even, maybe down 3 or 4K. Hellmuth in for 20K now.
300.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give him the.
50 back.
We're friendly.
This is a good friendly pace.
Nice. I need all the
Straddled
friendly I
pot.
can get right now.
Oh, we didn't say we're friendly in the middle of pots.
Oh, no.
Hanson's going to call the raise from Tran. He's playing Tran out of position.
It's war.
10-10-9. Nothing there for either player. Ace high still the best hand, but Tran has the betting lead. You can see Tran is up about 6,400 today.
Yeah, Ray just texted me and said Tran added
Phil,
10K
Judd
in
won.
pink.
I call.
Ray just texted me and said that
That's
Tran
fantastic.
added 10K in pink.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we don't always get the
To sit here at the after.
Add-ons.
the feedback right away.
Yeah.
We do by the end of the show, but sometimes it's just like, oh, where'd that money come from?
Right. Well,
We're
there's
just
so much.
guessing.
There's so much
You guys
money
have
coming,
satellites for that?
flying around.
I like that.
Blitzcology says, is that Lance Garcia? It is.
saw
Do you go by
it.
Lance or Cord now?
I mean, I'm cool with whatever.
Yeah,
I go by Cord still. I mean, I don't take any offense to my first name.
Tran's going to bet 800 into 13. Hanson calls. Small little pot. Hanson wins it.
Who's Phil Judd?
Judd.
I like Cord, man. If you got a name like Cord Garcia, it's just cool.
I like my
Roll with
name. It's difficult whenever you meet somebody you always have to say it twice or 3 times. But
Yeah.
once they realize it sticks, they don't forget it usually. So
Yeah, same thing with me.
I need bakes.
You know, when I meet somebody, I'm like, they're like, what's your name? I go, David. What?
the only one I-
David.
Oh, you
They
call me with ace
this
high, too.
bewildered look on their face because they've never heard of David before.
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
JC with ace high.
I need some of my
I'm a
regular
little bit
customers.
sarcastic.
I'm going to show Bakes a little something.
So Hellmuth is down 3,500. Hanson down a couple
like the last time we
thousand.
played
Tran having a nice day.
Mess with me.
I guess I was really excited when I saw the list of players that were going to be here, and like Chamath played yesterday, and Jake Howe played yesterday. At Jason, of course.
they both left, or
Yeah, they both went back to
A
San
little
Fran
Dizzle,
last
a
night.
Dazzle.
But when I saw
Bluff,
JC
bluff,
Tran on
bluff,
the list,
that's
I was like,
that's
oh, that's awesome.
yeah.
Like I've been a fanboy of his for a while.
I was surprised. I was just in Commerce before I came here, and he was one of the last persons I talked to, and I asked if he was coming for this because Sacramento is his home.
But I'm running out of time.
He said he was going to stay. He's like, I'm already in LA. I'm playing. I'm comfortable. I'm in my groove. So I didn't think I was going to see him here. I guess he had a change of heart last minute. Maybe came home to see the family or something and decided to play a session with you guys. Or whatever it was.
Glad he changed his mind.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him here. He's always super fun to watch. He's very tough. He's one of the toughest.
Yeah, that Steve says, terrible joke, Dave. I agree. It was terrible. They can't all be winners.
Man, I would like to deal one of these games.
You want a deal?
Yeah. I used to deal when I was in Houston. When I was underage, or I don't know if I should be saying that.
I don't care. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, me either.
My whole life. That's
Even of age.
Do you have to be? Wait, do you have to be 21 to deal?
Well, I mean, in Houston, in Texas, gambling's
They call me
illegal.
the
So
resident.
Right. So you were doing a home game
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah.
So I
Or
don't think the problem was that you were underage
Yeah.
there.
It's a hard pattern to break, you know.
Yeah, I just had to be likable and then do a good enough job. So yeah, I was actually a really strong dealer when I was young. Really
We're not
strong.
going to tell anybody. I'm going to go on a limb and say that dude won the satellite.
He did win.
He won.
I walked by and he told me he won.
Who's that dude?
I don't know. I think he runs with
That is
with Ross.
Judd Greeneagle.
Judd Greeneagle.
That was new.
You are on the Price is Right. Come on up here. Judd Greeneagle will be joining us after dinner. So at 7 p.m. we will see Judd Greeneagle play. And I got to tell you, if it wasn't going to be you or Earl, I like that dude.
Yeah. fair. He seemed pretty
I like
nice
Bart's
too.
style. If he beats me
Is he
with
gambling?
full burgers,
I wasn't around long enough to see.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see in a couple
All
hours.
right, Bart, let's play another pot. What is it, three?
How much did I? You missed it when I bluffed.
It would have been cool to
How
win a
much
seat
did I
on,
bluff
but
off?
I honestly had no
4,000?
intention
Last
or
night?
plan
No,
of
just
playing
now.
it.
With the
I
king
walked
high?
by,
Oh, yeah.
and I saw they were all set up for that. I was like, what
Just
is
like you
that?
told me and showed me to.
Decided to play it.
Hanson dominated by
You're getting a
Ross,
lesson before
but he outflops him.
Yeah.
all right, now you're playing poker.
Zook TV asking how the satellites work.
now
That's
you're
kind of a
playing
new
poker.
feature
It's
at
like right
Poker
now,
Night in
he's
America.
doing something crazy. How much is this? He's
Get in
doing
here,
something
ODB. Get in here,
He's
ODB.
doing something ridiculous.
Come on, I don't have much time.
So a new feature at Poker Night in America, we have
Nice
these
one,
one-table
Bart, don't get
satellites.
yourself tied up here.
I know. Sure.
The winner of the satellite, it's just a
Oh,
local
don't say
player,
that.
gets a chance to play on the
Your
show.
first line was good. I was willing to go with that.
I think it's a great idea.
And we've had a few opportunities where it's been great, where
All right.
people have turned 1K into
Don't
20K,
get yourself tied up
30K.
here, Bart.
In Pittsburgh, it was so much fun. We had a satellite winner win like $40,000.
Wow.
It was just the funniest thing ever. Unfortunately for Keith Bowman, he hasn't been as lucky today, but it does give players a lot of opportunity to do something like that.
Yeah. And
Now-
play with players
Still
that they
told me to
otherwise
look
would
at you for
never
a minute.
get to play with.
And make
Right,
a decision
exactly.
here.
You get to play with Phil Hellmuth.
I mean, yeah, he's sitting to his right. I mean, that has to be a huge deal for
Can't
him.
beat anything.
Stay strong,
I don't
though.
wanna
Stay
fold.
strong, kid.
You could raise.
I like it.
That's a bad.
By the way, I'm leaving at 6, so
Right?
yeah.
Sorry, I got your money. Get it on.
We'll take a look at dinner break and see what it looks like.
When I go to dinner break, I'll be
Sweet. Yum, yum. Woohoo! Am I like finding money in the street, Ho?
Ross considering this one?
We stop at 5:30, and then I'm leaving. I'm done at 6.
Yeah.
B-Trail says, kicked it with this guy Cord at the bike last year. He was pretty cool.
When you leave? Yeah.
Confirmed, man. You're cool.
Ridiculous, like Jack Queen
Thank
or
you.
Jack
What
King.
was his name?
B-Trail.
Beach Trail.
Yeah, Ho, just focus on the
I'm
tournament.
folding.
I called one of them right. I got the jack.
Wow, you don't have a pair. You lose. You have Jack King.
You could have Jack 9.
Yeah.
9 burgers.
Yeah.
You just put 5,000 there with the money.
Yeah.
It did look like Jack 10. I think he would have had to bet the turn there. Might have been, though.
Could have been jack 10.
I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe.
If you have any questions for Cord, you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports, or you can ask him in the Twitch chat. We'll ask him while you have him in the show. We're going to be here for another hour, and then we go on dinner break. On dinner break, we're going to be showing footage of the main event that's going on right now. There are less than 27 players remain. Ray Henson, Red Porter, Taylor Carr, all still in there.
It was
Mark Kroon still in there. So we'll have a feature table
no
going
Jack.
on. No hole cards,
Jack, that pot would
unfortunately.
have been big.
10-5-3. 10-5-3.
Jack, the pot's big.
10-5-3.
So what was the order of the card bet on the last one?
I can only hope it came Jack high.
10-5-3.
Mark
Yeah.
Bonsack
remember
raises
which
with the
card was
8s.
here?
Bowman calls.
No, it's down there.
I think 10.
We'll just go with this one. It's still random.
No, because if somebody else owes it, why should one of us pay?
Yeah, but no one knows.
There was definitely no ace or deuce on there.
Yeah.
No,
I know that.
There was no
They know.
3. I know that. I know that.
It was a 5. It's
5. Keith probably owed it anyway.
Interesting flop here, 9-7-5. 8s are still in the lead, but if Bonsack hits his 8 and there's only one left in the deck, Bowman will have the straight. Not sure if Bowman will stick around, though. Bowman gives it up, and Bonsack takes it. Easy game.
Get me steaming over here, ODB, talking to myself, upset, frustrated.
Sorry, buddy. Sometimes you make a call and you're right, and sometimes you're wrong. I happen to be right that time.
Bad run out.
Thank you. That is
You might be right again. Like, this next spot, you might have like a jack. It'll come jack 10 deuce, and I'll have like the king queen, and I'll just start jamming.
Man, ODB.
Bet big,
Phil
bet
are
big,
going to
bet big.
battle.
Sometimes I fold big hands, sometimes I call with little hands. That's poker, right? Got a sassy situation on its own.
Phil's ready to battle today, man.
Did Phil raise that?
No, but he's steamed up, man.
Yeah, he doesn't like to lose.
Right now I'm on the potato chip theory.
You're a potato chip, David.
Oh, potato chip?
You're
I like when
called worse.
I like when Phil gets steamed,
eating a
man.
potato
It's
chip,
fun.
and now
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Phil on the river. He ate a chip and he won, so now he's going to want more chips. I like that, and I want to show him more chips too.
It's possible. I might call
Rio
you again.
asked if I
And this
fired
time you
full
might have it.
4 bullets in Colossus. I used 3.
That's my plan.
That time my
3 was the
intuition
magical.
was you did not. Lucky for me, I was right that
Was
one.
it 8 or 9? 9.
Got me steaming, talking to myself, playing 15K behind.
Hanson raises, Tran 3-bets. Tran's actually really not gotten out of line. I mean, the 6-7 hand was the only one where he double-barreled, but I mean, he was open-ended.
Yeah.
Can't blame him.
Nice job,
Just
Judd.
playing poker.
Hanson's going to call the 3-bet. He's way behind. Fortunately for him, he didn't flop 1 pair. I mean, there's just nothing there for him at all.
All right, see you playing later.
JSP, by the way, says, can you ask Cord how he built his roll? Played some small circuit events with him, watched live stream when he won Colossus. Always great to see the small circuit grinders make it.
Yeah, man. I've been playing on the circuit since I was 21. Just taking shots at tournaments probably when I
I know. I
should
You won?
bankroll-wise, but tournaments is where I like to play poker, man. You can win life-changing money if
Get to be in the hot seat.
you close one.
So Bonsack's in for 18.5. He's basically even. Tran is up 5,600. Hanson's down a couple thousand. Ross is up 7,000. Bowman's down like 12. Tough day for him so far. Baker is up 46. And Hellmuth is down as well. So we'll keep track of that throughout the day. JKH, the Colossus score was like, what, 680?
It was 640 for first.
640.
We made a deal
I'm not
heads
going to give you
up.
any action.
I was
I'm gonna wait for
expecting
you to
82.
We played for
I thought so too.
I was expecting 82.
When
Play for
somebody
about
beats me
100K.
like that, now I know they're on the calling station. Now I just smash them.
Ace, 3, 2 diamonds out there.
Just play even tighter against some player.
I often get questions
No effort
about, like, you know, like when Antonio won the
already
1 drop. They were
potato
like,
chip.
oh, how much did he have of himself?
It takes no effort.
Number
to be-
1, none of us are ever privy to that information. Number 2, even if we were, we wouldn't
I've been
tell
called
anybody.
worse.
Right. That's a
limit
personal
player.
financial issue.
Hard
I
to
mean, that's
bluff
like
limit players.
basically asking somebody, like, you know, hey, going up to your house and go, hey, what do you make for a living?
Right.
How much do you make?
It's so weird that
Yeah.
in poker it's okay, but in any other profession it's like way out of line.
I've already made my
And
quota of
yet
laydowns
everyone wants
today.
to know in this industry, man.
I mean, I do think in the
Laid
industry,
down
I do think that we need to have a little bit more transparency so we know who has pieces of other people. Because I think there can be some interesting spots that
I put in 4,000 pre-flop. and
I
sold it
think
for
where
11,000
transparency,
more.
especially in
So
tournaments,
210s.
would help the game. But until we go there, I think asking is somewhat
Yeah,
silly.
you made it to 4, and he was.
I mean, I think I
he
got
didn't
asked.
wanna put the
I don't
8
even
out.
know
Of
how
course you
many
did.
times.
Oh, okay.
Well, obviously post winning, I've got asked tons of times. But even when I'm day 3, 4, and 5, you know, walking down the hallway.
You had more than 10% of yourself, and you had less than 95% of yourself.
There we go.
We'll leave it there.
There we go. It's just like it was just kind of interesting to me that that's all everybody seemed to care about when like it was like, man, like shouldn't you just be kind of like asking me different questions, like, you know, how many chips do you have, or
Well, people
how
always
many
want
people
to
are
know.
left?
Yeah, I guess it's funny. It's like with sports and stuff. People always want to know what the contract
Yeah.
is and
Yeah, of
how much
course.
money did you make, and oh my God, you won $8 million. How much of that did you actually win?
Right, right.
It's good.
Just, I guess, the nature of the beast. But
I'll really be tilted.
I would like to see poker go to a spot where we do have more transparency because I think
Cancel all
it
plans.
raises some.
With my
There can be some
car, it's
questionable
kind of a weird
spots going forward that I'd like to avoid, especially considering I love this game and I love the industry.
Yeah.
But you won't be able to help it, so I don't blame you in advance. How about that?
Oh, good, Phil.
People never, I can't blame people. They play so weird against me in Holdem. Can never blame them. Give me those cards back.
I'll get them for you, Phil.
I'm a chip. I've had a chip.
No, you're eating potato chips. You're not a chip.
Oh, I had an ace this time. I was ready to play against him.
We would check for it.
You'd have got the
Yeah,
same 300 he got.
Unfortunately, it wasn't going to work out for much.
No, didn't have much of that in. At least I got, it's worth getting the 15 minutes berating because I did get that instantaneous 2-second
Buddy, you were the
congrats,
most,
nice call.
You were a very defensive guy, too.
No,
Wow.
I like
That's
that.
Phil calling someone this. That's strong.
I like the
You got a
compliment
little
to start.
defensive. You said
A
how
little
bad he could be
defensive.
and all this stuff like that. It's defensiveness. Folks at home, you can rewind. So I don't know what that means. Why are you so defensive?
No, I said it was worth. It's worth it for the compliment you gave me when I made the call.
This is going to make the. All this will make the show anyway. It's good stuff.
I like the compliment you gave me when you said nice call.
Yeah, but then there was more after that, though. That kind of.
I don't mind afterwards. At least I got the initial good call. I got the compliment. That's all.
If you call that berating, I mean, have you ever played with me before?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't understand.
That was not
That's
berating.
not even close to berating.
Well, it's true.
I mean, get your stats right, bro. You were defensive over nothing.
I'm not defensive at all.
You're not defensive. Okay.
I mean, sometimes.
I
not
call.
This instance.
I call.
Not in this instance.
Of course you were. Everybody can rewind and see it. What's amazing to me is when you tell somebody something obvious and they argue with you. But usually you don't fall in that trap. It's okay though.
Look at this pot, man. Just drills the 10 of spades.
You got me alleging I'm on tilt.
Yeah, Bonsack's in a lot of trouble here.
Great river. I wonder if Tran will go for a check raise here or just try to get the value knowing he
You play
won't
till like
bet
Ivy
then at all.
plays tilt. Ivy just tilt folds. A lot of people when they go on tilt they play more hands. When he plays
Tran
on
bets,
tilt, he plays
Bonsack
less
quickly
hands.
calls. Yeah, give credit for Bonsack not raising there. A lot of players are going to raise.
Would you agree with that?
Also the opponent too. I mean he's
Yeah,
never
of
going to
course.
raise Tran.
I don't know if it's applicable to him exactly, but maybe.
So Bonsack
like
down
when
to
he
15-8.
tilts,
He's
he
down about
plays less hands.
$2,700.
He just tilt folds.
Some people are like that.
Yeah. Some people when they tilt they just play everything. I've seen him so often just lose a couple pots and then he'll have a short to medium stack and he's just fires them in the mug.
Straddle.
A couple people calling me out for being jealous.
Man.
That's true, though. I said I'm jealous. I go, I would love to win a bracelet. I'd love to win that kind of money,
Yeah,
that kind of
of
score.
course.
I don't really
Yeah,
play
yeah.
many tournaments, but I would love
Yeah.
that. I mean, am I jealous of Joe McKeon? Yeah. Hell yeah. Is that is something wrong with that?
think it's
I mean, I wouldn't
unreasonable.
trade my life. I don't want to be Joe McKeon. I'm very happy being David Tuckman. I like my life. I got a great wife. I've got a great kid. I love my house.
But that's
you know,
the
but
success.
Do I? Yeah. Am I jealous of that success? Of course I am. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't think so.
I don't think that changes the fact that I still
get
think
it
it's
all
nobody's
on.
business how much somebody is piecing out of themselves.
Right.
I'm ready.
You know, and this was. By the way, I said the same thing when Antonio won the one drop for whatever money it was, 18 million or 15 million dollars, or, you know, I said the same thing then. I go, it's none of your business. I go, nobody's going to tell you.
Yeah.
You know.
How big was it?
I can't show any hands. It looks like I'm on tilt right now, so I have to keep up the image, you know?
Ace queen.
At least. I thought you had a pocket pair.
And keep in mind, most poker players, most professional poker players, do piece out large tournaments and do piece out like large tournament series. That said, I mean, there are a few. I remember Jeff Madsen back in 06. He talks about this. He didn't even. He didn't know how. He knew nothing about piecing out. He just had a little bit of money, won a satellite, figured, okay, whatever, I'll go to Vegas. Had no idea what like selling pieces of them, what that entailed.
Won all the money.
And he won the money, and he won it all.
Yeah.
So good for him. But for the most of us, you know, most players do sell small pieces of themselves.
Well, I think he quickly realized. I mean, he played a few years, and then he realized. I mean,
just natural.
That money only goes so far.
Yes.
Getting backing.
Right. Then you just fold and fold and fold and fold and show the guy
having
the nuts
that
3 times, and he calls at least once.
Having that foundation to
But I don't know if I have
fall
enough
back
time to
on
get you.
versus
And believe me, I will
when it's
limp
your
in with all
money.
my big hands to make sure. Too.
Changes things.
Of course, I do that for you. Give you a chance, you know. For you, I would do that.
Can I tell my favorite one of my favorite Hellmuth hands?
Jack high.
Yes, sir.
Oh wait, I have a 3. I wasn't even slow rolling. I thought I'd deuce 5.
One of my favorite times played with you. This was back. You didn't know who I was, and we played Limit Holdem. We're playing Limit Holdem at the World Series, and pretty much just raising and playing Limit Holdem pretty fast. Had a lot of chips and just beating you, Limit Holdem, winning all the pots, and you're like, you know, I'm just gonna trap you and I'm just gonna get you. I'm like, yep, you're gonna get me for 1 bet because it was limit. No limit, you could do that, but it was awesome. It was like, yep, you're gonna trap me for that 1 bet.
That's the whole story?
It was good though. It was funny. Bart liked it.
Well, how about in the Pittsburgh Open where I told you I was going to get you?
You did.
And you would run dead for all the money.
You ran through the other kid.
I was lucky against
You
him.
ran through him.
I was lucky against
Phil
him.
had like 4 blinds left. I had like 45% of the chips. The other kid had like 48% of the chips. And you ran it through him 3 times, well 4 times, and then you had a big chip lead and we chopped it.
No, I had 4 big blinds. You guys had like 70 big blinds and 60 big blinds.
You ran it through him like 4 times. 3 times with the best. He had the best, and 1 time was a flip or something like that.
No, he finally moved in. I think he moved in with deuce 4 offsuit, and I studied forever with ace 7 and fold.
Yeah, you got him.
That one I hit a 7 on the flop. That one was over.
Tran being very active here.
He did good.
Playing
though.
nearly
Hung around.
50% of the pots.
Played your style, hung around.
Bowman,
long
our
enough
least
until
active
you
player at 27%. VPIP stands for
That was fun, though. It was
voluntarily
a fun
entering a
tournament.
pot. So that doesn't really, that does not take into account when you, if you're in the
Did
blinds.
I come back and beat you a bunch of pots in the limit hold'em or not?
No,
I would assume it goes this way too.
Well, you should
All
include
these
that in part of the
these
story.
numbers look about right. I would expect Tran to be the
It was
best.
it was a long time ago, but it was just
300.
funny.
Where's the next stop, please?
It's definitely having one in April in Choctaw, Oklahoma, which is in Durant, but I'm not sure if there's one in between then.
I think there's a tournament in Maryland.
I've tasted the chip.
You have a chip, so let me see if I can translate this into you calling me.
Teeth will bust them both up this year.
Thank you for that compliment. What's his name?
I don't know.
K-Op?
Chaups?
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 Yes, one
Trying to
down.
let you guys hear the table.
Wow! Oh, what happened? I thought it was going to be call. I would have to bet more and more and more and either show you the bluff or the nuts by the end.
You gotta throw some salsa in the middle.
Salsa, baby.
Yeah, you'll get Baker in there.
That was as bad a flop as you can get for King Queen, the 6, 7, 4.
You didn't get in there with King Queen?
He has 15,000 behind.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
part? No, I did, but I forgot.
If he didn't have 15,000, of course
But
I
I
would
had
have
ace
gotten
3
him right there.
offsuit and I was gonna.
You were going to re-raise?
Yeah, I thought you.
Oh, yum! Oh,
Wow.
yum. Oh, my.
No, I mean I wouldn't have put all in, but I would have raised.
By the way,
it
it's
to-
slightly
Of course
important
I'm
to
gonna
know
get
how
that.
many
I
chips
know,
your
I
opponent
told
has.
700, but I
the
might
cash
just
game.
give
Yeah.
10,000.
And
I can't
tournaments.
let you guys just give it.
Where are Phil's chips? I thought he had.
He's got, I'm assuming he's got some big chips in front of him or something.
Okay.
Either it be a 5K chip or a couple of 5K chips. Like a little brown chip next to Bart's yellows,
Let
kind
you
of
get
hidden
out
on the
cheap.
side.
Yeah, they
you
should
can see it though. That's a 5K
They
chip.
should just be using all 1Ks just for the viewers, man. It's hard to see. I mean, it's good that they have us or you to tell them. I don't think
my DeMarcus
I don't think they were
Cousins
using the 5K
Yeah.
chips yesterday,
All
were
right.
they? They were.
So I'm in.
They
New
weren't
York
on Friday.
with
They
Garrett,
used them yesterday when the game got big.
Harrington, and he's like, "Hey Phil, you want to go to the Knicks game?" And I'm like, cool. I said, you get us into the Knicks game, get us good seats, and I'll bring us by St. John's practice, you know, to meet with Coach Steve Lavin. And so the morning we go to the St. John's practice, which was a lot of fun. And then he gets floor seats. And I realized when we're in the room, which I love floor seats for the Knicks because they have a place you can have free sushi and just a really nice private place, you know where I'm talking about. And I realized they're playing the Sacramento Kings. And I'm like, man, my friend owns the frickin' Kings. Raise it. And I say, so I text my buddy, and he's like, hey, Phil, we'll give you locker room passes for afterwards. Where are you? I said, we're on the floor, send an assistant coach over. So they give us locker room passes. I walk in there, and someone says, now we're in the locker room after the game. Someone says, Mr. Cousins, Phil is the best poker player in the world. Mark says, I don't give a about poker. And I was like, okay, nice to meet you too. And then afterwards,
Go ahead.
afterwards we actually had a nice conversation, and I kind of liked him. I don't give a
Did they win or lose?
about poker. I think they won. The Knicks didn't win a lot of games last year. That looks like something I have to bet $800 into. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Nuts for Phil Hellmuth. Where's my man with the potato chips? He probably had Jackson threes or something.
I had ace 3.
So what? Get in there.
Yeah, that's Steve asking if we can get Matt Glantz back on the table. He livened things up yesterday. Yeah, Matt Glantz is always great for the show. He's on a ton. Obviously, he works at Poker Night in America, so he's anytime we're short, he jumps in. He'll play occasionally here and there, 4 hours, 8 hours, whatever it might be. But he is already en route to the airport, flying back east to see his family.
Based on my lifetime earnings and no limit hold'em,
I would believe high. Do you think they work
Hey, you
against
got
me?
1,000 on me earlier.
Huh?
That was actually my first time meeting Glantz in like a
I'll
smaller
take this one. You take
atmosphere.
the next one? You got you?
very high.
Super nice
And then
guy.
all of a sudden I said,
Yeah,
no, I
super
want
chill.
this one
Yeah,
and the next
I
one.
like him a lot.
Right.
You don't understand that. You don't understand.
I do.
EQ, the way the brain is wired. If I show a bluff and I act the same way, I always get called. That way, you're controlling not just yourself, but you're controlling everybody else at the table. That's the best poker.
It is. That it is.
If you can do that,
That's taking it to another level.
you can't win all these. You can't win all these Holdem bracelets without
With the best
just
card.
playing like everybody else. No way. I have to talk him into calling and talk him into folding. I used the wrong line on you. But I got you for the next time we play.
It's true. I'll never fold you again.
You don't understand. You'll see. I won't even remind you, though, next time. I won't even say a word. I like when I'm winning, I don't say anything. When you call me a couple times next time we play, I will not say a word. But knowing you probably will.
I've been around the block. I can take it.
Now that's the
I've made
attitude.
so many bad calls in my day.
Now that's the
That one would
attitude.
not be the worst. And I've made great calls in my day. So
See, now you have the right attitude. I like
it's okay.
You're getting a little defensive earlier. You don't have to be defensive. It's just poker, man.
I think in general though, limit hold'em players do call more often because we're just used to calling.
Showdown monkeys.
Yeah,
as
we're
I say.
showdown.
Showdown monkeys.
But on the flip side, I think limit hold'em players make the best no limit players when they transition because they know how to thin value bet and they know how to fold, getting lots of big odds.
Yeah, I've won a lot of tournaments just knowing the other guy had ace king and betting deuces every street. You can only learn that playing limit hold'em. And sometimes I have 6-3 offsuit and they have ace king and I
Hit the 3 and
6, 7, 9 and I bet every street. Oh no, oh no, how much? 5?
Tran's going to raise the 500. I love the dynamic that develops in a cash game as well. When you start,
All right, I want to see the
you get to
flop.
play with the same players, and you start to really get a
They do
feel for
rabbit
how
hunt
everybody's
at this
playing
table
and
sometimes.
how everybody's reacting and who's up and who's down and who's
God,
desperate
come
and
on.
who's on lockdown.
That's what I think
Stop.
ODB is best at.
I had a king.
He's great at that. Great at that live feel part of the
I
game.
know
I mean,
JC's not giving up.
I think
You see
a
bet
lot of
every
times
flop against me
the more
for 2
technical
years.
players in the game, and there's a place for it. Obviously, you've got to be analytical. You've got to be
Yeah, you never
use the
missed a
math.
C-bet.
But I think some
Even when
technical
everybody else
players
stopped
that are
C-betting
very
a year and a
good
half ago.
discount the value of being
A lot of
just a
guys just
live
never
player, a
stop.
feel person.
Yeah.
Greg Mueller,
I see bet
ODB,
around 58%
Matt
of the
Glantz.
time.
These are guys. Phil Hellmuth, obviously. I mean,
Right.
Phil Hellmuth does things that,
is your
you
favorite
know,
hand 9-9?
fundamentally, he can't defend.
9-9.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not defendable.
Yeah.
but his results speak for themselves, and it's because
What's your favorite hand?
he's
Mark?
really good at just understanding how people work and the psychology and
Besides
boring.
getting chips.
Probably
Favorite hand?
9-10 suited.
Yeah.
Keith?
Favorite hand?
Got a favorite hand?
Like as
9,
far
10.
as just
That's many hands has been for me is 9 jack.
9 jack? 9 jack suited?
Now, this is a very
Mine's
tough
10
spot for me,
10
Bart.
8 of spades.
It's only 125.
The Baker. They call it the Baker.
You
They told me
deserve
that,
the
the
call
Baker.
so
I actually beat you in
badly.
a hand last week and said
But
Baker.
I
and
just feel like
he
you
knew
might
what I
be
had
like
among the hands.
something's like I don't know.
I might be
Lesson
giving off the
learned from
reverse. It could actually be
ODB.
strong here.
Something is telling me that I have to fold this. But it's like you deserve the call. So
See, I mean,
I'm
look
just
how good
gonna
this
pay
read
you
is right here.
a quarter.
Spot on, as usual.
But I can't quite put in the like.
Spot on, as usual.
125.
Show him the 4 high.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Give me that quarter back. Oh my God!
That was
It's
impressive.
way overcard.
It was hard not to.
But I mean, the lowest card in my hand was like a 9. Oh.
I was not expecting the fold, that's for sure.
No, I told myself, you deserve action. I have to call you.
Straddle's on.
He's got the whole bag of chips.
Quarter
And I
50, 100.
bailed.
Yeah.
I know one guy I would have called with that hand.
Baked Lays.
Oh,
Baked Lays.
I would have snapped him.
Baked Lays. That's your new nickname for today.
Then I'm going to take you to Value Town.
You might. I'm a very tricky guy to take to value
You're
down
not
though. I'm one of the only guys on the planet that could check top pair, top kicker every street.
Race?
Because I have a plan. I won a lot of money that way. They're firing with their.
I have a friend of mine that does that. We call him the inducer.
I induce.
You know him.
So Bonsack opens in the
Mr.
button.
Greg Mueller.
Hanson raises out of the straddle.
Oh,
He's got a
plays
3-bet out of
like
the straddle
that.
with
He's a
9-6.
very
Somebody wants to
tricky
give us
player.
some money. That's okay.
Hanson and
Hard to
Tran
beat
have been
ace
by
queen.
far the most aggressive players at
You
the
guys
table.
are firing.
Yeah.
Baker
Us
probably
young
the
kids,
most.
us young kids
You have
are
to hem and haw and
firing.
call. Like that's.
I mean,
the trick.
ODB just
You don't
folded
want to slow it
King
down
Jack
too much.
O under the gun to the straddle there. I mean, I don't think
Us
there's
young
anyone
kids
else at
only
the
got
table who's
one
doing
year,
that
right, JC?
right now.
Yeah,
We
King
only
Jack
have one
offsuit,
year, I think,
7-handed.
kids. We
Yeah,
only
not that
can
it's
just
not that
fire.
it's a. I mean, it's probably the best
JC's
fold.
not young anymore.
I just don't see any other players doing it.
Young at heart. No? You're old at heart? I'm young at heart.
JC just keeps making straights and flushes. That's a better system.
Doesn't everybody think they're
that's a
young at
good
heart?
trick.
Does anybody come out and
Set-
go,
I'm
I'm
trying to
kind of
make a
old at
full
heart?
set.
Set straights and flushes. I'm trying
Man,
to
I
make
think
pairs.
I'm old. Like at
I
our.
don't think I have
You've
them
got an old
covered,
soul.
but I think I can do
yeah,
damn
I feel like I do.
I can see that.
Oh, this is
I can't believe I
sweet.
did.
I've always hung out with
wonder if
older
Phil's
people
gonna
throughout my whole
raise
life
This
too.
is sweet. You know me, playing every hand.
For those of you who don't know, by the way, Cord is really, really good friends, very close with David
I've
Baker
played this
and Ray
against
Henson,
people, most people,
both
but
of
I
which
think
are
that I
like
just get
dinosaurs
owned after
compared
the
to you.
flop,
Man,
so
I was watching them when I was in high school on TV.
Yeah, seriously.
What is it?
Do you help them, like, put their dentures on in the morning and stuff?
That's good, by the way.
They text you,
I
hey,
don't
don't
wanna
forget
get
to bring home the
owned
hemorrhoid
coach
cream.
Man, we have so
In
many
fact, I couldn't
funny
beat 8 high.
stories
In fact,
just
I couldn't
about
beat 7 high. In fact, I couldn't beat
ODB
most
being
6
too
high.
old.
There we go.
All right, there you go.
That's great.
Did I show that? Now game is on. Oh my God! I better have something next time. Woo-hoo. He's eating the potato chips, and I'm showing 6 high. That adds up. That's a recipe. You know how you like bake a chocolate chip cookie? You like chocolate chip cookies?
Yes, I do.
They're my favorites. Who else like chocolate chip cookies?
I mean, who doesn't? Look at us.
But that's my favorite. Like, who else is it like their favorite? Like, I just love them. So I'm trying to bake a good chocolate.
You're raising
chip
the
cookie.
straddle?
I am raising the straddle. Yeah.
You're raising
My
2
wife
straddles.
makes the
That's
best.
crazy. That's a crazy play. Chocolate chip. Crazy.
Oh, really? Why don't you ever bring some next time I see you?
No, you gotta eat them hot.
Bonsack raises to
yeah,
600. This is a double straddle, so it's $200 to play.
Massive chocolate chip cookie.
Bonsack made it 600. I don't think he's going to
I
get any
love the
action.
dough,
Well, we'll
too.
see.
That's your favorite dessert?
Nope, no action.
Yeah.
Mine's ice cream. I'm an ice cream guy.
We have to put the ingredients just right. They have to be baked just right too. You know, like you can't overcook them because then they're horrible. They have to be undercooked. So that's what I'm trying to do in poker. Show a bluff, get a guy eating potato chips, talk a lot, confuse.
Boom! Double up.
And then boom,
Wait.
I have a beautiful chocolate chip cookie. It's so delicious. And another 15,000 in front of me.
Does he eat his chocolate chip cookies with 2 hands?
And the other guy's
'Cause that's
saying,
just
"Why did I
weird.
call?"
How big is this
What
chocolate chip
just
cookie that he needs to eat it with 2 hands?
What happened?
I always wonder what they say in the taxi cab on the way home at the World Series. What happened? How did he get me? What did I do? Why didn't I stick to my plan?
Everybody's got a
Oh,
plan.
I like it.
Oh, yes.
I like it because you and I are very close on this hand. Oh, get out of there with your crappy hand.
I should have ISO'd you, right?
You should
Should've
have.
You should have made it 800.
Because I think you and I are like, I think we're so close on this hand.
Jack 7-4. 6 is still good. It might be difficult for Hanson to win the hand, but he is in position. A little bit different now. Hanson has the straight flush draw to go along with the best hand. Ross also with the straight draw.
I think it's going to be more than that.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm just checking. Let's do. Everybody do a spade check. Go ahead.
Oh, I've already done it.
Yeah, me too.
Check.
Kind of like this bet by Bart. Don't let a random queen or 8 or whatever, well not 8, but a random card come off and beat you.
I mean,
Hellmuth has very few outs, by the way. An 8 would just give Hanson the straight, so Hellmuth needs to catch a 6. There's only 1 left in the deck, or an ace. And the ace can't be the spade.
He can't think about calling here.
I mean, Bart's not repping much. I mean, Bart checked back the flop, and now he's betting. It's like...
Yeah, but neither is Phil, really.
No, Phil's not repping something. What is Phil repping exactly?
Not even 4th pair right here.
I mean, Phil's the most unconventional player, though, where he could have kings here, for all you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's weird enough that he could do that.
You're right.
Big card here.
I would love the 10
You would love to have the Baker on that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I should have called. What am I doing?
I had the ace-6 offsuit.
Yeah, you were dead. I had ace-8. God, what am I doing? I so wanted to put the money in that time. I didn't go with my instincts. Plus, the river's going to be fun because once I call on the turn, I'm calling you on the river. But you didn't have to bluff if you actually had an ace.
Man, pocket maces.
Maybe
Yeah,
ace
but once
comes.
you check call, I know ace-6 is no good, you know, at the end.
Oh, that would have been really sweet for me. Because if I call then, I'm calling the river.
Nobody ever calls with ace-8 high.
Yeah, right.
Pocket Mesa says, Cord, you playing Colossus 2? I'm going to go on a limb and say that absent some sort of terrible emergency, God forbid,
I thought, wow.
there's no chance you're not playing.
I gotta play it.
Of course you do.
Gotta play it.
Right.
And I had ace-8.
Keep telling everybody, Houston Rockets went back-to-back
But you deserve the way you
when they won their 2 championships, so I'm gonna try to do the same
I'll
thing.
put it this way, if you won the Colossus 2, it might go down as like top 3 poker achievement in the history of poker.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, obviously it would be
Dan
an
Harrington's
incredible amount of
there.
luck, but I mean, if you were to do that Colossus,
it goes.
I don't know. I'm not even going to try. Dan Harrington, 3 final tables.
And then back-to-back for Mark. That's got to be there.
There's a lot. I mean, if Newhouse hadn't finished in 9th, I mean, he certainly would be up there.
I think he still should be up there, man. Back-to-back.
I mean, Greg Raymer winning in 04 and then finishing like 25th in 05.
Yeah, that's right there, too.
Was huge.
Yeah.
There's a lot of amazing accomplishments.
Yeah,
that we can go through, but I mean, if you were to win Colossus again,
yeah.
oh my God, that would just be ridiculous.
Every time I think about it, it just makes me more motivated to play it. Obviously, it's just another tournament.
Come on, I'm playing too tight now.
Pretty absurd to try to get through another 20,000 player
I
field.
almost played, and I would have got you at a 6.
Oh, go away.
So I did. I honestly, I would have
my
played.
God.
Had Phil raised, I would have played. But I was like, I don't want to beat you. So I just want to.
You've done enough of that already.
That's what I was like. I've run good versus you, but Phil, I would have just loved to show him the trip 6s right there.
Oh, that would have been sweet.
You have played. You do it. You have eaten potato chips. I've got the cookies. The cookies are in the oven right now.
They're rising.
Getting ready to be pulled out. Like
my only hope is that you leave before they get fully risen. That could happen because you're leaving at dinner. So.
Is somebody actually making cookies, or are these like?
I think they're just.
Are these metaphorical
Yeah.
cookies?
Yes.
Because I'm getting hungry.
I think that's.
I
what's
really
happening.
want a freaking cookie right now.
I think Phil's trying to take himself off tilt, and the only thing he can do is
Talk
run
about
himself a
chocolate chip
yeah.
cookies.
And
Okay.
he's happy. He's smiling now.
Fair enough.
I have the live 100.
Hey, you got to go to your happy place.
Can't knock it.
Thanks for all the tweets, guys. Joseph Stanley, David Jewell, B. Watson, Raid Army, Amin Matmugoglu,
I was trying to get rid of you. I know.
Sean Hegstrom.
Oh, we could have gotten rid of you though, maybe.
Keep them coming in, guys, at Tuck on Sports. 975 Rainbow Flop. Bonsack with the best of it right now. Bonsack in the camouflage jacket. It's kind of cool because sometimes I can't see him.
He always wears that.
He's hidden. Whoa, where'd he go?
I like Mark. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, for sure. A couple people have asked about Stapleton. Stapes and I worked together in Florida on Poker Night in America, and we love to have him on the show. I had a great time working with Stapes. Hopefully we'll get him back on the show shortly, but he's a busy man,
folded ace-4 on the button.
So his schedule did not allow for him to come, but that's obviously our hope.
I was on the button with ace-4. And
it got folded to you, and you just folded?
You were right there, right?
Yeah.
And Hellmuth was there, so I just mucked the ace-4 on the button. And I'm like, how weak am I playing?
Tip flop, guys.
Do they know? Do they know I'm playing this tight? No, they don't know.
Oh, it's tip flop. Yeah. Tip flop.
They don't know. He called me with ace-8 high.
So Tran's up 8. Bowman's down 12.
The cookies are.
Besides that, there's just not a lot of chip movement.
Nice chocolate chip.
Much different than yesterday.
Yeah, much different
yesterday
than
was
yesterday.
fun.
It
Not that it isn't fun now. It's just like those guys, when they get to playing poker and the money means literally nothing, it changes the dynamic of every game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Friday kind of started off like this, and then we blinked, and Alan Richardson was up 30. Another guy was down 25. Another guy was up 12.
I'm not even complaining.
This
I
could
haven't
easily
flopped a
happen.
set in 3 days here.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be some big pots played.
I mean, maybe trips, but I haven't flopped a set once.
Ace high flop
And
here.
And to be fair, some of the deck hasn't allowed it.
Yeah, sometimes it's just it's cash game poker. I mean, we show every hand. I mean, a lot of hands just aren't going to be that exciting.
Yeah.
But if you love poker, you love the game, and that's I'm obviously very passionate about it. I love this game. So Ross is going to bet. Tran calls, turns the queen. So Tran now at the best of it.
That's the worst.
Ross with the gutter, doesn't hit it.
Jack 9 and I had top set of Jack.
And this is going to get checked down.
And then he just called.
Queen 9 good.
I know.
JKH asking if Stapes was going to play on the show. I don't think he would. I mean, maybe if we had some sort of like commentator special, he would play. But Stapes does not play. Doesn't even play close to this big.
He plays online, right?
That's how I feel.
Joe Stapleton?
I had a call.
No, are you talking about Jamie Staples or Joe Stapleton?
I think I have.
Yeah, Jamie Staples plays online. He plays on Twitch. Joe Stapleton is a commentator. Lives on the East Coast now. Lived in London. Hysterical guy. I'm a huge fan of his. We've had him doing commentary with me. So Staples was on the show in Vegas.
I'm a small diamond king.
Killed everything.
Well, I mean, I still won 16.
Yeah.
You didn't flop a set yesterday, or you didn't make a set yesterday, but you were the beneficiary of one when you came Queen Jack.
Correct.
And you're up against 8-8, and you had 9-10 versus 8-8, and the river was an 8.
It was lucky I checked the turn that hand.
To give J-Cal the set and you the straight.
Yeah, that was cold for him.
Yeah, that was a cold rhythm.
Sound turn, huh?
The weird thing about that hand is I almost mucked it. I was on the button, I almost mucked it, and I realized, wait a minute, it's only 100 to call.
I've seen those pop up before.
King high flop. Very dry. Ace-8 still the best hand.
Oh, it's on me. Sorry, 4. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
Hanson's going to float here.
Hanson's got some plans.
Well, yeah, obviously he's not calling to hit a 3 or a deuce, but he doesn't think Hellmuth's got much. Hellmuth bets 400 to 250. It's Phil Hellmuth. I don't know if he's going to fold so quickly, though.
Me either.
This feels a little disgusting.
Let's hear him.
Oh, fuck. How much, 7? Floated me, even knowing I have it.
Show the 3 deuce.
I guess I probably should show the bluff.
One more time.
Show the bluff.
One more time.
Show it.
Go ahead. Good bluff.
Even him up.
He even
I
said.
could have sworn I thought he was going to call me on the turn. I was going
I
to
had a
fire the
big ace.
river.
Yeah. Oh, yum, yum. Look at this. Yum, yum. Oh, I didn't want to hear that.
So apparently Poker Ho, Mark Kruin is out, and apparently Phil Hellmuth had a piece of him. I'm going to go...
Big gamble right there.
Huh?
It's a big gamble by you.
Yeah. I go on a limb, man.
Sorry to hear, Ho. I really thought you were going to get there. Really did. Yeah. Good play, Bart. That's twice you bluffed me. That time I had a big ace, so I was a little disgusted. Because I could take the other line of just check call you on the flop and you can't do anything.
That's true.
But I decided that I want to induce a bluff. I'll try to induce you one more time. If you're going to play like that, I have to play some big bluffs.
I mean, I have to defend though with the 10-3 off. Don't you think? I mean, the deuce 3 off in position. This one.
I would have.
You wouldn't?
I would have.
Oh yeah. All right. It's really borderline.
You can always bluff me, right? You can always bluff me if you miss.
Hanson's got Hellmuth covered, dominated here, but likelihood is that the flop will miss both players, and Hellmuth will win this one.
I don't know, man. Hanson's been showing some heart.
Yeah, this one's he's out of position, though.
It's true. No
Although I got to tell you, I would have loved the check raise there. Because it's like the second time, nobody believes. The second time's never a bluff, right? So if you bluff the second time, and then a third time, everybody's like, oh, well, the third time, you can't be bluffing again.
It would have been great.
Oh,
I wish you would have pulled the trigger.
If he checked the raise there again, oh,
I mean,
I would have loved
Phil would
it.
have threw his hat.
Even a regular 6.
That's what I mean. It would have blown him up.
Yeah.
7-6.
He would have thrown his hat in the air, been over it, and he had to fold.
Yeah, or 3-bet.
But you bluff me after.
He's not going to 3-bet, though.
I mean, Phil might just say, you know what, man.
I would have loved it.
You know, I knew you were baller. Next time it comes king, king 5, I'm just going to check the ace or the king to you. That takes all the bluffs out.
No big deal. No big deal, man. Don't worry about it.
JC Tran gets up from the table, so we're 6-handed for a little bit.
250.
See if the Hellmuth Hanson wars continue. Oh, I'm 3-betting this if I'm Bowman. 3-bet. 3-bet, my man.
King 10 again.
I'm not always a fan of 3-betting 8s, but one thing that I've noticed about Hellmuth, he loves to limp in with like premiums, but he raises with kind of like the ace 8, the ace 4s.
Trash.
Yeah,
Right,
like
here we go.
decent but not
This
great
could be the
hands.
one. Hands that
Hands
play
that he's
well.
certainly not going to continue on with.
Right.
This could be the one.
I think Baker definitely could have 3-bet that.
500.
Wow.
You know, the other one was 6 of spades. I actually would have played the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Dan. Yeah, right. It was 6 of spades. He runs so good, this guy. This guy runs so good. I have him set up for hours. I have him set up. And then all of a sudden, the dealer flips the card over and Phil escapes again.
Oh, man.
I wait. They think I'm on tilt.
300. They do think I'm on tilt.
And now he'll
King
probably,
10 again?
and now he'll
2
probably
times
bust
in
me
a
this
row, I
hand.
didn't hit it either time.
Come on, Keith. I'm rooting for you.
Bring it.
Oh yes, family hot. Love it.
Baker, you said earlier you root against me. You root for me every time.
I'm not rooting for you this time. I'm rooting for Keith.
But Keith?
My allegiance is unwavering in this spot.
All right.
On me? Oh, no.
Yeah, of course. Phil's gonna bluff. No.
Oh, that's not.
That is a shame. That is a shame. That really is a shame. I have something. Oh, man. Come
No
on.
way.
Wow. I had a queen.
Good read,
I had an
guys.
ace.
How many bluffs do you have to make before you get
I had
paid
a
off
bad
one
queen.
time?
I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
He shows bluff after bluff after
I'm
bluff,
ready
and
for
then
him.
all
I'm
of a
ready-
sudden,
I'm ready to just,
he
like-
just has it.
I knew twice he was bluffing and fold, but I won't make that mistake again.
No, he can get in still right now, right? Probably just buy it.
Yeah.
Just put in a quarter if you want. Or buy it. Whatever
It
you
has
want.
to be a big blind somehow. He doesn't have to
Yeah,
put. I don't care if he
straddle.
puts the dead
Straddle.
quarter. There.
There we go.
Yeah, but it could go quarter 50.
Yeah, that's fine too. Then he doesn't hit button. He wants the
You
button.
got it.
He wants
fair.
that button.
All right, Bowman picking up a hand. I'd like to see him
Well,
with
it's been
some
a pretty good
pots.
show the
Keith
last
Bowman.
hour since I went on.
I started chanting his name earlier on. I was like, come on, man. I'm rooting for him.
Potato chip.
I try to be objective, but I'm like, I'm rooting for this
Talking
guy.
about
How
potato
can you not?
chips and chocolate chip cookies.
I think
Baker
Odie-
3-bets him.
Yep, he's trying to get it in with him.
I don't know why.
I think
You had to give my king.
I think
There's
he-
a couple times Baker's done this, and he's
Yeah,
done it
10
specifically
jack.
against
I'm
Bowman, where I
secretly
just don't, I
rooting
don't
for
get
you,
it.
Tran.
The one you showed
Like,
me, the jack.
Bowman just called.
Why do you want a high variance spot against a player who you're
Hey,
better
that's jack.
than,
That's what I had.
That's what I mean. I
and
don't
you're
know
in
how you lay it
position?
down,
I'll
but
tell
then
you.
you
Like the
call
two things that,
pieces.
that
Not done yet.
David has going for him in his hands are, number one, I have more experience than you. I'm probably a better player than you post flop.
100% because
And that's not, that's not a,
Jack
I'm not saying that Bowman's
Jack
bad,
eight,
I'm just
right.
saying that
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Baker's, world class.
Yeah.
Number two, I have
Over my
position on
plan.
him. It's just, why do I want to get into a flip?
That was the worst
Or why
flop
do I
I
want to
could've-
create higher variance against the guy? Why not just call and use the position and use my experience?
It's really interesting too because ODB always preaches that to me. He says you need three things.
Don't leave me hanging.
You need to have 2 or 3 things against a good player. You need to have a good hand, good position.
Yeah, check.
You need to have at least something like
Short
that.
stack to be going in check, dude.
But I mean, versus an experienced player, I mean, you typically want to.
I'd rather play small ball against Bowman.
of course.
I'd rather play small ball and just
ODB usually does.
I can maneuver the pot and manipulate the pot the way I want to,
Right.
and I'm probably going to be better at reading the situation. Okay, are my sevens good?
straddle.
Are they not good?
There you go. Now you're
Can I
getting
turn
at-
my sevens into a bluff if I need to? So forth and so on. But once I make the pot, once I bloat the
You're
pot
bloating,
up,
and he's short.
and he's short, there's no maneuverability.
Yeah.
It's the hands over.
Maybe you just try to flip it out with him and let him double up or put someone else in the seat. I don't know.
Yes, I don't know why. But,
He's got like
I don't
he's got like 3K. I mean,
and Baker doesn't want to give $3,000 away.
sure.
By the way, look at this, man. Look at this. Let's not overtalk this one.
Oh,
Baker and Bonsack, aces versus kings.
This guy come from?
Really? We're gonna do it, aren't we?
we're gonna.
I don't know. It's your choice. I mean, I'll make a choice after you make a choice.
Let's turn the table up a little bit on this one. Here are these boys.
You could have just went with the flow
I
for
coulda just
300.
went
You had to
with the
get
flow.
crazy and throw 1100
I
in there.
could have just went with the flow.
That's my analysis of this hand. The Baker is very tricky.
He is. I'm afraid he has 10-8 of spades.
The butcher, the baker, the
That's what I'm
candlestick
most worried
maker.
about right now. Is 10-8 of spades.
If you're slow rolling me here, I'm not going to be happy.
He doesn't care if you're happy as long as you pay him.
As long as you pay me, I'm good.
Interesting what Baker said there. Because
Yeah.
what he says would intimate that he doesn't have aces.
Right.
Like if you're slow rolling me, I'm not going to forget
The
it.
Baker, he's a very
Oh,
tricky
that guy-
cat.
He is a tricky cat.
Kind of talked
He
about
was
that
slow
one.
rolling.
He was.
I mean, if he knew he had kings, he wouldn't say anything.
No, of
They're
course
getting
not.
it
Of
in.
course not. But you know
But
what I
if
mean?
you have like
It's-
jacks or tens, I mean,
Yeah. Bonsack's all in for
trying to bust
16,000.
him with
Baker's
jack
all in for
nine
11. The pot is actually 23, we'll call it.
I don't even have clubs.
blade flop for Baker.
Baker's got the clubs in his hand. Yeah, I
Blade
mean,
flop.
just fantastic. Another
Blade
club out
turn.
there, yep. Bonsack's down to one out
That's it.
and one out only. He needs the king of diamonds.
No, king of clubs.
Oh, sorry,
works.
king of clubs is good too, my bad.
But that's how you do it right
King
there.
of clubs would have been a full house.
That is how you do it.
Thanks for
Nice
correcting me.
hand there, Mr. Dave.
Thank you, sir. You had the jack
Playing
9?
with Mr. Mark. I did. I jacked 9 of hearts.
Wow, that's sick.
I would have lost.
I've got it.
You got it. I got it covered.
All right, Mark.
Yeah, put him back after dinner. We'll go grab her. Yeah,
Okay, so we had the stacks wrong. Baker must have rebought.
A little
No.
bonus.
Well, Bonsack just went broke.
No.
He had him
no,
covered.
Well, until after dinner. Yeah. I'll play
ODB probably had
Bill
about
escapes
15K.
the king's
Oh.
aces there. Let him
According to our numbers, Baker did not have them covered.
maybe he had it on.
We clearly had the numbers wrong somewhere. It happens. Sometimes guys throw money on the table and don't tell us. And if they don't tell us, we can't put it in the
Right.
system. So
Unbelievable how good he's running.
So everybody from the chat, they like the ODB reverse tell. I think I like it too. I mean, the hand plays regardless, but saying something like that when
all the potato chips, it's like
I think it was the perfect statement against that particular player.
I think so too. I think he would never do it against Tran or Hellmuth. Maybe he would say something else with Hellmuth.
I don't think he says a thing to Tran or Hellmuth or Hanson.
Yeah.
But it was the perfect thing to say against that particular player.
Yeah, Mark felt super comfortable, as he should. He has kings, you know? I mean.
Sometimes poker's so hard.
All right. Did you flop any sets this week?
I don't think so.
Anything's good for me.
You see that? You see that? Just snap mucked an ace.
I haven't. I haven't looked at you.
I think I have like 20 more minutes to get.
Well, look at that. So Baker, who's in for 8,000. No, Baker rebought, I think, a little bit, or is he still in just for 8?
Yo, it was just one.
I think it's 8.
We could have wasn't great. I don't know if he rebought for a little bit more.
He would have over.
Still just 8. So Baker up another $18,000. How does this guy just print money?
He's the GOAT, man.
Poker Night in America is like an ATM for this guy.
Do you like that if you're slow?
Tran is up 9,600.
I knew he had
Bowman's still down 12.
re-raise it,
Hanson basically even. Hellmuth down a couple of thousand. Ross is up 4,000. And of course, Mark Bonsack down 18,500.
You've seen me do it 100
I
times.
just wanted to make sure.
You understand. They don't.
I've watched ODB play for, I would say, more than anyone else.
Many times.
And he just.
They don't know when it comes ace.
He's a machine, man.
I have a set of eights,
He can play
and the other
60
guy has a
hours
set of
straight.
aces, and I lose nothing.
He could be stuck
They haven't
52
seen
of
that
those hours, and then the last 8 hours he'll play his best poker. I really haven't seen anything like it with anybody else I've been close
You
with.
got me for something.
Hey, he's had a 40K. I mean, this day's obviously far from over, but
No,
he's had a 40K weekend already.
So I started with about 19.5.
I had small chips in my pocket. I just changed it
And
to
he
get it
just
off.
does it with class. It looks so easy. He makes it look so easy.
Raise 3-bet here from Hanson. Hanson was in the straddle. Tran's going to call with the old gap-suited connector 5-3 hearts. He's live.
He makes some TV.
Yeah, he's live. Pots $22,000.
Aces and it comes jack 9 deuce.
Nothing there for Tran. Hanson with the overcards and the gutter. Not a great flop for Hanson in a 3-bet pot, though.
Before the flop and I have aces, you will get.
And Hanson's going to check.
I put in 4K yesterday with 2 10s and then folded for another 11. I would have won. We rabbit hunted it.
Tran now open-ended.
Matt
His hand
Glantz
getting more and
was
more interesting. Ace-King still the best hand, though.
15,000 versus me when I'm.
I saw him put in 15K with ace king when the blinds were 25.50.
Yeah, he put in 15K versus me
And I
yesterday.
said to him, I said, do you know how many big blinds you
The guy
just put
can't
in?
even spell Holdem. But yet he
I told
wins
him,
on the show every
Do you
time.
know how many big blinds you just put in?
14.
He
Versus
said, I
me.
played it great, Phil. And I said, okay.
He put it in versus me, second to last hand of the night. 15,000 when I was never putting in 4,000 light. But he got away with it. That's what Glantz does. I give him too much credit. I thought he had too good a hand. I'm like, there's no way Glantz would ever put in 15,000 versus me in this spot. But he did.
Hanson's going to give it up. Tran with the delayed C-bet. And not really a C-bet. I mean, he actually called the 3-bet, checked back the flop, which probably to Hanson looked like
showdown.
Yeah, it looked like Tran maybe had a 10, you know, something like that.
Really not.
10-9 suited type hands.
You are.
Oh, really?
See how selective he plays against Tran. He's just not trying to get in any sticky situation with him.
Yeah, he's out of position, tough spot.
Any of these guys? No.
Tran will put the clamps on, too.
I know it. You're going to try to outplay him or hit the flop. The outplaying hasn't worked. You've in general hit the flop.
I like to see nobody at this table's a nit. Everybody's playing hands.
You and I attack just a little bit differently. Both works, though.
Once again, Poker Night in America, the cash game. David Tuckman, Cord Garcia here. We're at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in, where the hell are we? We're in Lincoln, California. There you go. Yeah, Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento.
All right.
This place is great.
How
man.
can you get in the
Yeah, it's a cool
middle
spot.
of David
It really is.
Baker, am I like?
Yeah, that's probably a.
Bowman picks up kings. Come on, baby.
Ace King with the Baker.
Oh, Bowman just called. Sneaky.
Wow.
Wait,
Wow.
Bowman and Baker just called. And again, you got to be kidding me. Not only does he play well, but he runs well,
I mean,
especially against
Okay,
Bowman.
this can be taken two ways, though, because there's supposed to be some more action in pre. ODB's probably supposed to get all the chips from him.
Oh, there is. Yeah, he should get it. But
and he's probably not going to get it all now.
He might still.
Maybe, but
come on, put a king out there.
He actually, I think, ran pretty bad for this situation. I mean, the money's supposed to get in free.
Yeah.
Bowman ain't putting another penny in the pot. He might check call 1,000.
I mean, the board's just terrible.
It
for him.
is.
Clubs got there. The ace is there.
And then you got a third player in there, which to Bowman, obviously.
I check.
1,000.
Easy value bet for Baker, and hopefully nobody calls.
That's too bad. Oh, no.
This is just never a bluff from Baker.
Still think Bowman's going to call.
He might.
I agree. It's never a bluff, but Bowman's frustrated. He's had a pretty frustrating day.
He really
like.
has.
Finally catch 2 kings. You're short.
So awful, though. Imagine how excited he was when he won the satellite to play in this thing, and then right away, nothing's gone his way.
Man, I was bummed losing the satellite just because I knew that was the only way to get in.
I'm not going to like to look at this later.
And that is actually a bad beat for Baker because he should have.
Can't show anybody else.
I won't show Phil.
That's all that counts.
Good, right? Right? Yeah.
That's Baker just being Baker right there.
Yeah, it's classy. Class act, you know?
Do you think
He's not going to show another pro that, but he's trying to make the amateur feel good about his fold.
Like, I mean, these guys, did they study deductive reasoning? Do they know that I'm like Sherlock Holmes at the table? Like, did it like you noticed everything? Come on. He showed him because he had it, obviously.
By the way, I'm going to give Keith Bowman credit. He has actually made a number of good laydowns. You know, unfortunately for him, he really hasn't made many hands, and when he makes a hand, it seems to always be the second best hand.
Of course I had it. I always have it.
Frustrating.
Call.
Sigh. Straddle pot.
I finally
Called in a few spots.
We're all set. No, he called Australia.
See this one 4 ways. King high flop.
Check.
Nobody has much of anything. Whoever bets here is probably going to take it down. Another king out there, and at this point, if I'm in the small blind or big blind, I might take a shot at it simply because you don't think somebody in late position has much. But small pot, nobody wants to get involved, and Hellmuth takes it down.
Nobody put it 150? Wow. Yeah, I'll take it. Really?
Got about 5-10 minutes left before dinner break. Just a reminder, we're going to change our footage to the tournament, so you'll see featured action of the tournament, the main event.
Really? I mean, it's so cold.
No hole cards in that spot.
How good have you ran in the last 2 days filming?
Honestly, I've just run good on this show. I mean, every stop we go to, I've only had a couple of, and it's not because I just run good on the show.
In addition, Bart Hanson will come on the show and answer any of your questions for you. If you have any questions for Bart Hanson, of course, the lead pro over at crushlivepoker.com.
Tom Snyder and I and Matt Glantz have all three.
You can ask him any questions you have in the Twitch chat. He'll be here at 6 p.m.
I was at 1800 or something, and I said, all right, just play it good, Phil. You have to leave in 40 minutes. And I went double, 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 and left with like 30,000.
In Pittsburgh, I brought 30,000. I was down 25 with my last 5 on the table within the first hour, and I ended up winning like 20,000 that day. That day, yeah. Oh shoot! Sorry about that. I'm betting the 500.
Yeah, Schneider has good timing. Like.
Tom is fun to play with. I like Tom. He's one of my favorite people to play with. He's one of my favorite people I've met in poker, and I met him basically, I mean, I've known him for years, obviously, but from traveling with this show a bunch with him, such a good guy.
Have to like him.
Yeah. If you don't like Tom Schneider, I probably don't like you.
I had a private game in Phoenix.
His ex-wife or his wife, too? He's super nice.
His new wife.
Oh, who was his old wife?
Julie?
Julie, yeah.
She's nice, too.
Yeah, she's nice. I mean, I bet he has a new wife.
I didn't know.
I think they just got married last month.
I think that's right.
6-handed right now. We'll have 7 players in the game after dinner. Hellmuth picks up kings. This time he decides not to limp in with them. Puts a small raise in there. And Hanson 3-bets.
I'm not folding.
Hanson could have literally 3-bet any other of Phil Hellmuth's raises. This is the time he didn't. And now Hellmuth's like, I got the little guy. I got him. I'm going to trap him.
It's like I'm not raising.
I got him. I'm going to trap him. What a great flop for Hellmuth, too. Nothing there for Hanson. I kind of want running deuces.
Ace, queen, you have?
Hellmuth doesn't like calling 3-bets unless he's got a big hand. He folds a lot to 3-bets. So if he calls your 3-bet, you got to be really like, you got to put the...
Tried to raise me.
He puts more chips in when he feels 3-bets.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just, he folds to a lot of 3-bets.
Right. Once he calls you.
So if he calls you, got to really be aware of the fact that he might have something.
I bet 3,000.
Let's see if Hellmuth can get him. Hellmuth bets pot. A little bit over pot, actually. So Hellmuth's actually like playing behind. He doesn't have the chips with him apparently, but he's playing behind.
Instead of ace 6.
You call me with ace 6 high?
Well, I said I wish I had ace 7 instead of ace 6. All right, I'm gonna do this one.
Really? I mean, I told you I've been baking the fucking cookies, kid. What the fuck are you thinking? I mean, really?
Oh, the quote of the day. I told you I was baking the fucking cookies.
So we can lose more. I mean, really? I'm Phil Hellmuth, boys. What do you think I'm going to show you? Like, really? I'm only mad that you raced my man out of here. Like, you might have had like.
I was going to 3-bet you. I had 10 deuce suited. I was going to go to war. Not really. I'm just joking. I was just going to fold.
That would have been wow.
Oh, it came deuce too. Oh my
been a
God,
lot of
Bart, you killed me. Oh, that would have been amazing.
I told you I was
against
baking
you,
the
I have to take
fucking
the same line.
cookies.
Check the flop. Maybe even check the turn.
But I would have had trips. 10 deuce.
Yeah,
suited.
you would have gotten gotten paid off on the turn, and the river you would have probably bet too much, and I would have shown you who I am. But if you bet like 3K on the river, you get snapped. But people always overbet. They just let me off the hook. I don't know why.
I was just gonna fold anyway. To be
I
fair.
know.
I don't want to get in the middle of some cookie baking at this point.
No cookie baking.
I've eaten my chips.
It's almost
God, why did I bet 3K? What am I doing? He called 800 on the turn. He's going to call 1,500 on the river.
You should have just checked. He would have tried to bluff you off at ace queen.
Oh, that's even better.
No,
he doesn't have to because I can have king queen.
Yeah, but
I have a better chance of him calling with ace 6 and bluffing.
No, I've got to get you off a better ace. But maybe, you never know. You could be right there.
Tran with the flush draw.
I have a better chance.
Ross with a pair of aces.
He might just pay off.
It might pay off. Curiosity.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Could be.
You might have to pay off 1,600. Oh my God, another flush. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's the Baker. The Baker never loses. 10-8 suited.
What is going on here?
I don't play aces. Play flush. Wait.
Tran makes the flush, takes it down.
Can you spread the board again, please? What was the order of the flop? Do you remember? It came ace deuce 4. It was ace deuce 4. Ace deuce 4. Which was the first card? Which was the second card? Was it like that?
Yeah, it was like that.
It was like that. Boom!
Oh. Lose the pot.
He manipulated the dealer.
You guys think
here in
it's
Sacramento.
really funny.
You just don't know. This is
Ben,
my
what is
town.
going on here?
First he puts a club on the end,
This is my town.
What?
Drew.
Yeah, continue.
and
I
then
like that.
he rearranges the board, so I have to pay another 50. Nice guy.
Oh, and
Drew, you're a fantastic guy.
can you tell who the hometown guy is? He makes a flush every hand. Every dealer knows him. They all love him. Flush, straight, flush, straight, flush, flush, flush. You're playing really good, JC.
Oh yeah.
Every 6-8 suited, just put in 2 dimes. You'll get there.
That was the one where the ace was good for me.
Doesn't it ever come
Ace to
10
flush
high
and
when you
queens?
have 10-8? You
Yeah.
just get barbecued.
We had him We had him in bad shape. We got to catch
The only guy that ever beats you is me when I make
Tran up 10K now.
Good chance to win that one too.
Baker and Tran just crushing.
I almost got
And
him
I'm probably going to get like 4K.
Really?
That was a sick 10 card from him.
You got fold?
They might just start giving Baker 10K just to not play.
We both
I don't blame you. You and I have made some sick calls against
We
you.
don't,
We have
we
prior
don't like
history.
folding to each other.
We have prior
Reality.
history.
We have a lot of history.
You and I have a history. I would get it.
Like something. I actually thought they could like flop a set or something. And you were
Okay, David Baker.
Tran is running good, man. I tell
You owe
you.
me next session. We play.
Calls Ross with the ace with the 6-4 diamonds
I'll be ready.
against Ross's
I'll
ace
just
jack.
play Phil Hellmuth poker.
Outflops him, has the draw as well.
Play ODB poker. Wait for aces.
Tran just check calls.
diamond draw.
You just have
And
to.
let's not even mess around. Let's just hit it right away. I'm surprised it actually wasn't the jack of diamonds. In all likelihood, a black 10 will come up on the river then, right?
Almost.
I just figured it'd be a black 10, and that way, Ross can lose the maximum. Just sick.
You just hit a king or a queen.
Tran crushing.
I'm not going to be like I
Oh, check.
He just said he goes, I bet he has diamonds here on the flop.
No way. Nice hand.
Ross just
You've
throws
made
his
more
hands up
flushes
in
than
the air.
anybody
Just,
said
like,
flush
how do I beat this guy?
Haven't even had a flush draw. He's making them.
There are days like that where it's like one guy you just can't beat.
Oh my God.
And he's making,
They
Bang
should
your
have
head
done
against
this
the
at
wall.
Commerce last
making
week.
all the hands.
I did all right in that game. I lost big.
No, I'm just saying in all the games combined, the whole week.
Is that right? I just straddled last night, didn't I? Yeah, yeah. There you
It's my straddle?
I believe you.
go. Yeah.
If what?
I bet you I believe you.
Dale Kerr says it's Ivy's 39th birthday today. It's actually his 40th
We'll probably
birthday.
play in Choctaw. I'm coming to Choctaw.
Phil Ivey is
I'm not
now
gonna
Hall
do
of
that.
Fame eligible.
What's the next?
You think he'll get in?
Really?
Instant.
No, I like Choctaw.
What's the next stop?
First year.
Choctaw, I know. I think they said they have one in Pittsburgh. Which
Oh,
I like. I like Pittsburgh.
What about Alan
Cunningham? I think I'm going to Philly.
What about him? You think he should get in the
I'm
Hall of
ask-
Fame?
I'm
Oh yeah, I
asking-
think he's a Hall of Famer.
I think he is too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I was playing with him a couple months ago, and he's
What's he won? Like 7 bracelets?
I think it's like 5 or 6.
Since I was defending champion and didn't go back.
Is it that? I thought it was more.
I
than
love
that.
it.
Could be 7. Maybe 5
No
bracelets
flushes.
and 2 other big titles.
Yeah, I
get a
think
little
Alan
busy
is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't think he's going to get in for a little bit.
I'll be really
Huh?
tired by the time.
He
the
doesn't
Super
think he's
Bowl's
going to get in
done with
for the first
traveling.
couple years.
They might not. I mean, they
We'll
need
play
to figure out a way to
some,
differentiate the best of the best. The Phil Ivies, the Doyle Brunsons, the Daniel Negreanu's from the next tier.
Didn't you win
Cunningham's
the A game
clearly
there
the next tier.
last year or the year
So how do you differentiate them? You
First and
delay
third. I like that.
the him getting in
Yeah,
until he's
it's a good
42 or
event.
43
I
maybe.
rally all the pros to play this 2K.
Kind of
sports
unfair though,
tournament,
man. I mean,
And we had all the side
What are you gonna
bets,
do?
And my whole life.
Gotta
I've never
live
won
those
them,
two.
but
I mean,
we
Ken
had
Griffey
one
Jr. just got into the
game.
Hall of Fame. There were
But,
3
yeah, the
voters who
last-
said
The
no.
last longer was
Like,
like
absurd.
as
It's
big as the
absurd, but
prize pool.
you know,
I mean, it's big to.
they were simply
win.
just
And I
doing
won
that
it,
on
and then
principle,
next
and there's
year,
no way
Of
they
course.
genuinely could have thought
Later.
that he didn't deserve to get in.
I mean, I personally think if you didn't vote for him to get in, you
couldn't get it done.
should lose your right to vote.
Agreed.
They dealt me
You know,
number
it's
2
ridiculous.
twice. Forehand
But
against Madsen.
I just want to make sure that the Hall of Fame doesn't become like a Hall of very good. Because that's a lot of Hall of Fames become that. Like, oh, it's the Hall of like. Now, I mean, I think there can be another section where it's like, okay, what have you done for poker? Like, I personally think like you
maybe
can look like a Norm Chad.
Maybe
to me.
like
a
elite
Matt
Hall of
Savage.
Fame and then Hall of Fame. Like elite Hall of Fame.
Well,
Hall of
Probably
Fame.
play
I
that
think there's a
2K,
Hall of
but I
Fame, but there's a
love
Hall of
that
Fame
event.
player
I don't know
section, and
why.
then maybe a
I
Hall
was
of Fame
just
like
bored one day,
you know
and
what you
I
brought to the
texted,
game. You know what I mean?
all
Like I
the
personally
best
think like
texts
Maury
everybody,
Escandani,
listen, let's have a last
you know, the
longer bet to
producer
make
of
this
Poker
fun.
Productions,
Yeah.
and he did high
That's a great
stakes.
And then next year we had
A guy like that to
Did
me
a bunch
deserves
for
a place
poker.
in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What he has
understandable.
brought to the game.
Anytime there's an 8 game.
Maybe like a
8
business
games,
side of
like
Hall of
8
Fame.
games.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bobby Baldwin for sure. I mean, he can get in there on the player side and the business side.
Probably 10.
That'd be
game
cool because then some
But not
people like
6
Matt
games.
Savage and
Yeah,
like
6
Yeah,
all
that's what
these
I-
people
Oh,
can
they're gonna-
potentially
That's
get
what it
in.
was last year.
No, I know, but I thought people complained.
I mean, a lot of us
That's why
grew
the
up
numbers
watching
were
Lon
low.
McCarron and Norm Chad.
Yeah.
They deserve
I mean,
to
I
be
think
in.
they deserve a place in there for sure. You know, to me, that's.
I think it's better 8-handed. I think it's better.
I have so
playing
much
real-
respect for what they've
real
done, you
poker
know?
the way we play every day.
I mean, I like 8 game a little better, but I
mean, coaches get in the NFL.
I mean,
Yeah.
Commissioners get in.
biased, I
About
did well, but
6-handed.
I think you bring a valid
you
point.
can't really have. I guess you could have 7-handed with 10 game, but you can't have 6
Yeah, 7.
because of deuce.
Hanson with a pair of 8s and a gutter.
Yeah, 7-handed.
Ross with
Yeah, I
the
think
under pair.
7-handed is better.
Every time I say under pair,
Yeah, I agree with that.
I feel like I'm
I
a
also like
12-year-old
some of the
saying
people
underwear.
Some of the people that have some power that'll fight.
I just
for
I
the
can't avoid
6.
it. I act like I'm 12 once again.
It might not be better for them.
Yeah, that's
So-
accurate as well.
Why do you want to use your bullets on that?
The biggest problem is that it just you get to four-handed like often, like throughout the tournament. Well, we're doing we're coming back after we're coming back after dinner, right? Yeah. So we're just gonna stop after this end.
Okay, so one more hand here, guys.
Oh yeah. I want to go eat.
Cordman, thanks so much for joining us. We're gonna be done after this hand. Really appreciate it. We're gonna have you in the booth tomorrow covering the final table.
Okay. As long as I'm here, yeah.
Okay, if you're here, you'll cover it.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're not here, then
and
apparently you're not going to be here.
There's no way Bart will raise this.
We'll see.
We'll see.
If Cord is here, we'll have him on the air. If you're not, though, we'll get you on another time.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, Ben. Appreciate it.
All right.
Cord Garcia, guys. You can't follow him on Twitter because he's not really on Twitter.
I'm just going to go ahead and check.
Just send him some love.
I probably won't check. All right, I'll check. Okay. The flop was actually really good for me, so I have to.
Ross with trip 10s. Can he get action? At this point, if he gets action, well,
it wasn't that good for me.
Hanson calls. Ross calls.
3 10s?
3 10s is going to win. Good.
Straight.
Is that a question?
3 10.
Yeah. Big pot.
3 10s is good.
Some change, please.
What do you want?
I think the whole table thought he was joking. Like, what? No, you don't. Don't lie. Like, okay, it's like that joke when somebody goes, straight flush.
I lost 1,800.
Watch your head.
I heard the first person figured everybody would chime in though.
Hi.
Looks like Maria is going to join the game.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes, of course I'm stuck. Come on.
Bring a little class to the table.
Yeah, our job is done here. We were waiting for her to come. She's bought in for 5K.
Oh, train.
Do you have some in your pocket?
I have a 5K in my pocket.
Oh, actually no. I do have it. Hold on. Wait a second.
You want the middle seat?
We may get some people watching us now on the rail, you know.
I think I have a 5K in my pocket. I can't seem to find it anymore.
Oh,
I
forget.
Yeah, I might have sold it to.
I have a 5K. What is she?
Nah, I think she's. I forgot that I gave it to Poker Hope.
Do we need a 5K?
No, she said she's got chips.
Oh.
I had a chip in my pocket, but it's 500.
Maria, I'm taking 1,000 from you. I'm giving you change. Bart plays some hands. He's not
I was playing more hands than anybody this afternoon.
Yeah.
It was just Baker was just winning them all. That's the only problem.
He tends to do that.
He doesn't seem that upset about it. Look at him. He's like,
I think I played the most hands.
You did.
Did they both check?
They had a percentage and you were top.
Oh, nah, I want to be like you guys. When I get older.
A surprise for that?
Yeah. You get invited back.
Might not want to
So Maria Hull jumping in seat number 1, looking as lovely as always. She's going to buy in for 5K.
Just for today. But it's weird because it's VPIP, and I think they're counting like straddles as voluntarily entered.
With a 10 high.
Just because that's
how they're
You're on draw.
yeah. So since you
So in
straddle
other
every
words, I've
time,
straddled the most, right?
I've straddled
Maybe.
3.
Maria, you want another thousand? You want some more? You want some more? I give you as much as you
You
want.
have a lot of change, right?
How much you want?
2K?
Yeah.
However, Bart, I was just gonna say, drinking 3 days in a row.
This is my first though.
Well, now I'm not as impressed.
Yeah. We've been playing all day.
So what have you been doing today in lovely Sacramento, California?
I was feeling a little sick this morning, so not much. I just had a little fever. But I heard that that's the cure for being ill is taking other people's money. So.
Very rude.
That's not pretty rude.
I think she's accurate because I feel great.
25, 50, 100 we're playing here. Poker Night in America, the cash game, guys. Main event right around the corner. Rep Porter crushing it.
Baker stacks.
Tapar also still in there. The final table will air here at twitch.tv/PokerNightTV tomorrow.
I do upstairs, but I don't hear her. Sorry.
Ray.
Raise.
Ray.
Play for
What happened to you?
1,000. Oh no. 25.
Okay.
For 25.
I don't want to know.
Oh. Sorry.
What number are you on right now?
Oh, Bart Hanson, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you need to probably hurry?
Hanson with the 3-bet. Hanson takes it down.
20? Then we're going to play PLO later.
Did you have gold?
And I folded.
Obviously, people know I'm biased.
Hello.
But in all honesty, I actually think Bart is one of the better no-limit cash game players out there.
I missed my kids.
Yeah, I hear that from a number of people.
He's been consistently crushing the LA cash games for the last 5-6 years.
San Francisco on the rental car, but I'm gonna drop my.
I decided
wife off
I
at
wanted to
San
come back
Francisco,
and
she's
try
going
to
back
get
home,
another
and then.
He and I don't agree on a lot. You know, there are a lot of times. Well, like I said, he's good friends with mine, and there are a lot of times where I have not agreed with everything he's done this weekend.
Right.
In fact, I've actually thrown him under the bus a few times where I'm like, "What are you doing? That's a terrible play," you know. But
You're welcome to join us.
for the most part, I think his game is fantastic.
Yeah, I would agree, and I've butted heads with him. I mean, so he plays a lot of Omaha high-low during the summer, and we've played a lot together. And he has his theories, and I have mine, but I can't argue with the success he's had.
I feel like we're just taking Phil Hellmuth's place.
He's a good follow. His Crush Live Poker is a good follow on Twitter. I like some of the tweets he sends out about
I guess I'm just going to lend
little elements of the game.
Yeah, it's hard to elaborate too much on strategy in 140 characters.
Right, right.
But if you guys want to check out Crush Live Poker, you can. You can use the code DTA301. Get 1 month free. Check it out. Let me know what you think.
LA Bond was fake.
Triple barrel says I feel like Bart just doesn't make mistakes. Airtight game. That I don't agree with. I can name at least 4 or 5 mistakes. But the best players in the world, and I'm not even putting Bart in that category. I'm just saying the best players in the world.
Right.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Right.
In fact, if you're never making a mistake, you're probably not being creative enough.
Right.
You're not thinking outside the box enough. Like anything, I mean, I coach ice hockey, and I teach kids and I teach adults how to skate. If you never fall, you're never going to get really good.
Right.
Same as skiing, snowboarding.
Sure.
You have to be willing to fall.
Yeah, you have to put yourself out there.
Right, and if you're willing to fall, those are the kids that'll end up being really, really good. And I think that's the same thing in poker. The ones that are willing to look stupid with a bluff or look stupid with a hero call, those are the ones that have the chance to expand their game at some point. Sometimes it can be tough, though, dealing with that kind of variance. So we get an original raise. Ross is going to 3-bet from the straddle with ace-queen. And Kroon may call here. I don't think he's deep enough to call, but he's the type of...
He thinks he's deep enough to call.
Knowing what I've seen of Kroon and knowing he's a tournament player, I think this is the kind of hand that he would like to call with. He really wants to see a flop, but I think correctly he lets it go. And I think I could have made another $10.
You could have made more money. You could have cleaned me out tonight.
I think for sure you thought he was going to call.
I'm just whiffing all over the place.
Baker realizing ace-jack offsuit just doesn't play well out of position in a 3-bet pot.
Am I right, Ho?
Where's the
Huh? Why? 'Cause I didn't guess the right suits?
Yeah.
There you go. I got the tell from both of you guys.
Probably run like every hour. I didn't even think train. I'm American. Never.
What happens at the Twitch office?
Scott's gonna show us around. Yeah.
Play how to play League of Legends. I'm gonna learn how to play Hearthstone. I'm gonna get really.
JMac345 says, thanks, Tuckman. Hope you're right because I make a stupid hero call or bluff every session. That's the case for everybody except you, JMac. No, I'm kidding. No, I wholeheartedly tell. I have a few students that I coach, and I tell them all the time. I go, I want you to try new things. I encourage you. Think outside the box. One of the reasons Max Steinberg has always been one of my favorite poker players to talk to, and I always have him in the commentary room, is, when everybody else was like making it 2x, 2.5x, he was making it 3.5 or 4. But he had reasons behind it. It wasn't just like this blind, like, oh. But instead of following the herd, he developed new things that he did because he thought it through. And I encourage any poker player to do that same thing. And sometimes you're going to look so awful because sometimes you're going to make a play and the guy's going to be at the top of his range, and it's just going to look so bad. You're going to be like, wow, this guy's either got quads or nothing. And he can't have quads. Quads are hard to make. So you pull off this elaborate bluff with 9 high, and he shows you quads.
That's the best thing about Europe.
Fail and fail with pride.
Yeah.
You don't have to go through security.
When people have asked me for advice with poker, I say one thing you should do is try playing a lot more hands because it's going to put you in uncomfortable spots, and you'll have to figure out your way to get out of them.
Yeah.
That's the best thing about Europe is just.
I actually I tell people, I go, if you want to really get good, I go, go to a casino early in the morning or late at night. Play in a stakes that are maybe 1 or 2 below where you play, but really take it seriously and try to get in a shorthanded game. Because by doing that, you'll force yourself to play a lot of hands.
Right.
You're going to play 4-handed, 3-handed, 5-handed poker, and it forces you into a lot more marginal spots.
Game every day, at least.
You can't sit there and wait for a big hand. You've got to play second pair strong and so forth and so on. But I wouldn't suggest that you do that in their normal stakes. I would say drop down 1 level so you're comfortable, and try to play your best and try things.
Right.
There you go, Bart.
So Maria has a real hand, and Mark and JC have their typical hands.
Red 9 wheeled off.
Well, Tran's got an open-ended straight draw. Kroon's got a gut shot. King High's still the best hand.
Really? Even though there was no
because of the
possibility of Jack 10 on the flop.
Well, you floated me.
Maria, by the way, not really a no limit hold'em cash game player.
No.
She plays a lot of limit.
The float is
I know she came up through the ranks playing limit.
Right. If you know that.
The red 9 wheels off, and I'm sitting here going,
There's a whole lesson on floating. There's a whole video series.
She gets there.
This will be the video series of floating. Watch me play against.
She was
Mike
already
Boston
there,
Man
but
where
now
I
she
bought
got
with
there.
Absolutely nothing for the 14th time.
He did it with Hellmuth too.
That's not true.
I saw you do it, yes, 2 days ago?
He did it today with deuce 3 on the king 5-5 flop.
I actually thought that when I did that, and then
You thought you had the best hand?
No. When I did that and then I bet the turn, I was like, oh, he can't be so bad that he's going to fold here. This is a mistake. And he just folded.
That's a great soundbite. Please make sure that gets to the episode.
I don't know. He raised and I called with deuce 3 off, and it came king 5-5, and he bet, and I called, but I had been floating and bluffing him. And then the turn was like a 7. He checked. I bet. Oh, it's so
Who
sick.
was he more annoyed with today, you or Baker? I think Baker.
I think him. I think me was a lot of act.
Oh yeah.
Angry Polak in the chat room.
I mean, he thought I was
What's up, Angry?
24, I guess. Like a young
That, by the way, is one Veronica Brill.
Twitch legend. Snapchat legend.
By the way,
Well, I mean,
I am actually going to I'm going to the local Air Force base tomorrow morning, and I am going to meet Veronica's husband, David Brill.
Oh, wow.
And I am going. Apparently, I'm getting in some sort of spacesuit, and I'm driving 150 miles an hour. I don't really know the details, but apparently we're chasing a plane.
Wow. You get all the hookups.
I don't know anything that's going on,
It was berating's a little.
but I'm really excited.
He just repeated
That sounds
it, that he
cool.
was gonna
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on, but I will let people know about it tomorrow during the final table stream. But I'm going to the Air Force base.
he had to leave.
Veronica's husband, David, is in the Air Force.
Right.
Flies like U-2 planes or something like that. And apparently there's some sort of car that drives along the plane. I don't know.
He had 1,000 left, and as soon as I called,
Whatever. It sounds awesome.
Yeah,
I think you're going to have fun.
I was like, what, I get to wear a spacesuit and go 150 miles an hour. That's cool.
I'm in. Deal.
Dude, I'm like Maverick tomorrow, okay?
I wasn't sure if I was going to call, and then he just
Use as
left
many
out.
Top Gun references as possible while you're there.
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm going to be quoting it left and right. What's up, Iceman?
Yeah, I just knew
Got a
that.
bogey on my 6.
I was pretty confident I was calling anyway, but it works though sometimes. He got JC to pay him off one time by talking where he would have folded probably. Works both ways. You know about that, right, Mark? Yeah. Sometimes your table talk costs you, and sometimes it gets you the pot.
Mark, you table talk? I never heard you say anything.
Usually really quiet.
He tried to make a bet.
Just YouTube Mark Kroon Poker, and you'll see some hands. Don't worry.
He tried to make a bet earlier in the tournament that he couldn't talk for how long was it?
Yeah.
And me and Rep put the total over under on 1 minute 15 seconds, and that's exactly what it was. Because he got in a hand, and that's it. You can't not talk to it.
Can't help it. If anybody at home hasn't seen Mark Kroon World Series main event,
Baker up a cool $26,000.
I have my own World Series.
There's something about this money that I like. I mean, I'm not going
I'm
to
sure you
disparage
have-
high
I'm
stakes
sure you have
poker.
a
I think it's one of the
couple
best shows of all time.
I mean, I've seen a couple
But when they
hands
started
over the
dropping the
past
bricks
5
of money on the
years
table, sometimes it becomes so unrelatable.
Yeah.
I like this because,
definitely
I mean, I can
have,
watch any poker.
cojones.
But, you know, you watch 1-2 poker, it gets a little boring. You know, somebody wins $600. Ooh.
guy in the tournament
But this is like it's real money. I mean, somebody just won $26,000.
Yeah, it seems like a sweet spot.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. I mean, I thought.
Nothing to do with his head.
I know. Well, I seen you on TV, my crew, and I'm like, what?
What was it like? You 5-bet bluff into the nuts for like 1/10 of his stack left or something. You put in like 90% of his stack, and you're like, I can't win. Like 9 high.
Takes a lot of balls to do that, though, you know.
Yeah. But you know the funny thing about, but you guys both.
We've all bluffed many times.
The way they skew it on that ESPN coverage, they really, I mean, they don't, like a lot of the hands, they don't show the betting pre-flop and all that.
Right.
So it does make it look a lot different.
Are we going up against Aussie Millions 250K right now?
Makes it look like you just
That's why, okay.
teed off.
Our viewership was about, we had as much as like 3,000 yesterday at a few times concurrently, which was nice. And we had, you know, like almost 2,000 today at one
I don't
point.
think that's true. I checked.
But it's dropped down to under 1,000, and I assume that the Aussie Millions are going on.
Speaking of unrealistic stakes,
I mean, there's a lot of
What did 7 people enter?
I think it got up to 9. I think it was a full sit and go.
I don't understand it really. This is an interesting flop. Top pair for Tran. Hanson with the overcards plus the spades. He's kind of got running straight draw possibilities as well. A lot of cards will give him a straight draw.
You learned a lot.
I think it'll be kind of interesting to see how Hanson plays this. He just calls.
Did you nickname yourself after Maria?
Baker gets out of the way. Now we can see the jack would not be of help, but the 10 would.
They would say, instead of creating poker, they just typed in Maria because they would think naturally.
And if you're Tran, you don't really think the 10. I mean, unless your opponent has specifically 10x of spades.
You think he follows through on the street?
Do I think Tran bets again? Oh, yeah. Why not?
So they fold to you more often?
And then they give you the dirty talk, too.
I mean, I'm betting for one of two reasons, right? I'm either betting to get somebody to fold worse. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm betting somebody to fold better or to get value from worse. I'm not getting a better hand to fold, but I certainly can get value from worse. I can get value from a worse 9. I can get value from spades. I can get value from 5-6.
Maria never.
I mean, my opponent just doesn't have that many 10s in his range.
Femininity.
He has a few, but not a ton.
Yeah, but you do. At least, I mean, somebody has to get a benefit.
I mean, unless he has 10x of spades or 10-9, specifically 10-9, I'm still doing pretty well. I might check this back if I'm Tran.
Yeah, I would.
Because now I'm like, okay, I can't get value from 5-6, obviously. 5-6 is crushing me.
I would expect.
I can't get value from spades that missed. Unless my opponent has like, you know, like ace-7 of spades and like wants to hero me. It's really tough. Or I guess specifically 9-8.
10.
Yeah, and he checks it back. JKH says, can Bart ever raise the turn for value? If he knows exactly what Tran has, yes.
Very tough.
Yeah, I would think he can.
I mean, if he knows exactly what Tran has.
But it just doesn't seem like the optimal way to play the hand.
I mean, the problem is when Bart raises the turn for value, he's going to get a lot of the hands that he has beat to fold.
Right.
And if he gets re-raised, he hates life.
Right.
'Cause remember, he's got a flush draw.
Right. He's getting raised off of his equity in the hand.
Right. And he's going to get like the 9s to fold.
I mean, today, but you know.
Now, it turns out he didn't get any extra value from the hand anyway, but.
Yeah, he could play it a couple different ways on the flop, but I think on the turn, I think check call is the best way to play it.
I wouldn't even mind, check call lead out, but I would not like check call check raise.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, leading the turn is a possibility.
It's an interesting play. Like it's
because you don't want the turn to get checked through a lot.
No, I want if my opponent has spades or if my opponent has 5-6 or a 9, I want him to pay me. I want him to call.
Yeah, that's such an underutilized line. It's like check calling and then taking the lead on.
I love that line. I like it a lot.
I don't play it every time I get it in every situation, but I do.
because so many players will bet one street and then check back the turn.
Right.
And if you know you're playing against a player like that, I don't want to give them that check back.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to give them the whole board for one flop bet.
And if people know that I'm doing it with my value hands, I can also do it with like, let's say the board's 8-9-4, and I have Jack 10, but there's like 2 diamonds out there. I don't have a diamond draw. I've got the straight draw. But let's say the diamond comes off. I can now lead into my opponent and kind of freeze them.
Right.
Like they might even fold.
Right.
Don't worry, I pumped all the chips.
Like, and sometimes you can get weird hands. Like you can get 5s to fold there. You know what I mean? Where they would check back, and now it's really weird because if you miss, then you got to bluff the river, and the pot is small.
Yeah. They can't get to showdown cheaply anymore.
Exactly.
I actually think Crush Life Poker tweeted about this very situation, like turning a straight draw into a bluff on a flush card.
That's one of my favorites. I love doing that.
Yeah.
I don't like the other way around, though. I don't like, if I have the flush draw, I don't like using the straight card. Because I tend to think that people, even the most inexperienced poker player in the world, sees the flush. We're just accustomed to seeing the flush.
Yes.
We don't always see the straights.
Right.
Yeah, like the best way to learn. Yeah. I mean, not the most profitable way.
No, but definitely learn.
Angry Polak, what? I really thought Andrew Barber was just an ornament. I'm excited to hear that there are maybe more than just looks.
I'm the complete package.
Yeah. He's not just a pretty face.
Played a good game. Can I get in? It was.
Glad you came in here, man. You're fun.
Thanks.
Why have you never come in doing commentary during the summer?
You know, I actually, this is going to sound, or this is from a long time ago, but I did the 10K08 with you back in like 2010.
This is awkward.
Yeah. Oops. It was only in for a little while, and it was me and Awais Ahmed. We were in there for like a little bit.
I blacked that out. I definitely blacked that out. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And honestly, we were probably outdone by, I think Jean Robert was in there the same day, and so was Mattisau.
Yeah.
So
actually, I remember that night. I remember later that night, Mattisau and JRB came in, and they were like cursing, and yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they were quite a show.
I could see someone else at that table doing that.
If you know Adam, you believe. I mean, you could just picture it. It was phenomenal.
That's an ECM move too. I could see you doing that, Mike.
You guys just kept it?
Yeah.
No, we just kept it for him until he came back and like came to his senses. And,
that's hilarious.
But I mean, he just lost it. I mean, really funny. Just threw them at us.
Could have been chips.
Yeah, I mean, we got lucky that they weren't chips at the time. They were bills. Just chucked the hundreds at us.
Didn't like Teddy the Iceman like host a game at the Rio too for a while?
Yeah,
during the series.
That was
that was
later.
He's one of the best follows on Twitter you're gonna find.
Is it really him?
I can't tell you.
I'm pretty sure.
Confirmed. He is a fantastic Twitter follow.
Are you following it or not? Oh, you have to follow it. He plays
Teddy
2-5
Iceman.
at the Hard Rock.
That's a rock. The Rock
Legend.
is, what's he say, the Rock is
Just
hot.
look up, the Rock is hot, people. Hey, young people, we got moolah here.
Yeah.
Get over here. It's an incredible
He
phone.
takes a picture of his like chapstick and
Eric
his
Crane
watch.
trolls him so bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Iceman.
Same with
hey,
Dudley,
Iceman,
Eric
where
Crane
you
and
at,
Dudley.
brother?
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
The Rock is hot, spelling stuff wrong.
Every spelling is wrong.
He's not really that Doug's account is.
He's not really what?
I'm
Oh,
not
it's
sure.
not really his Twitter?
I know there's a Doug Lee account, but I don't think it's really.
Oh, is it? Well, the fake Dudley account.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's really.
The fake
really
accounts are
funny.
usually funny.
I can't follow just in case it is him.
Who, Teddy?
No, Doug.
Oh.
People named Doug are bad news anyway. So I gotta go by nickname.
I remember him starting a site, How to Beat 2 or something.
Yeah.
I
I
wasn't
like
sure
all
that
these
was
interviews.
for real or
How'd that work out for him?
It's very hard.
Yeah, what do you think of these like
how much of his
7-person tournaments,
reality
9-person
is.
tournaments? I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, if there's a market for it and 9 players want to play, I think it's great. I don't find it all that interesting to watch.
Well, I mean, it attracts like the wizards, right? I mean, people are loving Fedor right now.
It's obviously a much different game than we're watching, and a much. I don't mind small fields.
It's
Just,
like he
you know,
claims to be a VIP.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I question. I'm like, do these guys like? Do they get points toward like the Player of the Year for like coming in second place in a 9-person tournament?
Yeah, I don't know the formula. I know there's been some pushback against the high rollers.
But yeah, to me, if there's not 50 people in a tournament, like whatever.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's great. Hey, have the tournament. People want to play. That's fine. I don't care if you want to play heads-up tournament. Good. 2 people, go.
Right.
But I'm not going to give you points for winning it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know they're constantly reevaluating those Player of the Year formulas and debating what's the. It's so difficult to weight, buy-ins and size.
Got an interesting flop here. Kroon raised pre-flop. Tran just called. Doug called under the gun. And this is all 3 players out of position. This is blind on straddle. And Doug has flopped the nuts. Flops the absolute stones. Kroon with a pair and a straight draw. If an 8 comes off, could get Kroon in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
A diamond would save him in the sense that, first of all, he'd have some equity, plus everybody would slow down.
That was a bad call. Was it a bad call?
Check, bet, call. Tran would have made his set on the river.
The last 50s for you, it goes in the box, whatever box you have.
Let's see if Kroon can make a big laydown. What do we think?
He's going to find a fold.
I agree with you. You can't bet. I'm sorry, I can't give you the action. I thought I was going to take that side too. I don't think he wants to blow 1/3 of his stack, or actually more than 1/3 of his stack. This just doesn't look like a bluff to me.
I mean, everything whiffed. I mean,
wait a second. He's going to call. $10, double or nothing.
Booked.
Booked.
Cringe.
Oh, no! Oh, it totally looked like he was going to call. There's your 10 back.
Bad call. What do you think I got?
Got unstuck.
I totally thought he was going to talk himself into it. It looked like it for a second. I should have gone with my first instinct.
Again?
Totally should have gone with my first
Good
instinct.
man, flop the nuts. Didn't you learn that in LA, Baker? That's a good hand.
I think you get the best of it with your live read experience. You've seen so many hours.
Yeah, I'm really good at but I mean, honestly, I thought for sure fold, and then it just looked like
he was talking himself into it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Like my
That was bad though. So I'm still up $10 for the weekend. I've lost a couple of bets here and there. I lost one to. I'm terrible at predicting how many people will be in a tournament.
Yes.
I lost that bet. But I'm up numerous beers.
Not no limit, at least. Maybe limit.
I got hustled by a guy a few years ago who was really good at figuring out how many players would be left at the end of the day, and he had a formula that was just spot on.
Well, yeah, it's not that hard.
I mean, like within 1 or 2, and like 1,000
within
person
1 or
fields.
2. I mean, you can do it within a few percentage points simply because. I mean, if you were to ask Matt Savage or Jack Effel,
that's a point.
they can tell you.
Yeah, I think they
can tell you what percentage of the field will be gone. They'll know, like the main event. They'll tell you between 27 and 32% of the field is going to be gone day one.
Mm-hmm.
Almost to a T. For it to be an outlier, it would be like 1 in 20.
Yeah.
I worked at a casino for 3 months. I had 9.5 points. You get 10 points, you had 9.5 points right away. And I said, so every time you're late, you got a half a point. I was always 7 minutes late.
The other thing I find a little bit less interesting about these high rollers is you've got, and again, this is not disparaging. These are wizards. They're great poker players.
Fantastic.
People
The
that
best.
I look up
best.
to, and people that I really like. But because they're smart, most of them they're not even investing their own money.
They have the world's biggest.
Like you're talking about, like the 500K tournament last summer at Aria, or the 250K this one right now. A lot of these guys
They got the world's largest rodent.
are backed significantly, which is not a big deal, but you just realize that it's like, okay.
You know what it's kind of become is it's like publicly traded companies.
Yeah.
Like buy stocks in me because I'm trending upward.
100%. Can I buy money? Can I buy shares in Jason Murcia? Can I buy shares in Fader Holes?
No, he tweets out, if you guys want to invest in me, I'm selling.
Yeah. I mean, Jason was actually public on
Yeah,
Twitter.
super
If
public.
you had PokerStars money, you could have invested in him.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure he wasn't taking less than at least a few $1,000s.
Right.
I don't think you could send him $100.
They usually structure it in a way where the more you buy, the better price you get.
Skippy with top pair, Hanson. I mean, Jason put it out there and said even, face value. He wasn't asking for markup.
Oh, really?
Yeah. For a lot of the high ones, they don't ask for markup. Anybody, by the way, Brian Rast put his stake on Tasty Steaks last year for the 500K high roller. Anybody could have bought a piece.
Wow.
And I think the minimum he was selling was like $500.
Yeah.
You know? Like
Did he sell
anybody.
out?
Shot a fireball with you.
I don't know if he's. He didn't sell out on there. I mean,
Yeah.
or $1,000. You got such a small percentage for that. He only sold a couple of pieces, but he won $7.5 million. So if you bought a piece of them, and
Right.
anybody could have done it.
Yeah.
Over at Tasty Steaks.
Promised
So
Nicole fireballs today. She's all excited up in the room thinking about 11 o'clock fireballs with Maria.
Now you're making shut up. I'll only do it if Ben drinks it.
Bart's open-ended here now.
No.
We can see the king is good. I mean, Doug's not folding this, is he? Wow, that's a big bet actually by Hanson.
That's the dumbest excuse.
He just bet 3,000 to the 4,200.
And then didn't sleep and then made my flight at 4 or 5:40. That does not fly.
Could be the pilot.
I think that's a great bet on the turn when Skippy checks because Skippy's kind of capped in like the best hand he can have here. Doesn't it feel like he can't have a hand that's better than Ace-10?
Frankly, even Ace-King you don't love right now. Raise I mean.
Yeah, maybe Ace-King.
I mean, Bart has King-10 in his range. Bart's got sets in his range. Bart has 2 pairs in his range. I mean, Ace-10 is a tough hand to continue on with.
Skippy just hates life here when he.
Well, and the real threat of this bet is, if you're Skippy, if it's the river bet, it's different. But it's, okay, if I call this, the pot's 10,000.
Right.
What's Bart going to bet the river?
Right.
And by the way, there's no real card except a king, a red king, or a king of clubs that he likes.
Right.
You don't like the 10. You don't. I mean, what card do you like?
And the more he agonizes here, the more Bart's going to bomb it on the river.
Well, maybe.
Probably a smart move.
It's the threat of it, though.
Yeah.
Bart may or may not.
Out of him today. He was golfing with Troy Aikman. That was.
I mean, I think if the river's a spade.
I wish I took some of your lessons before so I could see if this is like a move or whatever the pattern this is.
I think Doug's going to give it up.
If you're Doug and you bet the flop, do you check that turn? Do you check it sometimes? Do you bet it the majority of the time?
I hate to say it because it's the answer to every poker question. You know this. It depends. Who am I playing against? What's my image? What's their image? How does the player who I'm playing against perceive me in my betting? So all those questions have to be answered. But if you're asking me in a vacuum, I'm against a normal opponent. I'm generally betting that.
Yeah.
Because most opponents.
That's my default.
Most opponents aren't raising me unless they have it. And I still can get called by worse. I can get called by a worse ace, and I can get called by spades.
That's my reasoning for betting the turn.
But that's against most opponents. I mean, there are some opponents out there, if I bet, 1,600, they make it 4,600, you're hating life, and they might do that too.
Yeah. I feel like against such a large percentage of people, if you bet and get raised there, you can fold and not be too upset about it.
Very easily. Well, also keep in mind, I mean, Doug was the pre-flop raiser, right? I mean, Doug's range is capped at pocket aces. I mean, or even king. He could have a straight there.
Right.
Really hard for Bart to raise.
Exactly.
I mean, Phil is like the master of doing that sometimes, where he checks to his opponent to induce, and then sure enough, he gets exactly what he wants. He induces the bluff. Doug did that. He checked, pot control to induce whatever it was, but then your opponent takes the bait. They quote unquote hang themselves, but you talk yourself into folding.
Right.
I've seen Phil do it how many times?
Yeah.
What, 3 dozen over the last decade?
Yeah, I would imagine you've seen a lot of his hands.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, seen a ton, but it's how many times you see that. VVW says, "It depends," should be a book.
Maria opening it up.
Eldar 8 is back. Apparently, still not funny. Like, I love trolls. I really do. I have no problem with them. Without trolls, we don't push ourselves to become better.
Okay.
But be creative, be funny. That's all we ask. What's up, Lost in Poker? Lost in Poker doing a great job modding.
No, it's not me. It's like Skippy and Baker.
Dude, if you're sick, you need Fireball to clear your sinuses. So
Can we get a cocktail
You're
waitress?
sick. You need a fireball to clean your side.
Can we get a cocktail waitress? We need to liven this party up. We need some alcohol.
I'm already 2 ahead of you guys.
I've never heard of alcohol.
This will be my first time ever drinking, so take it easy on me, please.
Pro tip.
Neki asking if Daniel Negreanu is going to be coming on. Yeah, Daniel will be here shortly. In the 10 o'clock hour, we're going to be revealing the password for the free roll. And Daniel is rumored to be coming on about 10:15, 10:30. So stick on. Stick around.
Me and the guy that can't lose a pop. Except for the queen's hand. Okay. Except for the queen's hand. Go ahead.
Flop that neither player likes. Nobody with a club in their hand.
Check.
Still. Is anybody going to bet? Bart's going to put a little bet out there, see if he can get like a random like king or 6 to fold.
You got it. I could only beat 10-9. Jack 8.
Oh, Jack.
Dying wrong.
Dog needs it. Should.
Yo, can you try and get it in the square so I don't have to move too much?
I was ready to make a decision for all of it on the turn with the different
Get a chip count up for you in a little bit, guys.
One of the ones I wasn't looking for.
Look.
Maria Ho is like notably quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the vibe at the table or something, or it's a long weekend.
Beats me every hand. Made those a lot of flushes though.
What's up, Gus, man? Good old days. I miss those days too, man.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Change the 3-6 limit.
Doug raises with the ace-5. Baker's going to call. Baker's sticky in position. He's tough to play against because he can make a lot of moves, and he will call you in position. Like, so if he's on your left, he won't necessarily 3-bet you that much, but he just calls so much that you don't buy the button very often when he's behind you. Invariably, that kind of makes you tighten up a little bit.
Right.
Because you don't want to be raising with like 7-5, and then he's calling you, and you just like, you find yourself just c-betting with nothing so often.
Right.
I don't know there, ODB.
Ross, by the way, with the gut shot. He also has a spade in his hand. Baker with the best hand right now.
I can see one.
Baker's going to bet it.
I hope you picked the right one.
I kind of like the bet. I like giving your opponent the opportunity to fold. You don't want some random 10 to come off or random spade to come off and the guy wins it with an 8 of spades.
See, now you know you have ounce.
Hate you.
This is where poker gets fun, where players are exposing cards in the middle of the hand.
There's a couple of casinos that don't allow you to do that in a cash game in heads-up situations, and I don't get it. To me, that's poker.
It's such a poor attempt to, like, quote-unquote level the playing field, but I honestly think that we're getting away from poker's roots, which is just having fun.
Yeah.
Spade.
Bob Silverose asking where...
Turn him over.
Well, obviously I can't win. Obviously I can't win. I had the 8 of hearts. What could my other card be?
The 9 of spades.
Well, it's not
King
a
of
jack.
spades,
It's not a jack.
king of spades.
Couldn't be a jack of hearts?
Bob Silverose says, where is Corporation Mike these days? Corporation Mike is a kind of a legend from Live at the Bike way back when. He actually moved to Northern California, and he's living up here. He's married with 2 great kids.
That was good,
He's got a
though.
young boy and another one that's like 10 weeks old. And I just saw him a couple of weeks ago, up in the area.
It's a beautiful
Might
area.
have been my only
You
way
should
to win
consider
the
coming here.
I just tried to beat Baker.
Sell my wife
with
on it.
Baker. It didn't work.
I could get. I could move. I mean, I can. Frankly, I could move anywhere. And you're telling me I'm an hour from Napa, an hour and a half from Tahoe. I can get behind that. You know.
Northern California.
And I got an airport that I can get to anywhere really quick. That's easy for me. That's a sell.
Northern California has just a vibe about it. It's a very cool area. It's not the fast-paced life of LA.
Yeah.
You play, so what do you play most of the next games? Draw games, whatever? Doesn't matter. No.
He does not like the folded straddle.
The thing in LA
This
is
we
like,
know.
I love split pocket games. Like when I go to Sirius, I play like 75 150.
Right.
Or I'll play any level.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not even talking about one hand. I'm talking about there are some casinos out there where at the end of the hand, let's say, for example, I'm in a hand with Barber. Barber moves all in, and it's up to me. There's nothing else going on. They don't allow me. There are casinos that don't allow me to show my cards to Barber to try to get a reaction.
Right.
Once I show my cards, they'll tell me, like, oh, you have 10 seconds to make a decision, go. And I think there should be a time thing where it's like, yeah, I can't open my cards and sit there for 3 minutes because that's just annoying to everybody else.
David Baker show.
But I think sometimes we over-police.
Right.
I don't want to get into politics, but I think the government over-polices. I think casinos over-police. Frankly,
I mean, it all started,
leave me the fuck alone and let me just play some poker.
I mean, it all started with Jamie Gold, right? I mean, they had to make all these rules to deal with talking in the middle of hands, and
I'm sorry, I don't get that.
Everybody loved it, if I recall. I mean, that was
I
so
don't
entertaining.
get that, right? You know what? If he's talking, good. You know what? Start make a read. That's what poker's about. By the way, if I get my opponent to start talking, I'm fairly confident that at some point, especially Jamie Gold, I'll figure it out.
Right.
You know, maybe not in this tournament, but I think that's part of the game.
Yeah.
I can understand in tournaments sometimes, since if I lose chips to you, that affects somebody else.
Yes.
That's where the difference is. In a cash game, I don't understand at all.
Yeah.
If I lose chips to you in a cash game, how does that affect somebody else? That makes no difference. I don't get it.
How many people you put packages up, don't you?
No, I only sell to people that I know.
I mean, that's what I usually do too, but
They're making so many rules to like protect the amateurs, and I think there are some rules, and I am 100% steadfast. I always want to protect the inexperienced amateur because that's how poker grows.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in that.
Yes.
But they've over-policed it so much
Double up after first hand.
that my dad came to Vegas this last summer. And he was like, "Can I do this? Can I do?" He didn't. My dad's been playing poker 40 years, and he didn't know what he could do.
Right.
And I was like, "Oh, Dad, you can't do that." I'm like, "What do you mean I can't do that?"
I mean, have you ever seen them enforce the penalty of checking the nuts on the river? And it's usually people who do it by accident.
it would be cool if one of those sites blocked the.
I have seen it. Yeah.
And that's just such a poor rule because people say, oh, you know, it's collusion, but 99 out of 100 times it's someone who just misread their hand, and they're new to the game.
It's almost always an amateur who did.
Right, and they have to have this, they sit out for an orbit.
Because the pro is never. By the way, if the pro is playing with a friend, they're never checking back the nuts.
Never.
Paid from the casino, but they don't want that liability.
Pros play really hard against their friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Most of them.
What was the controversy? I saw him put up a
It's just
thing.
that Raymer put up a package and people question the markup. Plus, you have
I love winning my friends' money.
Right.
It's worth more at the cage.
I never understood when I covered Live at the Bike or whether on any of these shows. I never understood when somebody, they don't want to play. They soft play their friends. When I was growing up, all I played with was my friends. I played home games with my buddies.
Right.
Winning my friends' money is giving them bad beats and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Slow rolling them. That's the best in the world.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you saw last night. I mean, Hellmuth and J. Cal, they're good buddies.
Yeah.
They love to beat each other.
PayPal, supposedly. I saw.
Oh, is that what it is? They don't. Yeah.
They prefer PayPal. I read the only reason I was on there because someone put the Raymer thing up and I was reading it.
I mean, I can understand a situation where, let's say your head's up for a bracelet with like one of your best friends. And you're both having the greatest poker moment of your life. And
Right.
you'd love to root for them. So it's a little bit different, and that might be tough because on a different emotional level. But for most part, I'm like, let's play.
Right.
Okay.
You got King Queen? Oh, that's you. No, not yet.
Get a raise here from Tran.
If I don't win, I want you. So we keep
Doug called.
Not that much fun.
Bart contemplating a 3-bet here. Nope, he's just going to call.
Get me off the best hand every time. No fun.
I like just calling there being suited.
I do too, especially you're closing the action.
Yeah.
Check.
I feel like his hand's almost too good to 3-bet.
Yeah.
And not good enough.
Right. Like maybe you 3-bet like ace deuce off there or something.
I might 3-bet from the small blind there occasionally. Tran, by the way, hits a king Picks up a pair there. Has the straight draw still. Hanson ahead with a pair of aces. Bricks out, and Hanson's good with an ace here.
Do you think it goes bet call or bet fold?
Tran likes to pay off. I don't know. This might go. This might get called. It's not a small bet, by the way. 900 into 1,050. There's the call. Nice value bet. Tran doesn't like the fold. We've seen that already a couple times tonight.
I've been surprised a couple of times now.
Tran, by the way, is just, man, I don't know what he had for dinner, but don't order it again. Elder 8, if you have to tell people you're funny, you're probably not funny. I'm just saying. Like the only person I know that like tells people they're a big deal and tells people they're like Phil Hellmuth.
Yes.
He's like one of the few.
It was interesting seeing him this weekend.
It was just funny how Phil would stop the conversation to tell everyone else a story about them, even while they were talking, you know?
It's so perfect that Bart says that right after we're talking about Phil.
What did he say?
He said it's funny how he just stops the conversation and then tells everyone.
I love Phil. I think he's great for poker. The more I get to know him, and I've worked with him a few times now, and fortunate enough had a dinner with him a few times, I really like him. I do. His antics at the table it's not an act. I can tell you wholeheartedly, not an act at all. That's him.
Did you hear their chat about the number of bracelets Phil thinks he's going to win?
I saw. It was Tom West who bet over 24.5.
Over 24.5.
Is it 13 now or 14? 13, isn't it?
13 sounds right.
Somebody on Twitch let me know, or somebody tweet me at Tuck on Sports and let me know. I'm pretty sure it's 13.
But Phil's goal is 30.
And by the way, he could do it. He's one of those guys. I mean, there are small enough.
Anything can happen.
There are small enough fields in the mixed events that he's getting good at those games. I mean, he might be the best Raz tournament player in the world right now.
All right, come on.
And I'm saying Raz tournament.
Right. No, I understand. I would take Ted Forrest, but I would.
Okay.
But he's up there.
He's now he's either won a bracelet or come in second like 4 years in a row in Raz.
Yeah.
So he's up there in Raz.
Right.
He's always a threat, and those fields are only 105 people, 95 people. So he's going to make. I mean, he's probably going to make at least a couple of final tables every summer.
He says 2.5 or 3 a summer is what he makes. So.
Right. And, frankly, poker, while I think it can be difficult, the older you get to play for a long duration, Phil's only 51. And
he's 51?
Yeah.
Wow, he does not look it.
And I think, I know he looks older, huh?
No.
He looks rough. No, he's 51. I think it's very conceivable to think that he's got 20 really good years left where he can sit and play for a long time.
Right.
You need a green tip or something? Those two made a
God, it's hard to imagine him being old, like Doyle age.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hanson raises.
Tray. Ask him to give you a tray. Put them all in your backpack.
Yeah.
Just buy the bottle and put 9 shot glasses in the backpack.
Bart's, I don't know I haven't seen a chip count in a while. Bart was down to as low as 15,000 at one point, so he was up about 6,000 at one point. 5,000, I want to say. He was down 5,000 at one point. And I think he's been on a little bit of a run lately.
I was going to say, he's winning every hand he's playing.
Yeah, he might be close to even at this point. Tran, by the way, he has been hemorrhaging chips as of late.
Lorgeree. Lorgeree. There you go. So I get a lot of weird pronunciations. Bulgari.
I put it wrong on a plane ticket one time for you, right? Yeah.
I just got a text from Eric Wasserson.
They have it wrong here. I'm like,
Oh, he was?
Says he is not, in capitals, a good Raz player whatsoever. He's running fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. At what point? Listen, I don't want to be a Phil Hellmuth apologist. I go from a Phil Hellmuth hater to an apologist now.
I think everybody does.
At what point do we just look at
I don't know if
the?
we're as close as Phil and those other two yesterday.
At what point do we look at the results and go, they speak for themselves? We can all make fun of how he gets there. I think we can look at his fundamentals, which are clearly, from a mathematical point of view, not correct.
Right.
What are you playing, Home?
But the results are there.
Right.
You see it right here.
I was in the camp that, just like he was, that said that I thought he was running hot.
I got the hand you had again.
But I guess he had like the most fantasy draft points for the last few years for the 25K fantasy draft. He tweeted that out. Like, I have the most fantasy points of anyone over the last few years.
I mean, he was I think he was runner-up to Player of the Year 2 of the last 5 years.
Just say, give me the 90 before you give him the jack.
He's doing something right.
I mean, yeah.
He's doing something right.
Oh.
Oscillator, who's in the chat room right now, that's Brandon Shaq Harris, who was runner-up to George Danzer a couple of years ago, the Player of the Year. There might not be. He's one of the best Raz players out there. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for him. Oscillator, what's your opinion, Phil Hellmuth's Raz game?
No problem, Mr. Kroon.
I trust you.
Maria, always nice seeing you.
Come on, Os. I'm bringing you into the conversation. Brandon Shaq Harris here.
Mark, pleasure meeting you this week. Yeah, it's fun. Good luck. I'm sure we'll see you along the way. Take it easy next week. All right, see you later.
Get drunk in medicine.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, yeah, call me.
Not for sure.
And I'll text you as soon as
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Tough go for Kroonster.
You felt it?
Double.
Poker Ho.
Yeah, thank you for that, by the way.
Taking the long walk. He's going to be it's going to be a tough one to think about. I mean, he's going to think about those jacks for a while, I think.
I'll show you a picture of him later. Yep, you'll be like, all right. You'll be like, all right.
All right, buddy.
I mean, if he won one Raz bracelet, I could be like, yeah, he's just running good. He got lucky.
He's still sitting there.
But he's won 2 Raz bracelets in the last 5 years, and he's made 5 Raz final tables or something.
Yeah.
Oh, you did call.
I mean, the heads-up match that Brandon's referring to when he was up against Ted, I talked to Ted after that, and Ted thought Phil did not play well heads-up.
You know what? And that probably is the case. I mean, Phil might be an awful heads-up Raz player.
Right, but
doesn't mean he's not a great. Doesn't mean he's not a really good.
You just have to get there.
Right. Fortunately for him, you only play heads-up for when there's 2 players left in the tournament.
Right.
That's
you
a
could
really
be the world's worst heads-up player.
Yeah. By the way, you could be the world's worst heads-up player, and if you're really good at everything else, you'll do fine in tournaments.
Yeah, you'll do okay. I just get seconds.
Yeah, and by the way, you'll luck in the first occasion.
Right.
I mean, that's actually, I always say, Phil Hellmuth, I think, like I said, he has 13 bracelets. I think he has 14 second-place finishes.
That was a limit call.
So he has finished 1-2 26
yeah,
27 times.
I know that he has a bunch of seconds.
So,
but I mean, but that number 30, it just seems too high.
24.5. Would you take the over or the under on Tom West's bet?
I was talking with Tom. Tom was at my table.
You really get dangerous when you actually can pull that.
That's an interesting number. I think of the Tiger Woods surpassing Jack Nicklaus, and I thought for sure that was just a layup for Tiger, and it seems like that's not even close to going to happen. This feels similar to that.
Yeah, I mean, he could. I'll put it this way: he could very easily. He's got a nice little run the last 5 years, but from 2005 to 2009, he was ice cold.
Right.
Now he went back and worked on his game, but it would not shock me at all if he went through a 4 to 6 year stretch where he didn't win any.
I mean, one of my favorite stats from the World Series. Mike Watson, right?
Yeah, Sir Watson.
Fantastic player.
Right.
Went 0 for 82 at the World Series. 0 for 82 in World Series events for a period of time. I think that was over 3 years.
Variance is a bitch.
Good thing they didn't have
So I mean, I think Phil could 0 for 5 or 6 years easily.
Brandon Shaq Harris, by the way, who's Oscillator_WSOP, says, thanks for the compliment. Raz is my favorite. I think Wasp plays really well from what I saw and should be a good judge on the subject. That, by the way, I got another tweet from Was.
Monopoly against somebody. Another one. That took Monopoly.
Be careful, by the way. Ewas, stone cold hustler.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I love the guy. He said he's not a good Raz player whatsoever. He's running fantastic. I'm not saying he's awful, but he's just not good. Okay.
Robert. Oh, Robert.
I hope this isn't
The correct line is in Ben's
indicative of what's going to happen next week.
Maybe I'm just going to give up limit poker. Maybe I'll just switch to no limit.
Don't make me learn how to play no
What a
limit,
shock.
please.
David Baker wins
Come on,
again.
Baker.
What a shock.
Don't make me learn how to play no limit.
I play everything.
They're going to play till he wins all the money.
You used to play it.
Not as, I mean, it's
I
not,
wouldn't bet
my
against
primary
him.
game has always been limit.
But I'm saying I used to see you in 10-20.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's
Did we
nothing.
give you a tip yet or no?
You play PLO?
I'm running really good. I'll probably lose the next 5 now, but I'm running really good in this tip.
Yeah, I think Brandon's comment there is,
Yeah,
is
it's
spot on.
Says Phil is prone to going from really tight to really spazzy in all games, depending on his mood. A lot of the time, people's ability to play good tournament poker compensates for iffy fundamentals.
I'm just going to fold, check fold.
And as Rimdog Poker points out, JC Tran pays off again. Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 spades out there. Nobody with an ace or a jack, but Ross has got the spades. Ross on a complete free roll here.
8 high?
Is that a question or a statement?
You can't beat me.
I'm free rolling the guy. How good does JC Tran run?
Wow.
I'm waiting for JC Tran to punch him in the
Yeah,
head.
seriously.
He's down like 20K since dinner.
Mike Ross play.
Yeah, there you go. He just pointed to his stack, his dwindling stack, and said, really, dude?
He said I lost 20K in this seat.
Yeah, seriously. He moved to Phil Hellmuth's seat. Should have known better.
My beak out there, out of position.
I've never heard you use the term beak before. Somebody picked out, is this a California term you use now? Beak?
Do they use that in California?
I don't know. I've heard you say it twice.
Never heard of it.
We'll be living there soon, so I don't know.
You will?
You guys moving to LA?
It's
That's an
very
interesting question from Real
possible.
Doctor E9. Says, does anyone who wins as much as Phil face
I did. I got it today.
similar criticism
No, I'm talking about
of his
year
game?
round. I'm not talking about just this month. You know?
Anybody with those kind of results?
Everybody likes
I think the reason that Phil gets such a hard time is that a lot of his play has been seen on television. It is so unorthodox. You know, it's so far from standard, quote unquote standard.
Well, and he's so and he also, if he wouldn't talk about himself all the time,
He's doing
then we
himself no
wouldn't.
favors.
Right? I mean, he does himself a lot of favors.
Right.
He's made himself a living as an
Right,
ambassador to
right,
the poker world by doing that, but he puts himself out there
Right.
to judge.
Yeah, I mean he's alienating the you know the small group of poker players that really follow the game.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, on his,
No,
first,
absolutely.
I mean, if you asked your grandma to name 5 poker players, if I asked 10,000 people to name 5 poker players, 91% of them, if they named any of them, would name Phil in that group. That's big. Hanson with ace king, he's going to raise to 300. Green chips 25, black chips 100, pink chips 500, yellow are 1,000, and if you see any dark brown ones, those are 5K. Maria's been just very quiet. Tran calls. If an ace comes off, can he get away from it again? Tough spot. I mean,
You're already predicting how Tran's going to pay off.
Well, I mean, in this spot, it's almost. Fortunately for Tran, it didn't. Well, I should have known. It's Jack 10. If it came off, it would have been ace king queen. Baker outflops him. Ross with a small piece as well.
The honeymoon, I didn't even hear it. Well, the honeymoon worked out great.
Hanson does have the ace of diamonds, but not exactly the flop you love when you're called by 3 players.
Have you ever run so good you felt bad for the other people at the table?
I got 3 beers.
Not in many years.
Not in many years. It seems like David can't lose a hand.
I think the longer you play, you realize that it all evens out. Like
Yes.
you know,
Right, of course.
So you kind of you're happy. You're like, oh, cool, I run good today.
It's
because
just a countdown till you're on the other side of it.
yeah, and you know it will happen. Baker makes 2 pair. Hanson does not make the flush.
I think this is going to get through. Did Mike bet?
Yeah, Ross bet. I don't think this is getting through. Baker's going to call.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm so blind. I didn't see it.
Yeah, Baker's got
River
two pair.
He doesn't like it.
Oh, no, he doesn't like it. He thinks that, Ross has got a flush here.
This is a very tight just call.
I have a 9.
Probably going to be no good.
Look at Baker. He's silly, man. That's not good.
I really do have you.
You have me second guessing.
Wait, was the $700 bet? That was it? 700 into 2,400? Oh, that's an easy call.
I didn't think he would bet so small. I didn't even look at that.
No, that's what I mean. It was 700, and I didn't realize the sizing either. It was 7 into 24.
Yeah.
That's never a straight or a flush.
That's not going to work.
Actually, I think you could have raised Jack 10 there.
Right. That's why.
With that, because of that sizing.
That makes sense because David said this is a tight just call.
Okay, yeah, that's what he said. That makes way more sense. I couldn't hear what he said.
Ray, order it up.
Ray, what do you want?
You got the order?
I mean, if he bets, funny thing is, if he bets 1,500, it's just a call. If he bets 2,800, then it's like, whoa. Maybe I fold, or do I? But you probably still call, but it's close.
Wait, you order?
You bet 700, it's like,
my best friend loves food.
Man, that's.
All he does is drink. We go to any bar, he orders food.
That's a layup.
Newcastle now.
Sometimes I actually kind of like to put a little small bet out there with the nuts.
We'll see. Oh, to introduce the bet 3 bet.
I'm not a big believer in blocker bets, but
No.
I like to use them occasionally to induce.
I had a period in my career where I used the minimum bet 3 bet play on the river.
Oh, Maria just removed her black chips from the bottom so she could unleash the dogs.
Yeah, how many people want? Just
I'll have a glass.
3, 4, 4 glasses.
JKH pointing out that Bart could have raised the river and likely won the pot. Yes, he could have, but
I'll do Patron. I'll do whatever you want to shoot. You call the shots to her, though.
really easy to see that when you see the cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough with 3 people in the pot and Baker acting behind him. This is gonna get bigger.
Yeah. Wow, that's a huge 3-bet. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's a 4-bet. Raise a 3-bet and a 4-bet. That's okay. Optimistic 4-bet nonetheless, though, with 9s.
David's thinking, I can't lose, so I should probably call
Right,
here.
exactly. I'm way behind, but who cares? I'm David Baker.
This deck is full of spades and queens. You can't win if you fold, David.
And he's going to let that one go. Dodges a bullet.
Like I said, my buddy loves
Flop.
moving
The Ho will probably get in there. The flop would probably have come king high. And because Baker's out of the way, he saves himself a ton of money. That's how good he's running.
He runs good in his folds.
Yeah.
You guys have boo.
Yeah. No, literally at like whatever the grocery
He's in
store
LA
is.
right now.
The grocery store is like 40.
Yeah.
The Dom is like 170. You know.
He hates the rosé. He likes the yellow. He's very
Action on Ho.
very white.
You think she peels this? You think she?
All white, cut the club.
You know, the problem is, I mean, Mike Ross is shown to be actually a really tight player.
Right.
When he's getting money in the pot. He will call really light, but from what I've seen, he hasn't really made a move. So, you know, I think it's a difficult situation because you kind of look at it going,
I'm mostly playing.
does he ever do this with a worse hand than I have? Like, does he have Jacks plus or Ace King? And, you know, you don't like that. The problem with her just calling is, A, is she going to get any value? And B, if the flop doesn't come out with an Ace or a King, she's not going to be able to see all 5 cards. Right. So I kind of feel like if she was going to play it, I'm all in.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. As you predicted, David was saved money.
Yeah, of course, right? David had King Queen. Baker would have lost, because he would have called the 3-bet with King Queen of Spades, and he would have lost at least 1 or 2 streets of value.
So Maria's got, is that right, 3,600 back, and there's 4K in the pot?
Yeah, and it's a terrible flop. I mean, when you 4-bet and get called by the 3-better, and this is the flop, how do you like your 9s?
I don't like him, but I'm wondering if Maria could check this back.
I'd Baker close.
And that's the problem. I mean,
she's got a pot-sized bet behind. I wonder if she could.
I think in a tournament, I'm not a tournament player, and I'm not going to profess to be one. I think in a tournament, maybe calling makes more sense because your survival in the tournament means so much. But in a cash game, calling there, I believe is a mistake because you get no value when you hit your hand. You don't get to see the turn of the river when you don't make your hand. So, and by the way, if the flop came out King 9-4, there's tons of reverse implied odds. It's just...
Well, she only has a pot-sized bet behind.
No, I know.
So I think part of her reason for calling is that I don't have any fold equity. He's never folding this hand, so I can call and C3.
Okay, so she's going to hit an ace or a king 1 out of 3 times and then get no value after that.
which is why I would check back the flop.
I had a big pair.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm gonna get some more. I'm gonna get money more often when I hit.
right.
If I saw the flop,
But I mean, you know the price she was getting pre, right?
If I see the flop, you definitely.
He didn't. He did. Wasn't this
What was the sizing? She made it 800. He made it
17?
Okay, you know, I stand corrected then. So it was 900 more to win 17 plus the 8, 26 plus the original. So it's like 900 to win 3,000. So, okay, you know what? Fair enough. She's getting like what?
How about that?
You and I
3.5 to 1.
You and I play.
Okay. And the way Tran's running since dinner has aces, gets no value whatsoever. I stand corrected, actually. She's getting the right odds where it's like, okay, maybe you can call. I just hate calling those 4-bets with ace king.
I understand.
I think that's the first straddle Bart's folded. It's been a while.
Just because you're never going to get value when you hit, generally speaking.
Generally speaking.
There is a little bit of reverse implied odds, and she's not going to see the turn of the. I mean, if the board comes out,
We're going to send JC back talking to himself.
7 deuce deuce, he's going to bomb.
Yeah,
then what's she going to do?
She's folding every board that she doesn't make a pair.
That's it.
I'll say I don't like his.
Broadway.
I will say I don't like his sizing.
Oh no, it's not. It's not good. It's not.
His sizing is
good.
just too small from out of position with nines.
Yeah.
Hole raises to 350.
No, she actually with that sizing, he allows her to play perfectly.
Yeah, exactly.
I am not.
Well, you don't want to see one ace, but 2 aces aren't too bad.
The more, the merrier.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, can you put more out there now?
This is long if I can sit in one place. I need one. I don't know if you saw me yesterday.
I was going to bet.
I peel these flops way too often if I'm Bart.
I like peeling these flops when I'm in position. Out of position, it's a little tougher, but I'm with you. You have the best hand a lot.
You do.
Especially when it's a late position raise. I mean,
Yeah.
she could have king jack.
No, I mean ace a6.
Jack 10.
Ace a6 is like an auto c bet too.
And if he checks the river, it's a pretty easy value bet for Ho.
What's your sizing here?
5 1/4.
5 1/4.
Unless I have history with somebody, and then maybe 2,000. Obviously.
You're the best. She bet 5.
No, I mean, it depends on your history with the
Right,
particular
right,
opponent. But,
right.
I mean, I think in this case, you're trying to get value from, you're trying to get a hero call. Maybe you hit a jack, and you're trying to get a value from the jack. You know you will get value from a jack, but you're also trying to get value from, like, 7s.
Yeah, he just should have so many pairs.
I mean, the problem with this against this particular opponent, against Bart, this bet looks like a value bet, I think. J-Max says, if I'm Hanson, I'm snap raising to get it in with king-queen. I will say, when she checks back the turn and then bets the river, check raising, well, he can't do it now because he's side.
Right, you can't side.
But check raising the river would be super strong. And I
wow.
think
He paid off.
I think check raising the river would be super strong. Like I would,
Agreed.
like that would be.
Agreed.
Because that might be the way he plays the ace. Because when she checks back the turn, it's like she has a lot of like pairs in her range.
Yeah, you can't bet river. It's too strong.
So you check it to her and let her value own herself.
Right.
And then you could check raise.
Right.
I'm surprised he paid off.
I am too.
I mean, like earlier.
We're seeing a surprising number of payoffs.
Although one thing I will tell you that Maria does do, we saw it on Friday night, she sometimes will kind of delay bluff. She'll check back turns and bet rivers to make it look more value-ish. And it worked a couple of times on Friday. It didn't work one time. But that's kind of her, like, MO.
Yeah.
From what I've noticed. And Bart might have seen the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he paid her off.
I know.
That makes sense. I mean, that does look really like value-y to take that line.
Right, because
like
you're thinking
thin value-y.
Right, like you check back because you're like you got
Pot
showdown.
controlling, yeah.
And now you're going to value bet.
Yeah.
Most guys think like if you were going to bluff, why wouldn't you continue barreling?
Yeah, versus someone who's doing that though, like check raising rivers is a really great way to go.
So yeah, have a good night.
Triple flat barrel. What's she expecting? Value from a jack? No, I mean, if Bart's calling with king high, Bart's calling with any pair.
Yeah, sometimes I think a lot of times people. I mean, I think it's really important to try to figure out what your opponent's going to call with. What's their range. But oftentimes I think we underestimate just how bad our opponents can be when the pot is big and you give them the right price. Sometimes I just want to allow my opponent to make a mistake.
Right.
It's even more pronounced in limit, where you get called by the weirdest things because they're getting 14 to 1.
Right.
What's that?
Right.
Bad flop for that hand.
But in no limit as well, sometimes you just you're like, wow, you called me with that?
Yeah.
Cool.
She bet, but she bet half her stack.
20,
so.
Yeah, 22.
It was essentially all in.
Yeah.
I mean, she's never bet full.
Yeah. I mean, it's always an interesting conundrum you get yourself into as well, where people look at it and go, "She bets so small, it looks like a value bet." The problem is though, she's also getting if she can get you to fold.
Oh, it's the cheapest.
She's
bluff.
getting a really good price on the bluff.
No, it's a great price on the bluff.
Like if she was bluffing there with Queen Jack, or not Queen Jack, Queen 10, say,
right,
which didn't get there, and she gets you to fold because you're like, well, you would never bluff so small. She's suddenly getting a. She only has to that bluff has to be only has to work say 20% of the time, 25% of the time to be profitable.
Right. Try not to. Yeah, it goes both ways. It goes on the call and on the bluff.
Doug's got him out kicked right now, but there's a good chance this gets chopped up. Less of a chance now. I mean,
not with the way JC runs.
I mean, I thought maybe.
River 7?
Of course.
I'm sorry, JC.
Yeah, well, the annoying thing is it just makes Doug more confident in actually value betting. Chaotic says, "Can Tuck ever shut up?" I've been
how miserable does JC look?
Yeah, no, he's not having a good time. I've been pretty quiet throughout the weekend. If you want, I can be quiet. There's nobody talking at the table, guys. They're tired.
Good on there?
What's up?
Get anything good?
What, on this stream?
I've been doing this for 23 hours. I still have energy.
Did they tell you what I folded against you when you had the...
No, I don't even know.
Chaotic says, I don't care what he has to say when the players are talking. Shh, let's hear him.
Downstairs is really good. Upstairs...
I did a speed test on it. It's like
I only
crazy
have
fast.
Really? I only have 2 bars up in the room, but it never cut out, so I don't know.
And Bart's going to talk about his kosher restaurant.
Down in the poker room, it's unbelievable. The Wi-Fi's really
Right
good.
now they're talking about the connection, the Wi-Fi connection here at Thunder Valley and the cell phone signal.
Yeah, wow.
It's really nice. I don't know if that's an insult or not, but I was surprised. It's really nice room, big, and spacious.
That is pretty perfect that we quiet down and all of a sudden they're talking about the internet signal.
So I was trying to point out, I mean, the show is about these guys. I've always maintained that.
Absolutely.
And if you watched the show yesterday, it was very little commentary and a lot of Shamath, a lot of Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah, no, they had some great stories.
Yeah. These players aren't talking.
I loved listening to the things they were talking about, the companies he was affiliated with.
Yeah. Tran's got a set. No, that's good. Brian, turn it up. Let's hear the chips. That was awesome. Yeah, turn it really loud. That's good shit. That's good shit. Yeah, this is really good. Blurry hot girl. Blurry hot girl in a uniform.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, draft's fine.
Is that the Newcastle? Yes. The dark one's the Newcastle.
Yeah, you're right. This one's the Newcastle.
I mean, I'm guessing. If you brought one Sierra and one Newcastle.
Yeah, that's Newcastle.
Newcastle's
That's
definitely
Newcastle.
darker than.
Yeah.
It's just in.
Yeah, I did too.
Newcastle is darker than Sierra Nevada. Pale ale. Baker knows his beer.
I'll think that.
Come on, guys. Give me a break. Jesus.
Okay. That's okay. Can you put a couple waters down too? Did you get the other thing, the champagne?
Yeah.
It's coming?
Yeah. Yeah, so however you guys... The last time they let us keep it like in our little booth over here.
Got about 40 minutes left in tonight's show.
Are you a beer or wine guy?
Generally beer,
Okay, here.
but
Pay you now?
I do like wine as well.
That's for everything? It's 20.
I went into I was in South America a few years ago, and I did like a 6-week tour, traveling around and stuff, and went to Mendoza, and I got hooked on Malbec.
Yeah,
and I really love it's Malbec's like
is that
very affordable.
Argentina? Is that?
Yeah, Mendoza, Argentina. A very affordable, very drinkable, good red.
Yes.
That's just it's nice. It's,
I
really
found
like
it. I found it a few years myself. I gravitated towards beer. To wine. Yeah, he's really plugging this restaurant. I'm gonna have to go when I go down for LAPC here in a couple weeks.
Let me know.
All right.
You can be my guest.
Awesome.
We can eat for free.
At the kosher restaurant?
Oh, I've been there. Yeah, I've been there a dozen times.
Oh, fantastic.
If you think I'm paying when I go to Bart's restaurant,
Mazel.
Yeah. We're all Jewish for a night.
Speaking of, Ari Engel shipping the Aussie Millions.
Speaking of the most recent millionaire, Jewish millionaire.
So many.
I'm kind of happy for Ari. I mean, Ari's such a tournament grinder, and he grinds. I mean, he plays the $300. So anywhere there's value.
More?
Yeah, he grinds those tournaments, and he loves talking poker.
Oh, he's the best.
I've had him in the commentary booth a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Super cool guy.
No, I like him. I think Tony Dunce is a great guy. I hear hilarious stories about Kitty.
Rimdog says, Tuckman, a buddy of mine, is a Malbec distributor. Is this a Rochester Malbec? Because if it is, I'm not interested.
It's embarrassing, man. You need 100%.
Big Rick says, I have no problem with a tortilla around my Jimmy. I don't understand what that means.
A ton of chips.
I like tortillas. Who doesn't like a tortilla?
I like a tortilla. I don't know about the Jimmy talk.
Chaotic says, Tuck, what's your knowledge of Skippy's background? He's from what I gathered, he's a Chicago boy, plays high stakes, mixed games,
Big
and mostly big mix and like limit. So he'll play 300, 600, 200, 400, but mostly limit mixed games.
Right.
Plays a little bit of PLO and no limit if the game is good, but that's not his forte, from what I gather.
He does not like no limit Holdem.
Yeah.
I played a 50-100 mixed game with him in Hammond. I was up at Hammond for the circuit.
Just remember,
they have a great room there.
Take $80 off the price.
Rogeezy, I will not say your name.
And 80 for the hoe.
We don't do that here.
Did you?
Sorry.
You think you're getting anything back from me?
I don't care how much you ask.
Eventually? Yeah.
Well, then, Rimdog, you know what, you can buy me for my birthday.
Yeah, right? Can we? Am I invited to the Super Bowl party yet? Am I invited to the Super Bowl party yet at your house?
Okay, who wants to hear? You can either hear Doug talk about whether he was invited to the Super Bowl party, or I can tell you a super gay story about Bart and I.
You might actually not
What do you want to hear? I'm going to leave it up to the audience. Super gay story about Bart and I, or they might possibly talk about Wi-Fi or the darkness of Newcastle. You let me know, guys.
Lightweight.
That's me.
You gotta give her a break. She's got a fever or something, right? Wasn't that what you said? Did you drink too much last night?
No, I actually didn't drink at all last night.
That's probably what happened.
Your
happens to me.
body's in complete shutdown. It's like, what is
Get the
going
shakes.
on?
Pretty big flop for Tran. He's flopped the Gut Shot Royal.
So this goes like running 5s or 6s, right?
She said she didn't like you, I think. Wasn't that what she put on Twitter? I don't like Maria, I'm not coming. I don't know who Katie is. But
I mean, it doesn't have to go running 5s. It could just go 1-5.
I'm sure she does.
A hand that Bart can confidently get the showdown with.
You in for 50,000, Baker?
Are we talking on the week, on the day? I mean, what are we talking about?
Did Bart just peel
Yeah,
this?
for the day, 10.
Wow.
Oh, God, you got to be kidding me. I'm going to peel it. I mean, obviously, he's not peeling it to hit a 5 or a 6, but he's peeling to represent a queen. If Tran loses this to 6-5 offsuit, he might flip the table over.
He might quit.
Yeah.
Mean, but I think his hand is, it's so tough.
Bart bets here. No, I'm sorry, Tran bet. Hanson called again. Okay, the jack's going to play. It's aces and queens, although, I mean, I don't know if we get there.
No, I think
this is actually way more interesting
this
than
is
if
super interesting.
than if a king or a queen or something else. This is a really interesting spot. So Bart has floated the flop with nothing, hits the 5, floats again, presumably to represent.
I think JC's deciding whether or not he should check.
I mean, what do you put Bart on?
Bart could have worse clubs.
Well, he checked. Oh, and look at that! Tran lets it go.
Wow.
JC, you want to play rock, paper, scissors or something? Maybe with you in a hand?
Tran lets it go. He bets 2,000 into 5,100.
Mike had a pretty good needle there.
Hey, kids, don't try that at home.
Let's do it.
Bart's my hero.
By the way, I love that he's doing this because there's somebody at home watching that, and they're going to try it in their local casino.
Yeah, when you get check raised on the ace, queen, queen, call with 6-5.
100 for 1, 200 for 2.
That was a fun hand to watch.
A lot of fun, and I kind of like the run out simply because.
Yeah, it's a good run out. It's a really good run out.
You can't do it like that.
JC's in such a tough spot there because he can have the best hand with a jack there a decent amount of the time.
100, 300.
Yeah, the problem is that because he has jack 10 of clubs and there's the ace and the queen of clubs is out there, what clubs does Bart have in his range?
Well, he checked. He didn't check raise very large on the flop.
But Bart called, and then Bart also called the turn. So Bart calls the turn. Okay, so you start putting Bart on a range of hands.
Right.
Bart either has an ace, a queen, or clubs.
Yeah.
But since I have jack 10 of clubs, how many clubs does Bart have?
Get the energy up.
Like we've got to like come up with like it's like
king high clubs and
right.
You pick a card.
Right.
Like what clubs does he have? But if he has king high clubs, it's like
Okay.
it's hard. Like that means he has like king 9 of clubs, king
Right.
7 of clubs.
Right.
There's an extra one.
I mean, I know there are some other combinations. There's 7, 8 of clubs. There's 7, 6 of clubs. Hands like that.
The,
But
the clubs that are slightly notched by the jack 10s.
right, there just aren't that many clubs in Bart's range.
Right.
Ace in the middle.
And he has a lot more like queen X or ace X in his range, I
Sure.
think, based on that.
Tell you what, you just tell me if I win
Okay,
or
they
lose.
pick a card before you look.
I'm not gonna
That was a
lie.
really interesting hand.
Or even just what I
It's
mean.
a specific card.
What about a sticky pair?
Yeah.
A
You think
seven-
Bart ever
You don't know.
Not
You
by
don't know.
bets a
suit?
pair under
take a 7.
queens, and then just gets sticky with it when he gets check raised?
Okay.
He got sticky with
Tell me how
6-5.
much I owe.
So I mean,
What if you get all three?
sure. I mean, I don't.
That's
Then it's
5,000.
It's such an interesting run out.
5,000.
I wonder what percentage of the time a jack is good there.
You can't be getting involved with this. You got kids, man.
I mean, it's hard to flop trips.
We got JC
There's
gambling.
a little bit of skill.
I mean, Bart's not betting a king. That's the problem.
You know.
What's your number?
Yes, you're right.
Not your
I
phone
would
number,
agree with
what's your
that.
number on the thing?
I would agree with that.
Because
You're right.
all of JC Tran's hands are counterfeited.
You're 100% correct.
I mean, frankly, this is the problem. When JC check
How
raises,
much do I owe you?
he's kind of polarized, and this is what I think went by Bart calls. When JC Tran check raises the flop, he basically has a flush draw, straight draw combo, a flush draw,
Yeah.
or a queen.
Right.
He's not doing it with like ace jack.
Right.
So
How's that hit?
when JC Tran checks the river,
I know you wouldn't think so.
if Bart's not betting a king, it's like, what is he? You know, I don't.
Right.
Even justify it. Bad.
Okay.
2 pair here for Baker, obviously.
Does he work at the commerce?
Oh, did you? You did 730?
Oh, right. Who's the head guy at commerce?
I think Doug will get rid of this one though.
Someone's got- yeah.
It's very suspicious
Did
at this
he
point.
go to a different casino?
I like Oscillator's comment. Aggressive calls on paired boards for the win.
In LA?
I was going to check raise until you said that, and now you got me all confused.
So now you're going to fold.
Yeah, JKH points out, it says Bart's hand looks like an ace all day.
Wish I didn't tell you to come out.
Okay, so it looks like the voting on was for the gay Bart story.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
So we're in Mendoza.
Okay.
And I had work actually in Buenos
the two
Aires.
of you?
Yeah, well, I was in Buenos Aires for work. I had like 10 days of work in Buenos Aires, and I basically was like, hey, I'm in South America. Let me use the opportunity. Let's take a quick look here. So Hanson's up 2,000, by the way. Baker's just crushing life. He's up 31K. Doug, by the way, killing it. Doug's up 13. Ross is down. Tran is now down 9. He went from 14 to down 9. Big swing after dinner for him. So anyway, I decided, I was like, yeah, you know what? Opportunity to see South America. I didn't have anything to do for a few weeks. I was single. I was like, hey, let's go. So I called Bart up. I was like, hey, do you want to meet me? He's like, I've never been. Sure. And we do a lot of like guy trips. Like we'll do weekends away somewhere, whatever. New Orleans,
That
Kansas
sounds
City.
nice.
That's cool. Like we'll go see sporting events. It's kind of fun. Anyway, so I invite him down. Like, let's go. So we do a bunch of South America. Anyway, we go to Mendoza. And there was some sort of day trip that was like a group. We like vanned out somewhere into like a high peak mountain or whatever. We all went hiking. It was cool sightseeing. Found out from a couple that there was a cooking class at a vineyard. And they're all vineyards there, obviously, because Malbec is Mendoza wine area. And they were like, yeah, apparently, like, you know, they teach you how to cook, and you just drink wine and get wasted. And you can have bottles and bottles. And they were like, it's like $45. It was like nothing.
Wow.
So anyway, Bart and I are like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, fast forward a few hours, we find out the couple that we went there with, he had proposed to her between our tour and the cooking class. And Bart and I show up, so we feel super awkward that we're at this cooking class, and they just got engaged.
Right.
We're like, okay, we shouldn't be here. And then even worse is, Bart and I are wearing cooking, like, gown or whatever you call them. What do they call them? Like a smock type thing? Brian, help me out. You know, cooking gown.
Like a smock or an apron?
An apron, thank you, an apron. So we're wearing aprons while we're drinking Malbec, delicious Malbec, I will say, learning how to make empanadas while Bart and I are taking cooking class together. I mean, we looked at each other. We looked at this couple that's like canoodling in the corner because they just got engaged. And we just thought to ourselves, it doesn't get any gayer than this, does it? Classic. Big flop for Ross here. The Royal Straight Flush Draw with the double gutter.
He's only 75%. I thought he was like 92%.
Hanson has a pair.
It's funny, when the 4 came up, I was like,
good anyway, right?
Team was good. I had pocket pair.
Hanson is now 50-50. Hanson is 47%. Ross does not have a pair. You got to be kidding me. How does Hanson win this hand?
I had the idea to
That's disgusting.
That tells me he might be calling.
And he's checking it. That's criminal.
Yeah, I know.
That is. I don't know how you don't figure out a way to win that hand with ace-jack of spades. That is criminal. Anyway, so that was, we're sitting there drinking our Malbec. I will say, if you ever go to Mendoza, I have the name of this place. I ordered a case of wine up there, and some of the best wine I've ever had in my life. It's amazing. And for the money, you'll never have a better time.
It sounds like it.
Like, it was like a 4-hour like cooking class, and then we ate food for another like hour. It was amazing.
I'm in.
The only thing is, I mean, I would suggest go with a significant other.
A gay. Oh no. Okay. So.
Well, I mean, okay. Listen, there's nothing wrong. I mean, if I was actually gay and I wanted to bring my significant other and he was a man, that's cool too. I would just think, bring your significant other, whether a man or a woman.
Yes.
Because it is quite a romantic evening.
No, that sounds cool. My significant other and I just booked a trip to Milan in September.
He sent me like the poker.
Say it again.
So there was a great airfare from Emirates, a one-day airfare sale, $450 round trip to Milan per person. So
that's nothing wrong with that.
I had to buy a couple of those tickets. Never been to Italy, so. But I got to say, your Malbec story is tempting.
When his friend's wife got cancer.
I promised. There's a few places that I've been in the world that I promised my wife that I will take her now to. That she hasn't been to.
Did you see the polka dot shoes? I like them. I think they're sharp looking.
So what's your favorite country?
Every time he walks by, he's got these really cool polka dot shoes.
U.S.
Nike. And then he told the story.
Favorite foreign country?
Probably Italy.
Italy. All right.
I do love Argentina. Argentina's got a lot to offer. between like Buenos Aires and you can go up to Iguazu Falls, which is the border of Brazil and Argentina, and see this. Just if you think Niagara Falls is, I mean, Iguazu makes Niagara Falls looks like turning the sink on.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And then Mendoza, which is just super cool.
No, I'm saying if you sleep,
Ride a bike through town, and a bunch of like college age kids and kids in their 20s, like
Any blood yet?
backpacking through the world, and they're in Mendoza. It's a lot of fun.
This is a fun flop.
Yeah, for sure. So we got a nut flush draw for Tran. That'll never get there, the way Tran's running. Pair sixes for Doug, for Skippy. Maria with bottom two pair. That's a blank. If I'm Maria, there's just no reason I'm slowing down here.
No, absolutely not. This is actually, I think she needs to bet pretty large here.
I mean, you get value from a lot of straight draws, flush draws,
1,500,
nines.
1,400, something like that.
Yeah, I like that. Looks like she bet 12. Unless there's 3 pink there. Those pink chips are 500 each. The black chips are 100. By the way, how do you like this new graphics? The three-way shot?
It's solid.
It's kind of cool, huh? I really like it a lot.
It's, the WPT use that? I feel like I've seen that. That's a great graphic. Captures a lot.
Action Brunson asking me what vineyard it was in South. I forgot. I have it at home. It's like pink. I don't remember. I'll tweet it. I promise. Action Brunson. I'll be home tomorrow night. Sometime this week I will tweet. So I actually have to order some more wine from them.
I had one of each, so
Tran gave it up.
Just folding it.
Best part is
This session is not going well for him.
I kind of, you know what? I mean, I kind of like the fold. I think too many players will call with the naked flush draw. I mean, I know it's the overcard with the flush draw, but when she sizes it that big, you start thinking maybe my ace isn't good either.
It's just so unfortunate that he doesn't have a lead in that hand.
Yeah.
Like, once he gives it up, it's like his fate is kind of up to her on the turn.
Oscillator saying seems like a good spot to raise.
On the turn?
I suppose. That's what he's saying.
Think they'll bring the boo before the game's over?
He can't rep a king, right? Like, he just
I don't
doesn't
know,
have any kings, so he's like repping something that flops strong and just decided to check call.
On a 9-6-4 two-heart board.
Yeah, seems too wet. It would have to be like king 9, right? Like the only kings. And I think he was in the small. Was he in the small or the big that hand?
Yeah, I'm not sure if a raise makes sense either.
Yeah, you put one back here. You put 2 there, 1 there, and 1 over to the young lady. How much is it? Just keep the change.
Tran raised to 750.
Put 3 sevens.
I was going to call this, and Tran is, nothing going his way right now, unfortunately. Well, he's got top pair. Unfortunately, he probably won't get much action, but
that's fine. Thank you.
he should win this pot at least.
You enjoy a smug on, Mike? Wake yourself up? They probably got fresh grapefruit here.
Yeah, I'm a little tired tonight.
I'm getting asked if Negrano's coming. He should be here any moment, guys.
No?
Thank you.
The champagne is over.
Wait for Bart to
I was
get
going to
back.
say, wait
We'll
for
do
Bart
little
for a
toast.
toast. Feel rude after him buying the
Might not
champagne.
come back for a while. He's coming back.
It's all cool, Brandon. Mike Ross in the booth. Apparently he's done for the night. Mike, you want to pop in, buddy? Yeah. Tell us about your night.
Hello. Oh, is it on?
You're not on yet. Hang on a second. I'll let you know when you're on. We got Mike Ross, by the way. Mike Ross was the gentleman in seat number 2 wearing the Nike hat all day. He is in the booth with us, so I love getting some insight, some players. Maria Ho has been very quiet. Has quietly made a lot of money. I think she's up 5 or 6K now. And here she's going to raise with ace jack. She gets hauled by Skippy's king jack, and Skippy outflops her on a king queen 5 2-spade board. Mike, what's up, my man?
How are you guys? How's everything going?
Frustrating day for you?
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you, the last couple of hours I was really tired. I wasn't paying attention, which is not good, obviously. I folded a few aces in the blind when I could have called or even re-raised. You know, I knew those were mistakes at the time. I kind of faded a little bit. And
sometimes that happens. I mean, it's been a long weekend. I mean, you played the tournament, you played a couple of days, you played another day.
Yeah, it was a long weekend. Today, the day session was all right. I got up about 10,000, 12,000, and I ran into JC's back-to-back flush. He won a bunch of money from me, but, you know, it was a good time.
Right.
I know I didn't play very well this evening, but I guess that happens.
Hey. Honestly, if we you took a small sample size from any player in the world, you could probably see them playing pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean the
ace jack of spades hand.
We just watched that.
Yeah, I mean the plan on that hand. I'll tell you what my thinking was. I wanted to play a big hand with Bart. Bart and I have played a lot of big hands, and for some reason I've won pretty much the majority of them with Bart.
Well, that's because he never has anything.
He never has anything. He floats and floats and floats. I know that. I mean, I know he's floating 5-6 on an ace-king board. I know he's floating a lot.
Right.
And I couldn't believe when he checked the turn. Because the turn, I was going to check raise. I was going to check raise. I was going to try and make a big pot. He very rarely checks in that spot, especially on a board like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had a showdown value. He had a pair of 10s, so he checked it back.
And, you know, it didn't work out, obviously, for me, but I really, really wanted to play a big pot with him at that point. And just calling on the flop, my whole plan was to really just take it down on the turn. But obviously that didn't work out. And
so the plan was check call, check raise,
correct,
and then bomb river.
Correct. It didn't even matter. I don't even think he's calling the turn. I don't even think he's calling the turn at that point. Once I check raise him. But yeah, he did have the showdown value. And, you know.
I think, by the way, I think he probably respects your raise as well.
Yeah,
you haven't gotten out of line too many times. When you stick your chips in there, you tend to have it, at least from what we've seen the last 3 days.
I got out of line with Poker Ho in the first couple of hands.
The 9s?
No, Mark Kroon, not Maria.
Mark Kroon, right.
I don't know if
By the way, nice laydown with the jacks.
Yeah, I mean, where
Kroon looked at you like you shot his dog.
I know.
When you told him you had jacks, he
I
just looked
said
at you
before
like
he turned it over, though.
I know, but that's
I wouldn't have killed.
That's what I'm saying. You had no idea, but he looked at you.
But the look on the face was like.
Yeah.
He looked at you like he wasn't mad at you. He just looked at you like, "Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You just shot my dog."
He's a buddy. He's a buddy of mine. You know, I obviously Skippy was thrilled when I said that, but you know, there was an earlier hand with him where he had that 10 high. I raised him 3,200 on the flop, and he called.
Yeah.
I didn't bet the turn when it was a queen-queen turn. I wanted him to think I had a very, very big hand. For some reason, I just felt like he had it when I checked the river. And then he bombed that river like a champion. I mean, that's the only way he's going to win the pot, obviously. You know, I gave up a couple of hands, I think, against JC. He's, you know, you got to be real careful with him when he's on your left like that. I mean,
for sure. He's had a tough go of it since dinner break, though. I mean, he was up 14 or 15,000. Now he's down 10.
Him and I couldn't win a pot this entire night. We
Yeah.
started playing props because it was the only way one of us was going to win a little something. So it was kind of frustrating, but you know, it's how it goes.
And Baker can't miss.
What does that mean?
But look at this. Baker's double fisting. He's still going to win this hand with deuces.
Baker can't miss unless it's against me. I, for some reason, have owned Baker for the last.
You know, he's crushing everybody else.
Yeah, we were, like I said, we were in Commerce prior to this for a week or so, and you know, I kind of crushed him.
You play with Skippy much? I know you play high stakes mixed games as well.
Skippy and I are very good friends.
By the way, we should stop playing No Limit Holdem. You guys should have played 300, 600 mix.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Skippy, nobody really knows Skippy. Skippy is a fantastic mixed game player. He'll play as big as anybody wants, and yeah, we're real good friends from Chicago, and we're traveling together now actually. So, you know, of course he. I see Steve Albini on on the comment. How's it going, Steve? Steve's a buddy.
Oh, wow.
Steve's a friend of mine.
I love Steve.
Yeah.
He's
legend.
By the way, Eldar, if you want to learn how to be funny, follow Steve Albini. He's funny.
I'm about to go on the chair now. Let's go.
Steve Albini, a very famous man, big record producer.
So this will be hard to believe to people who don't know him, but Skippy looks better than usual.
Yeah, Skippy is usually running around Chicago in flip-flop shorts and a T-shirt when it's 20 below.
Yeah.
Steve says, hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Mike Ross, Andrew Barber, David Tuckman in the booth here. We're watching the final 6 players play out the final 14 minutes of the cash game action. Just a reminder, tomorrow we're back at it. No more cash game, but tomorrow we do have a tournament. Final 5 players of the main event that took place here at Thunder Valley here in Lincoln, California. So that'll be the final 5 players tomorrow. You can look for that if you like tournaments.
I think Rep is still in there. Rep Porter is still in there.
He had all the chips.
Yeah, he walked over, he said he had 25% of the chips or something. That's going to be a tough task for anybody looking to take him down. But, you know, great tournament for sure.
Yeah, for sure. What's next for you, Money?
Going to Vegas tomorrow till Friday, and then heading to the LAPC for 4 or 5 days.
Are you playing the tournament, or are you just there for the cash action?
Just the cash action. If I happen to be there for the main, I'll play the main, but just the cash action. So kind of going to relax. My birthday this week, so I'll be celebrating my birthday in Vegas.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. And then going to head Friday to LA.
So. How old do you think he is?
I'm old.
Let's try to guess here.
I'd set the over/under at
People think that's a weed?
42.
I would never.
Oh, under all day.
Barbara wins.
How old are you?
I'll be 40.
Not a bad line. Under all day? I said it at 42.
You should always set the line lower than what you actually think it is.
Why?
It's not a compliment.
He's a man. It's not. You think he gives a crap?
I think
I did.
Look at the way he dresses. You think he cares what he looks like?
I did contribute to the prize pool that you won over the summer.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
You got 10 of my money.
I appreciate that.
Maybe if you contributed to one of my prize pools, then I would be okay. I'd be a little nicer.
This is formal wear for Skippy, Steve says. Yeah, for sure. Oh, so you guys saw the hand with Maria with the 2 9s.
By the way, again, drinks at the table. Thanks, guys. Where's our drinks?
I didn't even drink this time.
I mean, no, but nobody had the thought to, hey, let me go get Tuckman a drink.
I know.
Let me get Barbara a drink. Maybe Brian wants a drink.
This hand here, I am stone trying to trap Maria. I know I have her buried.
Right, but you're out of position. Tough.
I'm out of position.
It's tough. Tough.
I'm praying for an ace to hit the flop.
Of course you are.
So excited.
Oh, look at
right
that.
now. And
I mean, this is now worked out to perfection. To perfection for you.
Just the way you drew it up.
You check raise this flop? I like a check raise here.
No, I didn't. She's gonna bet every time.
Yeah, but your hand is so under rep. Like you're never check raising an 8.
Yeah.
Like I'll put it this way: the check raise doesn't make.
Oh, that's brutal.
The check
that's
raise
not
doesn't
even fair.
The check raise doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Which is why I kind of like it.
You're right. And
I mean, if she would have called and the 8 would have still fallen and he still would have chopped it up, but
yeah. Obviously, we see what happens here, and
Bryce says Tuck's not a pleasant person, is he?
He's a very pleasant person. And
I'll put it this way: I only make fun. If I'm making fun of you, it's because I like you, and I can take it as much as I can give it.
I think that's true.
If I can 100% take it.
She's so
you
happy.
You must love Eldar. Is that the guy your friend in the?
Yeah, we're buddies. We're buddies.
Sick Nick says, "Who's Skippy?"
Look at the way Maria's ears popping through her hair. She looks like an elf from doesn't she?
She does look elfin.
Right there?
Yeah.
You're running 3 back.
That's a compliment, by the way.
Absolutely.
That would be the best, right?
The elfin race is like hot, right?
The only thing I've heard of Chad is.
Yes.
Who is Eldar? Do we know Eldar?
No? Just a local. He's a
local guy. Because I hear his name a lot. That's why I said it.
He's whatever. He's nothing. Nothing to think about. Just a local LA guy that likes to give money away. Baker now up $32,000. And by the way, for the weekend, he's up $50K.
Yeah, I mean, he won that huge pot today, aces against kings. Yesterday, he won that huge pot against Chamath? Is that his name?
Chamath, yeah.
Chamath. And
by the way, people forget. I mean, that was a flip.
That was a flip.
Chamath had ace 10. He had nines.
Yeah.
He flips well.
And
flips
Baker
well.
plays good.
He plays, that's a ruthless combination. Like playing well and winning flips.
He's been hitting his sets.
Unstoppable.
He's been hitting his flushes. He wins his flips, and he plays well.
Yeah.
Hanson with top pair. He had the best hand pre. He continues to have the best hand.
I did way too much calling this evening. I know I did.
Yeah.
This morning I was raising.
You're
and
a
mixing
limit
it up.
guy. I mean.
No, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. This morning I was mixing it up. I was, picking spots real good. It is what it is.
I'm not sure he's going to be posing for pictures after.
Big Picture Poker says the ace 6-6 or ace 8-8 board is so dry. Check raise with air is better than a check raise with ace king. I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to go next level thinking here, and Maria Ho is easily smart enough to kind of go next level. Where if Mike check raised, what's he repping? Like he never has pocket aces. She has an ace in her hand. Like, what is he check raising with? Like, is he really check raising with an 8? Because most players are like kind of slow playing that a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I might raise with an 8.
You might have, right? But I'm kind of like weirdly going next level. Like you have, like I'll put it this way: you have the nuts there. You know that.
Oh, I know.
And I want to, and you're deep enough. I want to start building a pot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, with an 8, I very well might check.
Yeah.
I might raise right there.
It didn't help that I was.
I mean, hey, obviously you might have just gotten unlucky there. I mean, the turn could have been a 3. It could have gone check, bet, call.
Yeah. Could have been a 10.
Extracurricular activity going on that didn't go his way. We had his head spinning.
Yeah, the ace jack was painful because
Oh.
like your equity comes up and it's like 75% on the flop.
Yeah, you were a 75% favorite on the flop.
And you're a favorite without a pair on the turn.
Yeah.
On the turn, you were still 53%.
I so wanted to play a big pot, but it just didn't work out that way.
How frustrating is that when you just flop the world, but you don't have a pair, and the dude ends up getting the showdown with like 3s.
And Bart never has anything.
Ask JC because it's happened to him every single hand.
Yeah.
This hand I played with JC. Again, I think I'm value betting the river here, and
you just spoiled it. We don't even know. We haven't gotten to the river yet.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay,
bad.
dude. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert: he value bets the river.
So a bet. Tran calls, I assume, obviously. Yeah. Well, I mean, once your 8 plays right now, but barely. You know. Like, I just don't know what you can get value from. Like, any ace basically beats you or ties with you pretty much. I don't know what the river is, obviously.
Yeah.
We'll see in a second. But
he was folding a lot of rivers and floating a lot of stuff.
Oh, the river's a 6?
The river
okay, so
is, yeah.
Okay, so your 8 plays, but barely. I mean, you can get a little value. But, I mean, hey, you can get value from, ace 7, ace 5s, ace 4s.
Oh, actually, I didn't value this. I called him. You're
okay,
right.
much different.
Yeah, much different. And again, he's, he called me on the flop. He could have a 6, he could have a 9, he could have a missed flush draw.
A lot of hands, 7, 8.
Yeah, he's very difficult to play. He's in position. He was on my right all day, which was beautiful.
Yeah.
And he moved over to the left. I didn't like this, believe me.
Yeah, that's really thin.
Yeah.
I kind of like the bet by Tran.
Yeah.
What was the pre-flop action? I missed it.
He had made it, I think, 300, and I called.
Blitzology 916. If somebody pays attention to you, you stop typing. Is that what we have to do? Is that it? Come on.
Wow.
That better be like 4 or 5. I think that's the third one. I think it's still a third, right?
Sick Nick.
Sick chick, what hands does JC check back flop and call turn with? He's got it in a hand right there. Yeah, you would think that he's got some showdown value. But he could have actually, he could have checked back an ace, like a smaller ace.
He could have checked back a smaller ace. I mean, he could have 7-8. He could have clubs. He could have.
He's probably not checking back 7-8 though.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize the flop. He checked back, so it went check on the flop.
To be fair, he's checked some flops where he's had like some drawing equity.
I think no. Right. I don't think he checked the flop. I think we checked the turn.
No, you definitely bet the turn. I watched the turn.
Was it the turn?
You bet the turn. He called the turn.
Okay.
Yeah, he bet turn and river.
Oh yeah, check flop. Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't. Most players aren't checking back 7-8 because it's 8. I mean, I know they could, but it's you've got no showdown value.
Right. It's a good flop to see bet.
Oh, that's a tie, right? That's a tie.
Oh, here we were playing the props, and I beat him for 500 on this.
Did
and
you?
Yeah.
What was the prop bet?
He had the 3. I had the 7. Every time the 3 or a 7 comes up, you owe 500 to the other guy. Except if it comes up in the middle, you owe 1,000. And it came up. It's not showing correctly on here, but it came up in the middle.
Right here, in the middle.
Yeah. So he actually owed me 500, which was kind of nice. And then of course, there's the home run card on the turn. And he does the JC Tran thing and checks right behind me.
What was the third thing going to be?
And he doesn't fire the river when I'm trying to get him to make a wager here. I at no point thought I was behind. I at no point thought he hit some nonsense on the river. I was just trying to make some money.
Wow. Wow, and you had the 7?
In the middle,
In your
fourth a
hand?
dime. Fourth a dime.
You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
I thought they would go a little bit later.
5 minutes for what? For the end of the game?
Yeah.
Only a few minutes left in tonight's show, guys. Hope you've enjoyed the weekend. It's been a lot of fun here up here at Thunder Valley, here in Lincoln, California. I want to thank once again. I want to thank the hospitality here. It's been great.
We'll tell you now. No, you don't.
ECM is actually.
No, someone could have caught a 4 too, unfortunately.
That's the ECM. They call him East Coast Mike. So I'm originally from
East Coast Mike? Oh,
Oh,
cool.
okay. I heard the ECM acronym. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I didn't know what they were. Yeah, I didn't know much either. Is Deuce 7 your game?
I mean, I like all the mixed games, but I do.
Do you like the triple draw games a lot, though?
Yeah, I know who's sending this message, which is kind of funny. Bracelet winner, Cheech Barbaro.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Bart almost did something crazy.
No, actually,
We almost had him trapped up. He loves it. He loves the float. There's a lot of advanced. He's got every trick. A lot of advanced stuff going on.
There's a hand that JC.
Three-way action here. Queen high flop. Ho's got it.
That happened earlier, you mean?
Yeah, like a half an hour.
Was I involved?
You were involved.
I just got him.
You were involved.
I want to thank Lost in Poker for modding the show. Once again, we are back at it tomorrow for the final table of the main event here up at Thunder Valley. Final 5 players will play it out. First place, nearly $100,000. Rep Porter right now crushing.
Just got a text, yeah. I just got a text.
Here, obviously, I'm not folding in this spot right here. I raised her. She calls.
Good night, Angry Polak. Dream about me.
Oh, yeah, how you played. Ooh, Ward? Marco? Oh, Tran. Yeah, that's what
And I like the king on the end again. I firmly feel now that there's 2 kings out there, I have the best hand. And obviously we'll see what happens here. She takes less than half a second to call.
So you bet the river there?
Yeah.
As a bluff?
No, I thought I had the best hand there.
So what are you trying to get value from?
I didn't think she had a hand at all. I thought she might have had ace high when she floated the flop. When she called the flop, excuse me.
Right. I mean, do you think? But you think she'll call you with ace high on the river?
I think she may. I've been playing a lot of pots. I mean, I think I think she may.
Double props?
Yeah, I busted dice.
There's only 2 more hands.
5 from the money, maybe?
That was like one.
Sick. Is it the one time?
But again, that might go to the limit background to where, I'm never letting a bet go.
No, I feel like ace high is a limit Holdem call.
Yeah, I mean.
Those cards don't remember each other. Huh? With 25. Those cards don't remember each other.
Yeah, I was pointing out to him. I go, and limit, if in doubt, bet.
Yeah.
And let your opponent make a mistake. Don't worry about what they'll call you with.
Yeah.
And no limit, you got to kind of try to figure out what they're going to call you with.
Right.
I was just way off this evening.
Yeah.
Does not.
Like I said, you know what though? I give you David Baker. I mean, all these guys, all these players, and Skippy as well. Give you guys a lot of credit. You guys are not no limit Hold'em players.
Yeah.
You know, you You come out and say it. You admit it.
Yeah.
Wow, a couple of big hands here. So Ross raises, you.
Of course.
And Skippy picks up the kings.
The minute he puts the money in, I know 100% I'm dead. Goodbye.
That's a nice fold. That's a nice fold, dude.
You know,
that's a really nice laydown. You've made, like I said, you've been in a couple of tough spots. I mean, you had jacks against queens.
Yeah.
And you made the nice laydown after 3-betting. A lot of people 3-bet there, and then they just end up getting. We saw what happened.
Yeah.
And there, ace queen. It's a pretty hand. It's ace queen suited. I know a lot of players that get themselves stuck there. They end up calling. They've leveled themselves with thinking their opponent's making a move.
Yeah.
So I'll give you credit on that.
Thank you.
Can we? You got the permission?
Hello, Jason. I see you just joined the chat. Grace Ace.
I got to get you on my my podcast. Talk Super Bowl prop bets.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Okay.
Thought you might ship it in there.
Bet Denver.
You like Denver now?
I said it the other day.
Yeah. 6 now or 6.5? What's it at?
Oh, I don't even know. I haven't looked. I haven't looked. Don't bet the NBA and bet Denver. There you go.
Just bet on. Can you bet? Can you still make money just betting Golden State to win every night?
Well, last night you would have. It was Golden State in the under. Excuse me, it was Philly in the under.
500?